Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today, in our 457th episode, we're starting our little mini season that we're calling Beyond Bones, Dinosaur Soft Tissue.
Yes, it is all about dinosaur soft tissue, and the next 3 episodes we'll be talking about different aspects of soft tissue.
And this episode is all Sabrina.
Yes, it is.
But I'm sure I'm still going to talk a bunch, because I can't help it.
You might even talk more than me, because that's happened before.
It has happened before. I shouldn't, though. It should be mostly you.
Well, we'll find out.
So yeah, we're talking all about different dinosaur soft tissues in this episode.
As this first episode in our mini season, Beyond Bones, we're going to give more of an overview of what soft tissues are and the types that have been found with dinosaurs, which is more than you might expect.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that fossilize that aren't just bones. Thus the little series title. And then we have dinosaur of the day, Chilesaurus or Chilisaurus.
Or Chilesaurus.
Sure. And of course, a fun fact.
And the Chilesaurus, it's revisited because we did talk about it when it first was named. It was a news item, but enough new stuff has come out that it was worth revisiting.
But before we get into all of that, as always, we like to thank some of our patrons. And this week we have a new patron to thank, and that's Pamela. Thank you very much for joining. And then rounding out our shout-outs, we've got Lorosaurus, T-Bear, Dr. Vespa, Richard, Tyrant King, Micah Marcos Music, the Howard family, Reed, and Paul B.
Yay, thank you, Dino-It-Alls. We are so happy that you're part of our community and your support means a lot to us. Jumping into the mini-series, we actually do have some news items that'll come up later in this mini season. But since this is an overview episode, it is a little more evergreen, I would say.
In other words, no news.
Yeah. So, like we said, we're starting with dinosaur soft tissues. And a lot, if not most, of what we know about dinosaurs is based on their bones. For most of paleontology, where scientists were studying dinosaurs specifically, scientists didn't think it was possible for anything but the bones to fossilize.
Definitely the most common.
But in recent years, paleontologists have been finding new ways to study old bones, and they found that in some cases, and more often than we think, soft tissues have been preserved. And that's a big deal because it can tell us a lot more about these animals. But first, what is soft tissue? Well, soft tissues are in most parts of the body. They can include fat, muscle, nerves, blood vessels, ligaments, which connects bones or cartilages or holds together a joint, tendons, and other fibrous tissues, as well as organs like the brain, the heart, etc.
Everything that isn't a bone, pretty much.
Yep, that's why they can tell us a lot. Now, it is rare for soft tissues to fossilize. Soft tissues decay quickly, but they can be preserved in the right conditions. They have to be buried quickly and without oxygen, or at least very little oxygen, and they need to be fossilized in rocks with bacteria-inhibiting minerals.
Although by quickly, it's not necessarily as quickly as we used to think. We had that recent news article where they're talking about desiccation and deflation, where they thought maybe it could be out for a couple months before it got buried, but we're not talking about years and years, like maybe could be the case with a bone.
Yeah, good point. And that study with the desiccation and deflation of a hadrosaur, that's just part of the exciting new work that's being done that shows us, like, hey, there is more soft tissue out there than we realize. In 2018, Ross Anderson and others found that fossils like those found in Burgess Shale in the Canadian Rocky Mountains, these are fossils from the Cambrian over 500 million years old, they were more likely to have soft tissue because they were buried around specific minerals. This team studied over 200 Cambrian fossils that were found on 4 continents and from 19 different sedimentary layers, and they looked at the chemical compositions of the sediments surrounding the soft tissue and mineralized skeletons. Now, as a quick recap, fossils are the remains or the traces of the remains of animals and plants, and there's a few ways to become a fossil. One common way, though, is through mineralization, when minerals slowly replace the bones. With the Burgess shale fossils, they found the soft tissue fossils were not chemically altered and they were compressed and sealed within certain clay materials, so these were non mineralized. And the composition of the sediments that surround the animal matter when it comes to preserving soft tissues. This team found that having more than 20% berthierine gave a greater than 90% chance of preserving soft tissue because that mineral has antibacterial properties. This makes it more difficult or prevents enzymes from breaking down the soft tissue, so it slows down the process of decay. However, having berthierine on a dig site doesn't guarantee that there will be soft tissues preserved there. There's other factors like climate, chemistry of the water, runoff, and fauna, like if an animal gets scavenged, then obviously those soft tissues won't still be around.
Yeah, I also remember there was something about how some bacteria might actually help with preserving soft tissue because they might affect the amount of minerals or like the exact pH or something of the skin as it's being buried. I shouldn't say just skin, any soft tissue as it's getting buried. So it's quite an interconnected mix of factors in terms of the minerals, the bacteria, the temperature, all the different things that can affect decay rates.
Yes, but if we know that there could be specific minerals to look for, that can help a lot in terms of going back to a site and finding more soft tissue.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And it's good to know in advance so you don't accidentally destroy it because you're just expecting a bone. So you just dig until you hit bone. If you know maybe there's some soft tissue, you might stop a little early or be a little bit more careful on the way down.
So, going back to what we can learn from soft tissue, we can learn a lot about an animal's ecology and how they interacted with animals in their environment and their biology. There's a lot of types of fossilized soft tissues. As an example, and we'll go through a bunch of examples here, but soft tissue in the feet and claws of dinosaurs have been found. And we talked about that in episode 432 about how Microraptor and how its feet were like a hawk.
Yeah.
So knowing that soft tissue gave us a little better of an idea of how it lived.
Yeah. What kind of foot padding they have can tell you maybe what kind of stuff they were walking on. It can also show you the position of the bones within the foot. Because, like, if you've ever seen that elephant foot with the huge fleshy pads underneath it, if you just have the skeleton, you'd have no idea that they had this massive chunk of fat for supporting their foot. We kind of assume that animals like sauropods did because it seems like it would be helpful for walking, but you don't really know for sure until you actually find it.
Yeah. And then, like we were saying, there's some dinosaurs, especially hadrosaurs, that have been found still covered in skin, and we often call these dinosaur mummies. One of the most famous dinosaur mummies is Leonardo, a Brachylophosaurus. Leonardo was about 22 feet or 7 meters long and weighed between 1.5 and 2 tons. And about 90% of Leonardo is covered in skin, which is pretty amazing to think about.
Yeah, that is a lot of skin.
Then there's Dakota, the desiccation and deflation hadrosaur you mentioned, Garrett. The nearly complete Edmontosaurus, only the head, tip of the tail, and left arm are missing. And about half of Dakota is covered in skin, and because it has a lot of iron in it, the skin looks a little shiny.
Yeah, as in kind of glittery, shimmering.
What's that saying? All that glitters is gold. All that glitters is soft tissue in dinosaurs.
I think the expression is all that glitters isn't gold.
Oh, well then that's
which
right.
Applies.
Yeah, because it could be soft tissue.
Yeah, could be dinosaur skin.
You could see tooth and claw marks on the skin, and that means that there was time after Dakota died for animals to scavenge and eat it. And like you were saying, Garrett, Dakota helps us show that mummified dinosaurs didn't have to be buried quickly after death in order to mummify. So with the desiccation and deflation, what may have happened, what probably happened, was that a carnivorous animal punctured Dakota's skin to get to the tasty insides, but then left behind that tough skin and the less meaty parts. And then the holes in the skin allowed the animal to dry out without completely decomposing. Then the skin deflated and collapsed onto the bones before the dinosaur was buried.
Yeah, I think I remember them saying too, it wouldn't necessarily have to be like a large predator biting into it. You could get the same effect with like a beetle or some other animal cutting through the skin as long as it's sort of near the bottom and punching holes like a
Hmm.
colander so that the liquid can ooze out while it's keeping some of the more solid bits together. Then it all works.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting that we mostly know about hadrosaur mummies. I mean, there are other dinosaur mummies out there, but hadrosaurs seem to be the most common ones.
Yeah, some combination of maybe the type of skin that they had, maybe their skin was thicker, or maybe their skin had certain types of minerals in it, or on it, or near it, that added to the effect, or who knows what was going on with them. But
Well, we have an idea now because in 2019, Matteo Fabri and others studied hadrosaur skin to see why did it preserve so well. Because skin has been found in ornithischians, sauropods, and theropods, but again, it's mostly been found in hadrosaurs. They looked at a partial hadrosaur with preserved skin and they found pebbly and irregular scales. They also found two layers of the skin. The outer layer probably was the epidermis and it had melanin, and the inner layer is probably the dermis. That's the tissue below the epidermis that has blood capillaries, nerve endings, and more. And on average, the skin was about 3 millimeters thick. That's important because, like you were saying, Garrett, before, it was thought that the thickness of the skin is why hadrosaur skin preserves so well. But it turns out that the thickness of the skin is not a factor because the hadrosaur specimen skin was thinner than psittacosaur skin that's been found. Psittacosaur skin was about 10 millimeters thick. And it's also thinner than rhinos, which are 15 to 25 millimeters thick, and elephants that are 10 to 15 millimeters.
But we do have a Psittacosaurus. It's kind of interesting because it's like we can only compare to the other ones we have that are preserved. So it's hard to say like
Hmm.
which ones are better because we mostly have hadrosaur skin, which is of course the thickness of hadrosaur skin. But what the other ones were, maybe they were much thinner
Mm,
and we don't have them, so we don't know for comparison.
true.
Or they could be much thicker, like you're saying, some of these other animals.
Hmm. With this hadrosaur skin, the team also found blood vessel fragments and eumelanin, which may mean that it was gray in color, similar to a rhino or elephant. But there's too many variables, so we still don't know for sure what color it was. They were thinking that the preservation of the skin could be more due to the structure of the skin and the composition.
Hmm.
But they also found clay minerals and carbonates with the specimen, so maybe it's kind of like the Burgess Shale fossils that way. It was just buried in the right sediments.
Yeah, for sure. It is interesting because we don't think about it that much, but like all our body is chemistry. It's all different chemicals, all connected and, a huge variety of chemicals near each other. So if their skin had a different chemical makeup because they were evolving for millions and millions of years, the mummies are very far distant from the other ornithischians, let alone the other saurischians. Like, say, for example, they just had a little bit more calcium or something in their skin. Maybe that helped.
Hmm.
Or maybe, just more connective tissue in there.
Yeah. I'd say it's still very early days when it comes to studying soft tissue in dinosaurs. So there's a lot left to learn.
Yeah. And it doesn't preserve at all like a complete chunk of skin. So even if it was 3 millimeters thick, it's not like we get this even 3 millimeter layer
Hmm.
of skin all over the place, like it just got buried and fossilized as is. It really still decayed quite a bit. It just didn't decay completely to nothing.
Hmm.
It's like it decayed 98% rather than 100%. So we still don't have that much to work with. And you still have to do a lot of inferences in your chemical analysis of like, okay, I think this is probably collagen here and all that kind of stuff. But you're really still working with traces of what was originally there.
Yeah, in the papers I've been reading, it's a lot of like these collagen like areas and
Hmm.
yeah, things like that. Because you don't know 100%, although it's the thing that makes the most sense in that context.
Hmm.
Another thing that you can figure out with soft tissues, and I mentioned it earlier when I listed a bunch of things, is blood vessels, which has been pretty controversial topic. In 2003, Mary Schweitzer and others studied a T-Rex that had been found, also known as the B-Rex. That's the one in the Museum of the Rockies. They used acid and they found that the femur bone had blood vessels. They compared it to ostriches and they found that they looked very similar. Again, there's been a lot of debate over this because for a long time, people thought that soft tissue couldn't stick around for tens of millions of years before, like it all should have degraded. Some people thought that this find wasn't soft tissue, but instead could have been contaminated by bacteria. So, like bacteria invaded later, and that's what they were seeing instead of soft tissue or
Oh,
instead of
that's
blood
interesting.
vessels. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't really argue that it wasn't a soft tissue because they dissolved the bone and they were left with this wiggly piece of
Mhm.
something. So the only options are either it was a wiggly piece of something organic from tens of millions of years ago or from more recent, but it's definitely some kind of soft tissue.
Mhm. So in 2007, a study found that yes, this was soft tissue and specifically collagen because they found it to be similar to bird collagen and they found presence of soft tissue in other fossils. It was preserved because of iron's in the blood. It's part of a protein that carries oxygen from the lungs to the tissues. And iron also reacts to other molecules. After an animal dies, the iron gets released and forms free radicals, which are uncharged molecules with an unpaired electron, and that makes them very unstable and highly reactive. According to an article on Live Science, Schweitzer said, quote, "The free radicals cause proteins and cell membranes to tie in knots. They basically act like formaldehyde," end quote. And that means that they preserve tissue. There are cross links of amino acids that make proteins, and those make those proteins harder to decay. Also important is that Schweitzer and the team found a way to remove the iron from the samples so they could analyze those original proteins. In 2018, a study by Jasmina Wyman and others found soft tissues in fossils, including structures that looked like blood vessels. These structures weren't made of the original proteins, but instead had been changed into polymer compounds, a chemical compound with molecules bonded together, known as advanced glycoxidation end products, AGEs.
Or ages.
Ages, yeah. Capital A, G, E, and then lowercase s. And advanced lipoxidation end products, also known as ALES.
Or ALES.
Yes. So it was changed by glycation, and that happens when chemically reactive proteins with glucose or lipid molecules cross-link. In an article on Earth magazine, Wyman said that you can see this in food science. Quote, "If you burn toast, the brown color that arises on the crust is due to the presence of these same compounds," end quote. And that could be why a lot of fossils are brown.
That's a fun detail because, yeah, almost all the skin and feathers and other soft tissue does turn out to be brown.
Mm-hmm. And these polymers are not good at decaying, which is a good thing for us.
Turn it into plastic.
It's an interesting way of looking at it.
And we all know plastic can last tens of millions of years, so there you go.
We'll continue our episode on soft tissues in dinosaurs in a moment, but first, let's take a break for our sponsors. In 2019, Elizabeth Boatman and others, including Mary Schweitzer, studied the blood vessel structures found in the cortical bone, that's found on the outer part of a long bone, of a T. rex, specifically the nation's T. rex, to show how soft tissue can be preserved in dinosaur fossils. And their paper included some really cool images, microscopic images of blood cells from the T. rex.
Mm-hmm.
They talked about how blood vessels in fossils is controversial because the methods of how blood vessel structures are preserved is not well defined. So they used two ways to demonstrate how blood vessel structures were preserved, one using iron and one via glycation. And they demineralized bone samples to look at the blood vessel tissue.
Yeah, it's kind of how you always have to do it because in bones, the blood vessels are sort of this like web that grows in all sorts of crazy semi-random patterns throughout it. And when you have the bone around it, you just can't get at it. It's all just intermixed with it. So the only way to get at those blood vessels is to throw the bone in acid, dissolve the bone away, and then these soft tissue things don't get dissolved by the acid, and you're just left with this weird, spongy, whatever soft tissue is left. So it's very destructive, these tests.
I wonder how long that'll last if there'll be a new way to test these things in the future.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, even now with CT scans, you can
Mhm.
see sort of the blood vessel network, but telling whether or not it is a different material. And then also they want to do sort of staining on it and things like that, like reacting it with different antibodies to see what reacts with it. It'd be really hard to do inside the bone.
Mhm.
But there might be a way, or you could just take a slice of it, I suppose.
Yeah, just like with histology.
Hmm.
This team, they used a lot of techniques to show that there was collagen, it's found in connective tissues and skin, and elastin, which is also in skin. And these are two proteins specific to vertebrates. And the collagen was consistent with collagen in modern vertebrate animals.
Yeah, it's helpful because I think what they're doing there is making sure that it's not bacteria or something,
Yeah,
some other weird contamination.
this is soft tissue.
Yeah, from a vertebrate.
Hmm. So it's a good possible foundation for future studies on preserving soft tissues in fossils.
Yes.
I mentioned earlier in the episode that we weren't going to talk about any new papers, but I was wrong. I forgot that there is one new paper in here. Published earlier this year, 2023. Landon Anderson wrote a paper about a chemical framework for preserving soft tissues and talked about how the iron and glycation methods are just steps in a single process for preservation.
Hmm.
So the first step is that the decomposing stops. And that could be the animal gets buried quickly, or it's frozen, or it's desiccated and dried out. In other words, mummified. Next, there's the taphonomy of soft tissues that are not completely decomposed. And that includes the cross-linking from the iron and glycation methods. So those are important steps. And then it can be carbonized, and there's more cross-linking. And all of this, quote unquote, rigidifies the tissue and helps it keep its structure.
Yeah, that is important because even if the molecules themselves stick around, if they dissolve in water and get carried away or just get mixed in with the rock, it doesn't help. They have to be still stuck together.
Yeah. There's a lot that goes into preserving soft tissues, just like there's a lot when it comes to preserving a bone, even.
Yeah, I like that. I like thinking about it as sort of a multiple step arc in what makes a soft tissue sample make it all the way to the present day.
Mm-hmm.
Because usually, like we say, and like most paleontologists say, is like, well, it has to get buried really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And then the assumption with soft tissue originally was like, well, it must have just gotten buried super extra really quickly so that it didn't decay.
Yeah.
But really,
We're
you need
finding
more
that's
than
not
that.
the case. Yeah.
You need something that, like you said, rigidifies or solidifies, I might say, that tissue, but also something that changes the chemical composition of it to make it more permanent.
Mm-hmm.
Because bone by itself lasts quite a while and it has that time to permineralize, but soft tissue has to go through a different process and it has to happen a little quicker because otherwise it'll fall apart.
Yes.
So I guess there is still it has to happen quicker factor.
Some time factor,
Mm-hmm.
but not as quickly as we previously thought.
Yeah.
I just want to mention quickly when it comes to Jurassic Park and the DNA. No, finding soft tissues like blood vessels doesn't bring us any closer to finding DNA and being able to clone dinosaurs.
Yeah, unfortunately, DNA is a really reactive and unstable molecule relative to most of these other things. So it even in the absence of oxygen around it, it just breaks down all on its own. It doesn't really need to react with anything. It just sort of falls apart.
I think pieces of DNA have been found.
Yeah, you can get little pieces of it in really good examples, especially like inside a bone or something like that. You can find these little bits of DNA, but it's never been enough or even close to enough to get even a full protein coded sequence out of it, let alone an entire genome. Although I do like to, sort of fantasize that maybe if we could find enough of these fragments and have some sort of really powerful computer, maybe it could put them all back together. But
the opposite of the Jurassic Park message.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how all us dino nerds feel.
Mm-hmm.
I want the small ones. I want the ones that can be pet. I don't want to have to worry about finding a T-Rex.
Yeah, and we're several huge technologies, undiscovered technologies away from that happening at this point too, if ever.
Another example with soft tissues has to do with feathers and colors. And we'll talk a lot more about feathers in the next episode of this mini series, Beyond Bones. But real quick, we can tell some of the colors of some dinosaurs, and that's because of melanosomes, which are specialized structures within a cell that determine both the color of dinosaur feathers and of our hair. You can study fossilized melanosomes, and based on their shape, you can sometimes tell the color of the fossil. And you do this by comparing melanosomes in living animals to fossils.
Yeah, melanosomes come up all over the place. So they can be in skin, they can be in feathers, they can be in hair, all sorts of different parts of animal bodies that change color.
Yes, and we have a great interview from a little while back, episode 399, with Maria McNamara, who talks about melanin and melanosomes in dinosaur colors. And for even more on dinosaur colors, you can check out a few of our other episodes. We talk about Sinosauropteryx as our dinosaur of the day in episode 299, and we know that Sinosauropteryx had a reddish, light banded tail, and it was the first dinosaur to have its colors scientifically described. There's also Anchiornis, our dinosaur of the day in episode 388, and we know that Anchiornis was black and white and red. So that reminds me of a joke. What's black and white and red all over?
Anchiornis.
Anchiornis, yeah. I think the punchline was newspaper back when people read newspapers because it's black and white and you read the whole thing.
And people read them all over the place.
Yeah.
You gotta explain that one because nobody reads newspapers all over the place anymore.
Right. I guess that shows my age a little bit. But I've dinosaurified a joke I used to tell.
Yeah. I think now it'd be like what's black and white and red all over. It would be like a black and white smartphone. It doesn't really work.
Nah, it's not the same. There's also our episode 400. We chatted with Michael Benton, and he talks a bit about dinosaur colors because he had a lot to do with those early scientifically described ones.
Yeah, all this research has been done in the last 30 years. Basically, I think Sinosauropteryx was described, I want to say in 1996, maybe 1993. It was in the 1990s, one way or another. So really, this is all pretty new research, especially in terms of science.
Yes. Did you say 96?
Yeah, that was my first guess.
You're right.
Okay. Yeah, so a little bit after Jurassic Park, but still a while ago. But there's still a ton of work to be done in this area, and there aren't that many people specializing on it yet.
No, but I hope more people do because it's really exciting.
And I think part of the problem is there just aren't that many fossils that have such amazing preservation.
But it could be, maybe there'll be a new method that comes out and you can go back to fossils that have been studied and people were studying different aspects of it and you can go back and like, oh, there is soft tissue here.
Yeah, that's true. Certainly with demineralizing, you can try that on just about any dinosaur bone, shuck it in some acid and see what happens. But people tend to be pretty hesitant to do that kind of destructive testing.
Yes. That's why maybe in the future there'll be other ways to do this.
Less destructive stuff. Yeah, that's true.
So that's our first segment of Beyond Bones about soft tissue. And again, next week, we will get more into feathers. So stay tuned. And before we move on to our dinosaur of the day, we're going to take a quick break for our sponsors. And now into our dinosaur of the day, Chilesaurus or Chilesaurus. We had 3 different ways of saying it. I'll probably say Chilesaurus Revisited, which was a request from Morgan via our Patreon and Discord. So thank you.
I think most English speakers would probably say Chilesaurus.
I think you got Chilesaurus in my head, so now that seems right. Well, maybe I'll just switch between the two. We've talked about Chilesaurus a few times, including 2015 when it was first named. But again, like I said before, new stuff has come out, so it warrants revisiting. It was a dinosaur that lived in the late Jurassic around 150 million years ago in what is now Chile, or Chile, found in the Toki Formation. It looked like other early dinosaurs. It walked on 2 legs, it had a long tail, a longish neck, and a long body. If you think of like Massospondylus or Eodromeus.
Yeah, those very well-known dinosaurs.
I feel like Massospondylus is fairly well known.
Basically like a typical little bipedal dinosaur, but with a slightly longer neck.
And is estimated to be about 10.5 feet or 3.2 meters long. It's been called a platypus dinosaur because it had a combination of features seen in theropods, ornithischians, and sauropodomorphs. For example, it had a theropod-like body, but it wasn't that great of a runner based on features in the shin bone and having a broad foot with a weight-bearing first toe. It had stout limb bones like sauropodomorphs and strong arms with a large first claw similar to basal sauropodomorphs. It had grasping hands, 3 short, thick fingers with 2 claws, and it was herbivorous. It had spatula-shaped teeth or leaf-shaped teeth. It was also ornithischian-like, with its ornithischian-like or bird-like hips. It had a backward-facing pubic bone, which would give it room for a large gut, and that is good if you're a plant eater, because you got to process all those plants.
Mm-hmm. Need a big stomach, a lot of digestive tract.
It also had a slender neck and a proportionally small head with a rounded skull, and it probably had a beak.
When you list all those factors together, it definitely sounds like a sauropod, other than the fact that it walked on 2 legs and it was pretty skinny.
And the backward-facing pubic bone.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Sauropods didn't have that.
Yeah. So, platypus dinosaur. I like that nickname.
I think we've talked about platypus dinosaurs before,
Mhm.
because a lot of them have strange combinations of features,
Yes.
or at least what we think of as strange. To a Chilesaurus, it was perfectly normal.
Oh, yeah. The type species is Chilesaurus diegosuarezi. It was named in 2015 by Fernando Novas and others, and the fossils were found in 2004 by Diego Suarez, who at the time he was 7 years old. He was with his geologist parents Manuel Suarez and Rita de la Cruz and his sister Macarena, and they were out hiking when he found a vertebra and a rib. That's the dream, right?
Yeah. 7-year-old children all around the world are jealous of this kid. Although not a kid anymore.
No.
Well into their 20s.
And the genus name, Chilesaurus, means Chile or Chile lizard, and it refers to Chile.
The country.
Yes. And the species name is in honor of Diego. More fossils were reported in 2008. They were thought to be the, quote, first significant remains of carnivorous dinosaurs, end quote, in Chile from the Jurassic, because previously they'd only known isolated teeth from the late Cretaceous in that country.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good reason to name it after the country. It's expected to be a huge find.
Well, they thought it was a carnivorous dinosaur.
Yeah, it turned out not to be, most likely. Seems to be herbivorous.
The holotype's an articulate, pretty complete skeleton of a juvenile. It's missing its feet and most of the tail, though. And 4 other partial skeletons and additional bones of juveniles and adults have been found. The holotype's about 50% the length of the largest individual found, at about 5.2 feet or 1.6 meter long. It's the first complete dinosaur found that lived in the Jurassic, in what is now Chile. So it's still got that going for it.
Yeah, and that actually, sometimes we lament the place name Saurus, place name Ensis, or place name Saurus, person name Ensis as being sort of a boring dinosaur name. But you can't be wrong.
Mhm.
Nobody's going to come back later and say, no, you didn't find that in Chile. You found that in Argentina because
Yeah.
they know where they found it. But they don't know if, it did change that they thought it was a meat eater and now it's a plant eater. But that fortunately didn't name it like big first ever
Carnivorous.
meat eater
Yeah.
in Chile Saurus.
That's true. I like that they named it after the 7-year-old who found it.
Yeah, that's very nice.
So Novas and others said that, quote, Chilesaurus is a unique dinosaur lineage known only from southern South America, suggesting an outstanding case of endemism among otherwise relatively cosmopolitan worldwide Jurassic dinosaur faunas, end quote.
Yeah, sometimes they get isolated and then they just look like nothing else, really.
Yes. Originally, Chilesaurus was thought to be a tetanurine theropod, and that's a clade that includes megalosauroids, allosaurids, tyrannosauroids, ornithomimosaurs, compsognathids, and maniraptorans. Quite a diverse group of, is that all carnivores? Mostly carnivores.
Yeah, well, I mean, theropods in general, that's most of the theropods that we know are tetanurine,
Mm-hmm.
the ones that have stiff tails. So yeah, that's like pretty much all the theropods.
Yes. But then in 2017, Matthew Barron and Paul Barrett found Chilesaurus to be the, quote, earliest diverging member of Ornithischia, end quote. And Chilesaurus was an early ornithischian after splitting from Ornithiscalida.
But that's what they were saying at the time.
Yes. That should give you a hint that we don't really think about Ornithiscalida anymore.
Yep.
But Barron and Barrett proposed that Chilesaurus was a missing link between carnivores and early herbivores, and in Ornithiscalida, they grouped together ornithischians and theropods. But like we said, we don't really talk about Ornithiscalida anymore, and it seems that the latest is more that Silosaurs evolved into ornithischians.
Because the big question is, where did ornithischians come from? Because for all of the Triassic, we don't have any ornithischians.
Mm-hmm.
So this proposal was, well, they came from theropods, basically. And the new proposal is they came from silosaurs.
Yep. So I'm not sure what we consider Chilesaurus, which is why I said it's a dinosaur that lived in the Jurassic. I mean, maybe it's still an ornithischian?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's a sauropodomorph, that would make it a saurischian. But you didn't say it was a saurischian. You said it had a lot of sauropod features and sauropodomorph features.
Right. But it also had theropod and ornithischian features, so.
Yeah. Is it a theropod that looks like a sauropod, or is it a sauropod that looks like a theropod?
I'm going to leave it up to future papers.
Yeah.
It did have some interesting features that upended what paleontologists thought when it came to when certain features evolved. Like Chilesaurus didn't have a predentary bone, that's the bone at the tip of the bottom jaw, which previously everybody thought was a fundamental feature of ornithischians. It also didn't have teeth in the front of its snout, and it had support for a beak, and that may mean that ornithischians were already adapted to an omnivore or herbivorous diet before they had the predentary bone. But it did have that backward-facing pubis, so it's possible that that pubis position is related to being an herbivore and related to dinosaurs evolving longer, more complex digestive tracts.
Yeah, we've seen that happen with other dinosaurs that evolved herbivory. Like, for example, Therizinosaurus probably had that backwards-facing pubis, even though it was a saurischian, so it should have been forward-facing, but we think it shifted over to make more room for those big herbivorous guts.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the same thing happened here with Chilesaurus.
Like we mentioned earlier, sauropodomorphs did not have that backward pubis, and according to Barron and Barrett, that, quote, may have condemned them to quadrupediality, as any expansion of the gut anterior to the hips would have resulted in an anterior shift to the center of mass, end quote. I mostly quoted them because I thought it was interesting how it condemned them to being four-legged.
Yeah, like it's basically like, oh, their guts were growing farther and farther forward, and so they couldn't get their hands off the ground. They were stuck with their hands on the ground forever. Although it does seem like other dinosaurs managed to stay bipedal. And sort of their hips evolving to be backwards facing, but not every animal can evolve the same way. So maybe sauropods just couldn't for whatever reason.
Yeah. And that's fine by me. I love sauropods being four-legged and giant.
Even though they were condemned to that state.
But back to Chilesaurus. In 2017, Nicholas Timento and others studied the forelimb posture of Chilesaurus. All of the skeletons that they studied were found preserved in a way that looks like the resting posture of Melong and other dinosaurs that look to be resting, like Siornithoides and Albinicus. The arms are flexed toward the body and the hands are facing backwards. But what's interesting is that with Chilesaurus, the hind limbs are extended out. So it seems like the Chilesaurus individuals were buried quickly and fossilized in a life position while they were eating or resting. They're thinking they probably weren't sleeping because of the hind limbs being extended out. In advanced theropods, it's been suggested that the resting posture of the arms is related to soft tissue structures like the propatagium, that's the largest skin fold of the wing. So there we go. We've managed to get some soft tissue in the dinosaur of the day to go with our Beyond Bones soft tissue episode.
Yeah, I talked a bunch about the propatagium in an earlier episode when we were talking about wings.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, Yeah, it prevents the arm from straightening all the way. So it could be that the arm is bent because there was some soft tissue holding it there, essentially.
Yeah. So with Chileosaurus, having that flexed arm may indirectly indicate that it had a propatagium, which is an important feature for flying. I'm not saying Chileosaurus could fly, but it may have had features early on linked later to flying, just adding to its platypusness.
Yeah. Or it had that structure there because it was a good place to display some feathers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there could be a lot of reasons. So that's Chileosaurus, and other animals that lived around the same time and place as Chileosaurus include sauropods, like diplodocids, and titanosaurs, and crocodiliforms. For our fun fact, because I am doing this entire episode, there are 3 paleo-artists that influenced decades of how dinosaurs were depicted in comics and other media. This was in a paper in Geoscience Communication by Oliver Wings and others. And it's a really great paper. It's an overview of influential paleocomics and graphic novels from the last 120 years. And they also discussed developing the graphic novel Europasaurus Life on Jurassic Islands. We interviewed those authors, including Oliver, in episode 403.
Yeah, it's a really cool book. They made Europasaurus really come to life, and really cool story about day-to-day Europasaurus in the Mesozoic.
Yes, and for that graphic novel, they had a lot of influences and inspiration from other artists too. And then they talked about in this paper how they had to find their own style. So, very interesting. I bring this up because I would argue that this is somewhat related to soft tissue because paleo art, you have to reconstruct or depict soft tissue. You don't want to just see a dinosaur painting without skin on the dinosaur, unless maybe you're doing just a skeletal reconstruction.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, staying on theme.
And then if you make really influential guesses about where soft tissue might have been, it might end up just everybody sort of assumes that's how the soft tissue looked without ever really looking at the skeleton for themselves and thinking,
Mhm.
like, oh, it would be there. It's just sort of ingrained in the back of your head because you've seen these types of images so much.
Exactly. And paleo art is often that template for how prehistoric life is depicted in various ways, including comics. The paper, they said, quote, although often exaggerated in their presentation, the original artwork can often still be recognized in the animal contours, body postures, and sometimes even color patterns. And also, quote, many panel drawings were almost exact copies of their academic originals, which were recycled again and again, end quote.
Yeah, we've even seen toys where it's like, oh, that's a Zallinger Stegosaurus because
Mm-hmm.
it's just so recognizable, like the shapes and proportions that they used in some of the art.
Yeah. They said that the paleo art of the classic era, which is from 1890 to the late 1960s, inspired so many generations of how dinosaurs were portrayed and are so well known in books, comics, and movies that a lot of people are familiar with the paleo artist's work from that time, even if they don't know the names of the artists.
Yeah, because you see it just in like tons of movies and say like the T-Rex slash Allosaurus looks like in King Kong, and that's what the era looks like to you without realizing, oh, that's a Charles Knight creation.
Mm-hmm. But then later comic strips also, quote, independently align themselves with the prevailing scientific view and reconstruction, which, quote, makes comics chroniclers of advances in paleontology. End
Yeah.
quote.
And then it's always funny when you see something from the 70s or 80s or even 90s, which is using that previous classic era style. And it's like, okay, they need to get with the times. They're using the old paleo art, the old style, when they should be using the newer stuff.
So I said there's 3 main paleo artists. I'll start with Charles Knight. You already named him. You actually named 2 out of 3 already. But
I'm curious to see what the third one is.
Charles Knight's a classically trained artist known for animal paintings. He worked with Henry Fairfield Osborn, and he reconstructed a lot of animals that Charles Marsh and Edward Cope described. And he's the first, quote, internationally renowned paleo artist. But we looked into this. The term paleo art didn't come up until like the 1960s to 1980s timeframe. So he's probably just known as an artist in his time.
Yep. Or a scientist.
Yeah. His reconstructions are outdated today, but some of it holds up. Like he showed Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops as the, quote, eternal enemies. And another example is he made leaping Laelaps dynamic. I mean, we don't call it laylapse anymore, but the fact that these animals were shown as dynamic
Yeah.
is something.
Yeah, their postures are still really cool and sort of modern. There are a lot of details of their anatomy, which is a little outdated. So you can't really say that piece of work was way ahead of its time in every way. But yeah, the fact that they're so active was definitely, it looks like something you would have seen 20 years ago, not 120 years ago.
Yeah. And in this paper, they said that the early Tarzan and Turok series are, quote, unmissable testimonials to his work. So if you're familiar with those series, a lot of Charles Knight influence there.
We got Charles Knight to thank.
Yeah. Then next up is Rudolf Zallinger, who you also already mentioned. That's how influential they are. They come up without even, yeah. Now, he's known for his giant mural, The Age of Reptiles, at the Yale Peabody Museum, which is about 110 feet or nearly 34 meters long. Very large. The size of a large dinosaur, one might say.
Yeah, 110 feet. That's a pretty typical, this is one of the longest sauropods ever. It's up to 110 feet long.
Or the length of the Age of Reptiles.
Mm-hmm.
It took him years to make this mural. It started with an offer to add, quote, some kind of decoration to the large wall in the museum.
Yeah, I think we watched some documentary on it, and they were basically saying they wanted him to make a few little paintings to sort of mix in, like there's a big mount of a sauropod, and like, let's stick a little painting of a sauropod next to it. And then he was like, how about I cover that entire huge wall with one massive mural?
Yeah.
And not only just a mural, how about I do it as a fresco in like the most complicated and just like
it's impressive,
artistic, just amazing thing you could possibly imagine.
We have to go see that wall one day.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked to them about it because they were redoing, or they are still redoing, the Yale Gallery there and all the mounts. And while they're doing all that construction work, they had to cover it and keep it climate controlled and dust proof and everything, because they really don't want it to get damaged in any way, because it's such an important mural.
Yeah. But it apparently wasn't made famous until Life magazine reprinted the model of it and then got really famous.
Yeah, that was that little factoid about it, that the Life picture of it isn't the actual mural. It's his smaller version that he drew to prepare for making the big thing, because they couldn't photograph or document the massive mural well at the time.
Yeah. Now, his Tyrannosaurus from that mural is often in comics and stories like Turok, which, quote, were graphically based on this single image of a dinosaur in side view.
Kind of looks like Reptar to me from Rugrats.
You could say Reptar was inspired by Zallinger then.
Yeah.
All right. The third, last but not least artist is the Czech artist Zdeněk Burian, who was very influential in the mid and late 1900s. He was prolific, something like 1,300 images and sketches.
When you can break 1,000, that's impressive.
And he started by illustrating adventure and science fiction novels. Then he worked with paleontologist Joseph Augusta and then other scientists. And he made some books on evolution and the history of man. In the paper, the author said, quote, despite the Iron Curtain, his works have been translated and exported worldwide since the 1950s. And his depictions of prehistoric animals can, quote, be traced precisely to Turok number 11 in 1958, end quote. And his depictions actually started to replace Knight and Zallinger's depictions in comics.
I had no idea.
You probably knew to some extent, because if we saw something that resembled, that referenced his art, we probably would recognize it, but we didn't necessarily know his name.
Yeah, that's true.
The authors also said, quote, although existing for about 200 years, paleo art still struggles for its reputation to be regarded as real art compared to the classic genres, end quote.
That's what's so special about Zallinger's mural, because it's sort of in the classical style, but it's also paleo art.
Yeah.
So I think it helped to bridge that gap a little bit.
Yes. In paleo art, I mean, if you're listening to this podcast, you probably agree. It's important because it links science and public awareness about it. It brings those theories to life.
Yeah, we often point out that papers that really grab the attention of the public are usually those that have paleo art associated with them. If you publish a paper, it could be the most exciting dinosaur ever, but if you don't have any art to go with it and you're just describing what bones, like shapes of bones and zygapophyses and things like that. Like the average person isn't interested, but if you have a really cool picture to go with it, it takes it to a whole other level.
Yeah. So, on that note, comics and graphic novels are great because they're accessible and they're a good way to introduce science and dinosaurs and get people excited about it. Just a quick definition, comics are the panels of images with text and other visual information, and then graphic novels are made of comic content and they tell longer and sometimes more complex stories.
I never thought of that before.
Yeah, I didn't either, except when I'm reading a graphic novel, I think of that differently than if I were to see a comic in a newspaper, for example.
So there's newspaper comics because the comic is just like you can have a newspaper column. A column can be anywhere,
Yeah.
including a newspaper. And then a graphic novel is kind of like a book comic.
Yeah, tells the story. Far Side, that's a comic. But then there's graphic novels like the one on Europasaurus. Now, in the beginning, most books and articles and other forms of communicating about dinosaurs were meant for adults, which surprised me to read. But maybe it shouldn't have. By the 1950s, illustrated books, though, were made more for kids. And now there's so many children's books about dinosaurs that the general public thinks dinosaurs are quote unquote kid stuff. Though there are lots of popular science books for adults. Now, unfortunately, paleontology is moving so fast these days, but it takes a long time to publish, so the books can get outdated pretty quickly.
Yeah, because they weren't outdated when they were written, but by the time they're in your hands, they might have been written a year or two earlier.
Yeah. So the authors for this paper argued that up-to-date scientific information can be quickly and effectively communicated via comics.
Or podcasts.
Good point. Maybe there'll be another paper someday about podcasts and other ways to talk about dinosaurs. Anyway, the prehistoric and dinosaur comics are usually intended for younger audiences. Most of them are sci-fi, fantasy, horror, mystery, western, or superheroes. But some are scientific and embed more scientific information in them.
I feel like a lot of comics you talk about are a superhero that has like a dinosaur sidekick.
Yeah, we've seen those comics and then seen the TV shows that are adapted from those comics, and it's just like what you said. Prehistoric animals in comics started as just entertainment, and the animals are these forces of nature. They're usually dangerous, they're carnivorous, they can be threatening, but they often don't survive when they encounter humans. They're often found in lost world areas or other planets or through time travel. The earliest comic with dinosaurs is from 1893. It's called Prehistoric Peeps, which I didn't realize that it was so early on.
Yeah, Prehistoric Peeps sounds like something that would come out in like 2010, not 1893.
There's a lot of great examples in their paper. I'm just going to talk about a few of them. There's a multi-part Sunday edition of Tarzan in 1932 that had a carnivorous sauropod and, quote, impressively colorful Tyrannosaurus Rex.
That carnivorous sauropod trope was really funny. It kind of died before the 50s, but it was around for a while.
And it appeared a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And later, there were some comics with peaceful encounters with dinosaurs, like Donald Duck and his nephews apparently had in 1957.
Oh, yeah, I watched that one.
It's kind of like dinosaurs encountering dinosaurs, if you think about it.
Yeah. I think that one was a friendly sauropod dinosaur. Maybe even friendlier than the duck dinosaurs.
Ooh. There's some adventure stories with more educational information to go with them. So one example was the serial Turok, Son of Stone. There's 131 issues from 1954 to 1982. And Turok and Andar are in a lost valley with a lot of prehistoric animals. Each issue had supplementary pages that explained more about the animals and talked about behavior or evolutionary patterns.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I was trying to think because I thought of that as kind of like a caveman style.
Mm-hmm.
How do you make that educational?
You add supplementary.
Yeah, nice.
There's some more recent examples too, like Paleo by Jim Lawson. That's an anthology of dinosaur stories from the late Cretaceous. There's Age of Reptiles by Dark Horse Comics, and the later stories especially were told like animal documentaries. You can also see this in Tad Galusha's Cretaceous. We talked to him about Cretaceous in episode 239. There's a Tyrannosaurus family struggling with Apatosaurus and Dromaeosaurs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a fun one.
It was. There's also comic science books where they use comics to summarize concepts and explain them through speech bubbles or one-liners. So one example in the paper is Earth Before Us, a trilogy that follows a scientist and young girl through geological eras. And they mostly use speech bubbles, but they also have a glossary. And sometimes books are a mix of comics and textbook styles. So one example is Mimo on the Dinosaur Trail, which was published in 2016, and it's about a dinosaur excavation in France. You've got an ornithomimosaur, Mimo, and his carcharodontosaur friend Hector, and they're in danger and they got to work together.
Ornithomimosaur and carcharodontosaur working together at last.
Unlikely friendships.
Really.
In the comics, you learn about their ecosystem, and after the story, there's sketches and explanations of the actual dig.
Oh, cool.
It is cool. So, yeah, graphic novels can be a good teaching tool, and they're accessible, they're interesting, though the authors said that they're best used with other teaching tools like dioramas or original objects because, quote, illustrations can still leave room for misinterpretation, end quote. So, yeah, that was a lot about paleo art. Paleo art is all about showing soft tissue.
It is. Very rarely do you see the actual bones.
Mm-hmm.
They're almost always covered in something squishy.
Yes. And that wraps up this episode of I Know Dino, the first in our mini-series Beyond Bones. Stay tuned. Next week, we'll be continuing with this series where we'll talk about feathers.
I'm taking over.
Yep. If you like listening to I Know Dino, then please share our show with a friend. It really helps. Thanks again, and until next time.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today, in our 458th episode, we're talking about dinosaur feathers. It's a continuation of our mini-season Beyond Bones. And so the soft tissue for this episode is feathers. We're going to be talking about their colors, how they molted, and even what ate them. And in addition to that, we're going to be talking about dinosaur of the day, Caudipteryx, which is famous for its feathers.
Sure is. And in case you missed it, you can check out last episode, which was the first episode of Beyond Bones, where we talked about dinosaur soft tissues overall and, what they are and how paleontologists have been able to study them, especially more recently.
Including feathers.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have a fun fact, which is really amazing. It's about another example of a mammal fighting a dinosaur, which are so rare in the fossil record. So definitely stay tuned for that. But before we get into all of that, we want to thank some of our patrons. And this week we have a new patron to thank, and that's Scott. Thank you very much for joining our Dino It All community. And then rounding out our shoutouts, we've got Dino Mo, Karen, Taylor, Ayumi, Sarasaurus Rex, Lazy Dump Truck, Ian, and James Pasco.
Thank you so much for joining our community and being a Dino-It-All with us. We appreciate your support, and it's because of our patrons and our listeners that we can do cool stuff like Beyond Bones.
Yeah, there was a fair amount of extra research required since when you get into soft tissues, it's not our normal wheelhouse.
Yes.
So like this episode, I'm talking about lice a little bit.
Ooh.
And I didn't really know anything about lice, but now I know a lot about lice. So I can talk confidently about it on the show. So without further ado, we're going to jump into our episode about dinosaur feathers. And I'm going to start out by explaining how we know dinosaurs had feathers at all. Because we didn't know until recently. Well, we kind of did.
We kind of did with Archaeopteryx.
Yeah. So, the first dinosaur feather ever found was Archaeopteryx. In fact, it was the origin of the name Archaeopteryx, which means ancient wing or ancient feather. And it was named based on a single isolated feather found and described in 1861. It might have been found in 1860, but very close to the earliest days of dinosaurs. We already had a feathered dinosaur.
Mm-hmm.
That also means that the holotype of Archaeopteryx was purely soft tissue, which is pretty interesting.
Oh, good point. I never thought of it that way before.
Yeah. All those years ago. The original feather basically looks like a detailed but faded painting of a feather is how I would describe it. You can clearly see the rigid rachis, which is the part you write with if you're using a quill pen, the middle stiff part. And there are really fine details of individual filaments of the feather branching off of the rachis. So it looks really nice. It's like an elegant painting, very precise. It's also clearly asymmetrical, meaning the rachis is more to one side than the other. So asymmetrical feathers have been considered a requirement for flight, which is a big oversimplification. We talk a lot about it in our 390th episode, how dinosaurs evolved flight. But basically, with shorter feather filaments on one side of the rachis, those filaments deform less from the wind, which makes them better at flying. But it's not a definite requirement.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what the original Archaeopteryx feather is made out of. We can tell it's a thin film by looking at it, but it could be made out of several different materials. One possibility is it's partially decayed and preserved organic material. That's the story for most fossil feathers that we've tested. It could also be a natural cast replica of the feather. So basically, if the feather got buried in sediment and then the feather decayed and left an empty space, a mineral-rich water could come in and fill the space, basically leaving behind a natural cast replica.
One of the many ways that something could fossilize.
Yes. So that's like how opalized fossils, for one of many examples, form. So it doesn't actually have any of the original material in that case, but it is still considered a fossil because it's still fossilized remains in a way.
Mm-hmm.
In order to figure out if it's organic material or something else, we'd need to do destructive testing, which would mean cutting a small piece out of that feather to analyze it. And curators have been justifiably resistant to that idea.
Yes. Although we often talk about histology on this show.
Yes. So it would be like histology. It would be a destructive test. But this is such an important feather. We have lots of other feathers that can be tested, and there isn't necessarily that much value. Like whether or not it's the original organic material or it's something that filled in its place, it doesn't really matter. And the nice thing about it is looking at it and seeing the details of the feather itself. So why would you want to mess it up?
Yeah.
We don't have to find feathers to know that dinosaurs had them, though. Big feathers are often connected directly to the bone with what are called quill knobs. It's pretty crazy to me. Like imagining if we had hair that like went down and like directly connected to bone. It's so intense because, they get hit, right? So it's yeah. Anyway, they need that firm attachment. So we can see quill knobs on some dinosaurs like Velociraptor, and then we can infer from the fact that it has quill knobs that the dinosaurs had feathers, because why else would they have quill knobs if there wasn't a quill attached to the knob?
Just for fun?
Yeah. Since that first feather was named Archaeopteryx, we've found a lot of other dinosaurs with preserved feathers. It took until 1863, 2 years after the first Archaeopteryx feather, before any bones were assigned to Archaeopteryx. That was the London specimen, which is now considered to be the holotype. But now we have about a dozen Archaeopteryx specimens, many with a thin film of feather remnants around them.
We've seen a lot of those specimens, or at least casts of those specimens, because we managed to catch a traveling exhibit of them.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. I saw the London specimen in London, and I'm sure you have at some point. It's very pretty. It's not as pretty as the Berlin specimen. That's the one that most people get the most excited about. That's the one people usually have tattooed.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of examples of Archaeopteryx with feathers. But way more so than Archaeopteryx, now there are tons of dinosaurs found with feathers, especially in China. It took over a century in between Archaeopteryx and when we started finding all these in China. But it's really amazing what's going on in the fossil record in China and the paleontology over there right now.
Yes.
So there are some small dinosaurs, like hundreds of Microraptor, Anchiornis, and Sinosauropteryx, which are within the range of modern flying birds, within the size range, I should say. But there are also much larger dinosaurs with preserved feathers or simple proto-feathers. For example, Yutyrannus, which approached 30 feet or 9 meters long and weighed well over a ton, was covered in feathers.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite examples because it was so large.
Yeah.
And it showed us that even large dinosaurs could be covered in feathers.
Yeah, it's definitely the biggest example of a feathered dinosaur that we have so far. And it's cool because it's like a close relative of T-Rex. So then everybody starts thinking like, well, did T-Rex have feathers? And the short answer is we don't know.
But
Probably not.
as a juvenile, maybe it was fuzzy.
Yes, maybe as a juvenile. That's true. Because animals, or I should say birds, as they grow up, a lot of them have different feathers when they're young versus old. So that's sort of the gist of how we know that dinosaurs have feathers. But we also have some news stories about dinosaur feathers. First, we have an update on Wulong. Wulong is from a paper written by Angus Crodace and others and published in Acta Paleontologica Polonica. Wulong is a close relative of Microraptor. Wulong is a dromaeosaurid, aka a raptor, as you could guess that it's related to Microraptor.
Sure.
Because Microraptor is a raptor, whereas Megaraptor is not a raptor. Just to throw in a random confusing statement. So Wulong is from the early Cretaceous, about 120 million years ago. The name Wulong means dancing dragon.
Oh, I like that a lot.
Yeah, that's because of its, quote, sprightly pose and inferred nimble habits. We talked about this one when it was first described back in 2020, but I figured to do a quick overview. The holotype is a 1-year-old individual, and at that age, it's already bigger than Microraptor.
Good thing it doesn't have micro in its name then.
Yeah, that's true. By my rough measurements, which were very rough, because it's based on sort of a drawing of the skeleton with a scale bar, it's somewhere around 4 to 5 feet long or 1 to 1.5 meters. That's about twice as long as Microraptor, if I did my measurements right. But the reason we're talking about it isn't because it's bigger than Microraptor and it's got a cool name. It's because it has a really well-preserved set of feathers.
Yeah, this is a feather episode.
It is. So there are feathers around its arms, hands, legs, body, and it has a spectacular pair of feathers sticking off the end of its tail.
So feathers everywhere and they're all well preserved.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah. The fossil bones, when you look at the skeleton, because it's one of those kind of like Archaeopteryx, where it's basically the entire animal in a slab, the bones are dark brown, and then the matrix around it is sort of a tan to gray rock, and then there are some yellow patches. So at first you look at it and you're like, oh, those yellow patches are probably the feathers, but they're not. That's just sort of a discoloration of some of the rock. The feathers are also kind of yellow to yellow-brown, so they're really hard to pick out from the other yellow patches.
Ooh.
And you can tell how a paleontologist could easily miss the feathers and accidentally prep them away
Oh,
when
yeah.
you're trying to get to the bones.
Sounds like they didn't in this case, though.
They didn't, but I'm sure it happens all the time. I mean, I would have made that mistake. I definitely wouldn't have noticed them. Not that I'm a fossil preparator, but there are a couple of feathers that are very obvious on Wulong. Those are the tail feather pair. At first glance, I thought the tail feathers were actually just more of the tail vertebrae because they continue like in the exact same direction and they're pretty dark brown, just like the bones are. But when you look closer at them, you see that they sort of split. And so it's like a pair of feathers that looks really cool. So this new paper took a look at the melanosomes to see if they could determine the color of Wulong. And as a quick reminder, melanosomes are organelles that give color to our hair, dinosaur feathers, some fish scales, and lots of other soft tissues around the world. Different types of melanosomes produce different colors. Fortunately, some of the melanosomes are different shapes, so even if the only thing preserved about melanosomes in a fossil is their shape, we can make some educated guesses at their color. We don't actually need any chemistry of the melanosomes to make a guess. Some colors work better than others, but...
Yeah, I think you could tell black more easily than other colors.
Yeah, you can, especially compared to gray. Gray is a really difficult one to tell. Obviously, microscopic level of detail for individual cells isn't preserved very often in the fossil record. So usually, even if we have these feathers preserved around the edge of a fossil, you know, you're not going to be able to zoom in and see melanosomes. Sometimes you can, but a lot of times you can't. Fortunately, though, this Wulong does have that level of preservation, so we can see the melanosomes. Being 1 year old, this Wulong is, quote, the first unequivocal juvenile paravian for which aspects of the original color has been predicted, end quote.
Ooh, that's a fun superlative.
Yeah. The first juvenile with colors determined or predicted. So that's important because a lot of animals change colors as they grow up. And we've wondered why dinosaurs might have been different colors, as well as what colors they might have been. But getting that age factor into it is really interesting. So, what these researchers did is they built on the work of previous scientists, as all good scientists do, and they combined existing models based on a total of 45 black, 35 brown, 35 gray, and 191 iridescent colored living species.
Hmm.
The reason there are so many more iridescent samples than there are of the other colors is that iridescent colors can be made in multiple ways by animals.
Mm-hmm.
So, in order to distinguish the different types of iridescence and actually just make sure that it was in fact iridescent and not just something close, they needed to include more samples. So, they compared the melanosomes of Wulong to the melanosomes in their sample set to make best guesses at Wulong's color. Or more specifically in this case, imprints of where the melanosomes used to be, sort of like microscopic footprints, because the melanosomes themselves aren't there anymore. They just sort of left little divots.
Traces.
Yeah, exactly. So in the end, they found that Wulong had iridescent feathers on its wings, legs, and that awesome pair of tail feathers that stuck far off the back of the tail.
Pretty.
Yeah, it looks really cool in the art. And then the rest of the body they think was basically gray. But again, gray is kind of a difficult one to tell.
Mm-hmm.
Iridescent is also kind of hard to tell, which I think might be why they use the word prediction rather than like definitively reconstructed.
Mm.
The paleoart gave it a tuft of iridescent feathers on its head and neck, which makes it look very cool. And they also gave it a mostly gray face, which gives it a little bit of contrast. But I want to point out that's purely a guess because unfortunately none of the feathers around the head and neck are preserved.
Oh. But based on what is preserved, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it does kind of make sense, but we really don't know. It's already unusual because they pointed out that most birds don't have like showy iridescent feathers
Mm-hmm.
as their flight feathers, like they're big, what you think of when you think of a feathers,
Mm-hmm.
not the little like fuzzy stuff near the body. So since it's already unusual, it's hard to color it based on a modern analog, but yeah, it could be. It's a reasonable guess, and you have to put something on its head.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to just make it look like a bald vulture because we're like, well, we don't know if there were feathers there, so let's assume there weren't any. Interestingly, they went a step farther than just reconstructing the color and made a conclusion about why Wulong had this pattern of feathers on its body. And what they decided is that Wulong used its iridescent feathers for communicating with other Wulongs.
Interesting.
Yeah, so in addition to that, since it was only 1 year old, they ruled out that it was trying to attract a mate
Mm-hmm.
because it wasn't sexually mature. And therefore, Wulong was probably trying to signal other information than just like, look at me, which is what we always think of when we think of big, showy dinosaur feathers like a peacock.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't hazard a guess of what they might have been trying to communicate with their feathers. But a couple of things that we do see elsewhere in the animal kingdom or with modern birds is they could have been trying to signal to other birds about predators.
Danger, danger.
Yeah, exactly. Or communicating about food, whether they're foraging or hunting,
Mm-hmm.
or they could have used them to establish pecking orders among, rivals, basically.
Mm.
But unfortunately, we can't tell which, if any of those, they did from their colors because that's a pretty complicated thing.
Behavior is so hard to know from the fossil record.
Yes, definitely.
But that's amazing that we know about these iridescent feathers.
Yeah, yeah. And if you're not familiar with iridescent feathers, they're sort of what a crow looks like or a raven. It's like usually black, but they sort of shimmer in a like bluish color when they're in light. They're pretty neat. And after a quick break, I'm going to talk about some dinosaur feathers found in amber. But first, let's hear from a couple sponsors. Okay, our next paper is all about dinosaur feathers in amber. And in addition to that, what might have been eating them.
Ooh.
But first, I want to jump back in time a little bit to give some context. So in 2004, Wappler et al. Published a paper titled Scratching an Ancient Itch, an Eocene Bird Louse Fossil.
All right.
I really enjoy that title, Scratching an Ancient Itch.
Here's the lice.
Yeah. So it was the first ever parasitic louse found in the fossil record. It was found in 44 million year old rock in Germany. This one wasn't in amber. And that's about 22 million years after dinosaurs went extinct. So this isn't a non-avian dinosaur. Still technically a dinosaur,
Right.
presumably, but not non-avian.
A bird.
Yeah. The really cool thing about this find is that there were gut contents in the louse.
Nice.
It's pretty impressive that they found gut contents in a louse, which is like a couple millimeters long.
Yeah.
The gut contents included pieces of feather, so that confirmed that it was keratophagus, aka keratin eating, and feathers are made of keratin, so keratophagus, eating feathers, eating keratin.
Mm-hmm.
The louse was almost certainly a parasite eating bird feathers directly off a bird,
Ooh.
and that's based on similarities to modern lice that look just like it, that do that. And it was probably an aquatic bird that it was eating the feathers off of, based on comparisons to modern bird lice.
I've never thought about lice eating feathers before.
Yeah, it's pretty weird because in humans, we get 3 different types of lice. They all prefer different parts of our bodies, but all 3 types of the lice on humans suck our blood. They're called sucking lice. That's the category of lice that they're in. But this 44 million year old louse was a chewing louse, and they can eat feathers, hair, shed skin, or other debris, but they don't harm the animal as much, I guess, because they're not biting into the skin like the lice that we get.
So it's less annoying, less itchy.
I think so. Yeah, another side fun fact is that lice are very picky and usually specific to just one host species, or in the case of the lice that affect humans, one part of one species. So at the end of this paper in 2004, they made a prediction that a group of lice co-evolved with birds and may have started their feather eating in the Mesozoic on early feathered dinosaurs.
Oh.
So then flash forward to this year when Enrique Peñalvera et al. Published on some Cretaceous beetles in PNAS. So not exactly lice, but beetles. Similar in a way, though. Rather than a full adult insect with feather gut contents, they found molts of several larvae.
Oh.
Yeah, so since this is just sloughed off outer layers, there aren't any gut contents, unfortunately.
Oh.
And it sounds a lot less impressive at first, but these molted exoskeletons were found in pieces of amber, so they are very well preserved, and we can see a ton of detail. There are 4 pieces of amber. One of them is particularly good, but there are 4 total. And they were found in northeast Spain, and they're about 105 million years old. So in other words, like 60 million years older than the previous study.
Yeah, quite a bit older.
Yeah. The larvae molts are surrounded with feather fragments, and the larvae themselves are at 3 different developmental stages. Or maybe I should say the molts indicate 3 different developmental stages. They look quite a bit like a modern group of keratophagus beetle. So it's not just lice that eat keratin and feathers, but beetles can also do it. They're probably a type of dermestid beetle, aka skin beetles, that are known from the Jurassic. And by that I mean that skin beetles or dermestid beetles date all the way back to the Jurassic, like we have older finds already.
Oh, okay. I like these terms. We've got keratin eating beetles or feather eating beetles, skin beetles.
Yeah. I think the reason they're called skin beetles is because sometimes they eat skin, but I'm not positive about that. But that's dermestid. You can tell the derm part for skin. Dermestid beetles had never been found with feathers before in the fossil record, but today we find dermestid beetles as scavengers most of the time, and they feed on shed skin, hair, feathers, or basically anything else that they can digest and find laying around. They're often found in both mammal and bird nests, which makes sense because, say, they eat keratin, our hair is keratin, as are bird feathers. And they're really helpful for removing shed skin, hair, and feathers from those nests so it doesn't just build up and cause a big mess.
They kind of remind me of those fish that eat the dead skin.
Oh, yeah. Off people's feet.
Yeah, they kind of clean up.
Yeah, exactly. They're very helpful. But unfortunately, for some people, they also like to eat natural fibers like wool, cotton, silk, etc., which can be a problem for people who like clothes without holes in them that live in an area with a lot of dermestid beetles.
Yeah. I'd say that's a lot of people, like clothes without holes, without unplanned holes.
Yeah.
I know there's some clothes that have rips in them.
Yeah. Or just holes for a neck, I guess, and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I thought you were going with. A cloth without any holes is just a sheet. That's not so useful. We've also seen dermestid beetles used to remove soft tissue from a roadkill owl once. Do you remember that? We were touring a museum.
Oh, yes. That was cool.
Yeah, so that's the type of beetle you use if you want to get the soft tissue
Yeah.
off of something current because they'll gobble it up.
They are effective.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, you put the beetles in with your whatever, and you're left with basically a nice cleaned up skeleton.
Your whatever, usually an animal, like an owl.
Yeah. Whatever you want to see the skeleton of, I guess. The beetle molts in this case were surrounded by downy feathers, but we don't know if they were from a bird or a non-avian dinosaur for sure.
Mm.
There were 4 tiny coprolites in the amber, although they didn't or couldn't analyze the composition of the tiny coprolites. The beetles themselves were only a couple millimeters long, so the coprolites are really tiny.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
a tenth of a millimeter or less.
That would be difficult to study.
Yes. Although we've got some pretty powerful microscopes, so maybe.
Yeah. Maybe a future study.
Yeah. They're not sure whether to classify the beetles as beneficial to the dinosaurs or just sort of a neutral symbiote. The beetles don't have the defense structures, which are typically found on parasites that are sort of more hostile, that live directly on the skin or in the feathers of a bird while it's flying around and stuff. So that's why they think that it probably lived in the nest. And also, it looks like they were probably cleaning up a nest, gobbling up the feathers when tree sap got to them and later turned to amber, encasing them in there, or I should say, encasing their molts.
Yep. Preserving them for future studies,
Yeah.
unbeknownst to them.
105 million years later.
Yeah.
But speaking of molts, it wasn't just beetles molting. Dinosaurs also molted.
Yes, they did.
There's a new paper published by Joseph Kiat and Jingmei O'Connor in Communications Biology. And basically, most, if not all, modern birds molt at least once a year. They can do partial molts to change color or add insulation for different seasons. But what we're really focusing on is the annual molt that we think basically every bird does when they replace every single feather on their body with a new one. There's only one documented case of a Mesozoic dinosaur molting outside of juveniles transitioning to adults, which isn't what we're focusing on. It's a single Microraptor specimen where you can see a gap between 2 of the flight feathers.
Oh, interesting.
These researchers looked into why there are so few examples of molting dinosaurs, because that's a conundrum. We have hundreds of Microraptor and similar feathered dinosaurs, so you'd think you'd see molting more often.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible that these dinosaurs molted all of their feathers very quickly, so the odds of finding a molting dinosaur are very low, but they wanted to test that idea. And they looked at hundreds of examples of different birds in the Field Museum collection to see how many of them were missing any feathers. In other words, looked like they were molting.
Mm-hmm. Mid-molt.
Yeah. With modern birds, usually it's just like 1 feather or 2 missing, so they don't look super obvious like they're missing feathers in all cases.
You have to know what you're looking for.
Definitely. Sometimes you can tell pretty clearly, like if it's one of their biggest feathers, but usually it's a little more subtle. They found that birds that molt quickly with all of their feathers at once had less than 1% of the specimens in the Field Museum collections mid-molt. There could be a little bit of a bias here because museums tend to collect nice-looking things, so they might err on the side of collecting birds that aren't in the middle of a molt, but there is a pretty big difference. Some of them were like 75% in mid-molt, and other ones were less than 1%, so it might not be the case. Another approach could be to observe birds directly in the wild and see how long their molts take, and then you would just take a fraction of the days in the year that they're molting, and that would give you the probability of finding a molting individual if all other factors are even. So like, say they molt for 3 days, there's 365 days in a year, it would be just under 1% probability of finding a molting one. But paleontologists like to work with museum collections, so they took a different approach.
Makes sense. You've got access to them.
Yep. So then for the dinosaur side of things, they looked at 92 examples of feathered dinosaurs at the IVPP in Beijing. They found that 65 of them didn't have complete enough or clear enough feather preservation to determine if they were molting, but 26 of them were in such great shape that they were confident they could clearly tell whether or not they were molting. And in all 26 of those, they weren't molting.
Hmm.
The only one that was molting was the previously known Microraptor.
Interesting.
Yeah. So there are two possible explanations for why so few dinosaurs were mid-molt when they died. The one that we mentioned before, that basically the dinosaurs that we have fossils of molted all their feathers very quickly, like how mallards and some other water birds do now,
Mm-hmm.
and therefore the odds of finding one that's mid-molt is pretty remote. Or the other option is that they molted less frequently than modern birds, in other words, less than once a year, which would be weird to us because every bird does it.
Yeah.
But then again, birds are a pretty small subset of what dinosaurs were like.
Mm-hmm.
And they're also much more advanced down the evolutionary tree and have gone through some pinch points. So there isn't a lot of variety between how they molt in general. One piece of evidence in favor of the less often molting is that the feathers on some of these birds look pretty beat up.
Oh.
In other words, like the dinosaurs have been wearing them for a really long time.
They wore them out.
Yeah, exactly. They've got like threadbare feathers,
Oh.
essentially. Although, of course, it's hard to say if that damage happened while they were alive or if they happened after they were dead and, starting to decay or something
Yeah.
like that.
Maybe they were scavenged or got weathered or all kinds of things.
Yeah. They do have some similarities to how feathers weather on living birds. So that's their best guess, but it's hard to say for sure. The authors are leaning towards the less frequent molting explanation. That's because they think that dinosaurs that weren't really relying on their feathers for flight might not have needed to keep them in as pristine of condition. So they might have evolved that annual molt later once they were better flyers and really relying on those feathers to be in pristine condition. This also would have allowed these early dinosaurs that weren't so into like the perfect flight mechanics to save some energy, because molting an entire body set of feathers takes quite a bit of energy, and it's also can leave you a little bit vulnerable and has some other disadvantages.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can keep the feathers for longer and you don't need them to be pristine, that could have been good for them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The other really interesting thing to think about here is how it relates to when we're talking about the evolution of flight. And we talk about, they needed asymmetrical feathers, they needed a rigid body, they needed these muscles. But it might also be the case that they needed to evolve an annual molt or like a more frequent update to those feathers, because even if you have everything else perfect, if you have the most streamlined body, the strongest muscles, the biggest arms, the nicest wings, everything like that, but your feathers are all janky because you've been wearing them for like 5 years and they're all like stuck together and missing pieces,
Mm-hmm.
you're not going to be able to fly very well. So it's another interesting factor in sort of a day-to-day behavior and like how they looked sort of aspect to the evolution of flight that nobody really talks about.
Yeah.
Like how well they could maintain their feathers and how often they molted. It's very important to their ability to fly, but it's just not as obvious as something like an asymmetrical feather.
It could be important in other ways too, like you were saying, with if they use their feathers for communication, you want those feathers to be in good shape so that they can communicate clearly.
Yeah. Or I guess, it kind of depends, because maybe it's okay to have less pristine feathers if you're making like big movements. They can tell whether or not they're in perfect shape. And then if you're molting, if you can't communicate as well, that could be a disadvantage. So maybe you'd stick onto the feathers longer. It's a lot of balancing there to figure out what's best for them.
Yeah.
So those are updates on dinosaur feather colors, how they molted, and what ate their feathers. But clearly there is much more to learn about feathers, and there will be ongoing studies in this area, and we'll keep updating as those studies come out.
Yes. Next up, we'll get into our dinosaur of the day, but before that, we're going to take a quick break for our sponsors. And now onto our dinosaur of the day, Captivated, which was a request from PaleoMike716 via our Patreon and Discord. So thanks.
You say that differently than me, and I think better because I sometimes say Caudipteryx. I don't know why I put the emphasis on the dip rather than the tear.
Yeah, when I see the PT together, I think, yep, tear, like pterosaur.
Yep.
It was a basal oviraptor theropod that lived in the early Cretaceous in what is now Liaoning province in China in the Yixiang Formation. It looked very bird-like. It was covered in black downy feathers. It had long legs, a long neck, short arms with feathers on it, tail feathers, and a rounded snout. So not exactly like a bird. Maybe if you saw it out of the corner of your eye, you'd think that's a weird-looking bird. It was peacock-sized and estimated to be almost 2 foot 5 inches long to nearly 3 feet, or about 0.7 to 0.9 meters long, and weigh 11 pounds or 5 kilograms. And this is based on estimates from its femur.
It's always amazing how large dinosaurs are for their weight.
Mm-hmm.
3 feet long and 11 pounds.
Yeah. But it was very light. It had delicate bones. It also had a box-like skull with large eyes, a short snout, with not many teeth. These teeth were small and weak. And it had a hallux, its first toe, that may have been partly reversed or backward-facing and had body proportions like modern flightless birds. And it's pretty cool what you can learn from that first toe because based on it being partly reversed, it probably could perch like some modern birds.
Yeah, that's the handy thing. You get the toes on the front of the perch and the one wrapping around the back, and you get a sturdy grip.
Yeah, although this one was only partly reversed, so I don't know how sturdy of a grip it had.
An okay grip.
Yeah.
It was a decent percher, maybe.
Like early birds and the oviraptorid Heyuania, it had a short third finger on its hands, and it had short claws on its hands. The hand was longer than either the humerus or radius, the arm bones.
That's pretty crazy that its hand is bigger than the most of the arm.
Yeah.
Kind of like a bat.
Yeah. And it had long legs. It probably was a fast runner. It was thought to be secondarily flightless, so it evolved from animals that could fly, but it couldn't. It did have a highly developed wishbone or furcula like modern birds. Its wishbone was similar to Archaeopteryx, Confuciusornis, and other non-avian theropods.
That's crazy to think that it was secondarily flightless because just going back in time, it's like, oh yeah, in the Mesozoic, the dinosaurs hadn't evolved flight yet, or they were just first developing it. And the fact that something developed flight and lost it before the end of the Mesozoic just seems so weird.
Lots of things happening in the Mesozoic.
It just reminds you of how much time actually passed in even just the Cretaceous alone.
Yeah. In 2019, Aaron Dunroy and others found that the feathers of Catopteryx were black and the tail feathers had a banding pattern. And its tail was short and stiff toward the tip or end, which is similar to birds and oviraptorosaurs. It was that stiff tip towards the end. It's basically a fan of feathers on the tail.
Yeah, it's like a paiga style. It's similar to like if you look at a hawk or something, they have those fans of feathers. It has a similar sort of end to its tail. So they're like, oh, it must have had a fan of feathers there.
Yeah. It also had feathers with veins and barbs on its hands that were between almost 6 to 8 inches or 15 to 20 centimeters long. And it had longer symmetrical feathers on its arms and tail, which was probably used for display or brooding because symmetrical feathers means it couldn't fly.
Most likely. But also its proportions were not really bird size.
Yeah. And it had downy feathers that probably kept it warm. In 2018, Yasser Tallerai and others experimented with a robot Catopteryx with realistic wing proportions to test if the feathers on the wings helped it run faster. You just like the idea of a robot dinosaur.
Yeah. Flapping robotic wings to get a little extra speed.
Yeah. They found that if the wings were fixed and extended out, it would have only helped with small amounts of lift and drag, and the same with flapping while running. So based on the results, they found that its feathers were probably for display. It's possible the feathers helped with turning, like they do with ostriches. The next year, in 2019, Yasser Tallerai and others re-examined how Catopteryx used its feathers, and they used the robot again, and they estimated its max running speed to be about 8 meters per second. They found that while running, there would have been some forced vibrations that would have taught it to flap its wings. And then in 2022, Jingshang Zhao and others, including Yasser Tallerai, went back to the Catopteryx robot, and they found more support that flapping evolved long before feathered dinosaurs could fly. They flapped while running on the ground.
That's that grounds up versus trees down. So their team grounds up, at least for Catopteryx.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting that while running, though, you you've got these vibrations happening, and it's like, oh, I'm going to flap my wings
Yeah.
now.
Well, it's sort of like us, right? When we walk, it like gets our arms moving.
Mm-hmm.
Like you go with the opposite arm, unless you start thinking about it too much, and then it's hard to remember how your arms move. But yeah, so they probably had a natural sort of rhythm to their arms, and then it might have gone more flap-like.
Yeah. The Catopteryx was probably omnivorous, though it's possible it was an herbivore. Possibly it ate insects and plants. 2 individuals have been found with gastroliths. And Catopteryx had a long neck with 10 vertebrae, although a later individual was found with 12 vertebrae. So based on the neck and gastroliths, they think, well, maybe it was herbivorous. There's 2 species of Catopteryx zoai and Catopteryx dongai. The type species is Catopteryx zoai. The genus name, Catopteryx, means tail feather. It was named by Ji Qiang and others in 1998. Several skeletons have been found. The first bones were found in 1997, so it was named shortly after it was found. The type specimen was close to mature when it died, and that's based on fusions and ossifications in the bones. The species name Zoai refers to, quote, Zhou Jiahua, Vice Premier of China and an avid supporter of the scientific work in Liaoning, end quote. The second species, Catopteryx dongai, was named in 2000 by Zhonghe Zhou and Xiaolin Wan. A nearly complete skeleton was found in 1998 with well-preserved wing feathers and nearly complete arms, hind limbs, and a pelvis, but no skull was found.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I thought that the feathers were all just inferred. I didn't realize there was a specimen that actually had preserved. I guess I've only looked at the holotype.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Which is why they can tell the coloring and all these cool details.
Yeah.
So this was more articulated than the type species, and it was a large individual. Catopteryx dongai had a relatively long upper half of the pelvis compared to Catopteryx zoai, and a smaller sternum or middle part of the chest. And it had a short first toe or hallux that does face backwards, so it may have been able to perch. There were also skin impressions on the arms and hands, and, quote, the skin doubles the width of the digits when the animal was alive, end quote.
So it wasn't shrink wrapped.
No.
It's a meat on those fingers.
The species name dongai refers to Zhiming Dong, a distinguished Chinese dinosaur expert. Now, not all scientists think that Catopteryx was an oviraptor. Some scientists think it was a bird.
Huh.
I mean, it was very bird-like.
Yeah.
And because of Catopteryx, there's been a lot of debate about how birds and dinosaurs are related. So in 1998, when Catopteryx was named, there was a debate on the origin and evolution of early birds and whether they evolved from Coelurosaurian theropods.
Yeah, I suppose if it's a flightless bird, that makes it a bird. Even if it sort of looks like an oviraptor, it's not.
Yeah.
Then it would have to be a Coelurosaurian, since we think those are the ones that became birds.
Yeah, and Coelurosaurs, they're a type of theropod, but they include a bunch of other groups like Compsognathids, Tyrannosaurs, Ornithomimosaurs, and Maniraptora includes birds. So when Catopteryx was named, the authors said that it represents, quote, stages in the evolution of birds from feathered, ground-living bipedal dinosaurs, end quote. Oh, and really cool, there was a clump of feathers preserved on the chest. The authors named Catopteryx based on 2 nearly complete, partially articulated skeletons with feather impressions on the arms, tail, and body. Again, that was found in 1997. Originally, they thought it was a Maniraptor that's closer to birds than other dinosaurs, but there's been a lot of discussion since, and it's been compared with oviraptors and flightless birds. When it was described, Catopteryx, it was thought to provide the first evidence of feathers in dinosaurs. But Zhou and Wang wrote, quote, this opinion, however, has been challenged by many paleontologists who suggest that Catopteryx was probably a flightless bird, a Mesozoic kiwi.
I think it looks more like a Mesozoic rhea or like a small Mesozoic emu.
Oh, because of the long legs. Although kiwi birds have long legs.
They do, but this one has big arms. Kiwis are like, their whole thing is they're a little fluff ball with no arms.
That's true. In the paper naming Catopteryx dongai, they interpreted Catopteryx as a feathered dinosaur, but the author said, quote, we believe the debate on the dinosaurian or avian state of Catopteryx and oviraptorids will continue, end quote. In 2000, Jones and others said Catopteryx was a flightless bird based on comparing body proportions of flightless birds and non-avian theropods.
And plus they had the specimen with a whole bunch of feather impressions to work with at that point.
Yep. In 2002, Teresa Marianska and others found Catopteryx to be both an oviraptor and a bird. It had feathers, and oviraptors were found to brood eggs. In 2005, Gareth Dyke and Mark Norrell found Catopteryx to be a non-avian theropod and not a flightless bird. The proportions of the leg bones and center of mass are more similar to modern running or cursorial birds than non-avian theropods, which is why some scientists found it to be a flightless bird. Dyke and Norrell argued that the conclusion that Catopteryx was a flightless bird was based on the assumption that birds are not related to non-bird theropods. Lawrence Whitmer said, quote, "The presence of unambiguous feathers in an unambiguously non-avian theropod has the rhetorical impact of an atomic bomb, rendering any doubt about the theropod relationships of birds ludicrous," end quote. It's quite the quote. In 2000, Xiaoling Wang and others studied 2 new specimens of Catopteryx, and each had skulls and were nearly completely articulated. So those are very good specimens. One they referred to Catopteryx zoai, and the other was an indeterminate species. But they found lots of bird-like features, and yet still found it to be a feathered dinosaur. That's where they found the hallux that was at least partially reversed or backward, so the ancestor of Catopteryx probably was able to hang out in trees. And the specimens that they studied were slightly smaller than the other specimens that had been found, but their leg to arm ratio was similar compared to the larger specimens, and that may mean that the arms developed earlier than the legs. So now we'll get into the part that ties into our mini season here. In 2021, Xiaoting Zheng and others studied cartilage of Catopteryx. So there we
Ooh.
go. We've got soft tissue.
More than just feathers.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I guess, yeah, we did talk about feathers already. They demineralized the material and said it, quote, "shows exquisite preservation," end quote. They found chondrocytes, which maintain cartilage, and one had a nucleus and, quote, "fossilized threads of chromatin," end quote. That's a mix of DNA and proteins that form the chromosomes found in cells. And they said it, quote, "retained some of their original chemistry," end quote. They said it was the second example of fossilized chromatin threads. The first one was found in cartilage of the hadrosaur Hippacrosaurus. In the paper, they wrote, quote, "These data show that some of the original nuclear biochemistry is preserved in its dinosaur cartilage material and further support the hypothesis that cartilage is very prone to nuclear fossilization and a perfect candidate to further understand DNA preservation in deep time," end quote. So it's a pretty big find.
Understanding DNA preservation. Those are strong words.
I know.
Because I think the chemistry that they found is very distant from DNA. It's like they're more simple molecules, but yeah.
Well, they said that the nuclei was thought to degrade quickly after death, but there are a lot of fossil tissues with preserved nuclei, quote, from permafrost, preserved Cenozoic mammals, Mesozoic dinosaurs, various Cenozoic, Mesozoic, and Paleozoic plants, and even embryo-like fossil cell clusters that are more than 600 million years old, end quote. But yeah, permafrost really helps preserve.
600 million years old is crazy, but I think what they're talking about there is that, like, we can see the shape of them, not get DNA from them.
Right. They also said that recent taphonomy experiments on plants and algae showed nuclei to be more stable and decay slower than previously thought. Cartilage found in mammals is, quote, "one of the most durable and decay-resistant soft tissues of the body," end quote. And that's because it's shielded by surrounding tissues. There's no vascularization, blood vessels, which protects from microbial invasions. And there's a, quote, "low cell density, and its cells have an anaerobic metabolism," end quote. So no oxygen.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, oxygen is basically one of the biggest things that causes decay. And then after that, like you were saying, if there are blood vessels or something that can carry in bacteria or some kind of infection, or even just after the animal dies, keeps everything wet and, available for attack. You can see how this would last a really long time.
Yeah.
Plus, I don't think there's that much nutritional value in it, which is another benefit.
Yeah. Chondrocytes have a delay when it comes to the self-destruction of cells and tissues, and this is known as autolysis. And that helps fossilize nuclei, and calcified cartilage seems to be even more decay resistant, so it's not surprising that fossilized calcified cartilage has, quote, "exceptional cellular and nuclear preservation regardless of the age of the fossil," end quote. So it may take a few weeks for chondrocytes to decay after an animal dies, which means in order for nuclear preservation in cartilage, the animal doesn't need to be buried immediately. They compared Catopteryx to a chicken and found similarities. Based on the chemistry of the tissues and surrounding sediments of Catopteryx, they found iron and other materials helped in the preservation, which we talked about in the first episode of this mini-series. And these other materials are common in the Jehol biota.
And that's a place where we find tons of little bird-like dinosaurs with really well-preserved feathers, too.
Yeah, although the iron kind of came later in the preservation process. They also found a cartilage cell nucleus, which has genetic material. And they said, quote, some of the original nuclear biochemistry is preserved in this dinosaur cartilage material. And then I'm going to share a long quote because I felt like I couldn't summarize it as well.
Maybe I can summarize it when you're done.
Okay. They wrote, quote, it was recently proposed that even though DNA is apparently in a non-PCR amplifiable and non-sequenceable form in Mesozoic fossils, some of the original chemistry and molecules may still be preserved in the form of DNA fossilization products. This may explain why some dinosaur cells can still react with DNA stains, even though a DNA sequence has never been authenticated in any fossil much older than about 1.2 million years. Although the results presented here are preliminary chemical data, they still support the hypothesis concerning DNA fossilization products and reaffirm that much more efforts need to be made to investigate all the unanswered questions about DNA preservation in deep time, especially in fossilized cartilage, end quote.
That's a fantastic quote.
Yeah.
But basically, I guess what they're saying is the DNA isn't in a complete state, and PCR, the whole thing that it does is it replicates entire DNA strains. So they're saying the PCR technology doesn't work because it's not in its original, full DNA chunk, or at least full enough to be replicable. But there are little pieces of it which are recognizable to other molecules that just latch on to DNA and change the color when they hit it. So we know that there are a lot of pieces of DNA there. They're just too small to be useful with our current technology.
Yeah.
But that is kind of hopeful because I keep thinking well, maybe in the future, if we had some amazing technology, we could put all those little tiny pieces back together if we had enough samples and some really powerful AI to figure out how it might fit together. But the pieces, from what I've seen, are really, really small, like fractions of a protein. And you need multiple protein segments together to sort of recreate the DNA.
Yeah. But the pieces exist.
Yeah. There are pieces.
There are pieces. Who knows if they'll come together to form anything.
Yeah, if there are enough pieces.
Yeah. So that's a lot of soft tissue with Catopteryx. And some other dinosaurs that lived around the same time and place as Catopteryx include the Tyrannosauroid Dilong and the Dromaeosaur Sinornithosaurus. And talking about cartilage is actually going to be a really good segue to our third episode in this mini season, so stay tuned for that. And now for our fun fact, because I snagged the fun fact for this week.
You had too much to talk about.
The fun fact is that mammals ate small dinosaurs. Usually we talk about the other way around. And yes, this does relate to soft tissues because soft tissues are the tastiest bits.
I see. That's the tact you're taking.
It is. This was published in Scientific Reports by Gang Han and others, and it's open access, so you can check it out. It's really rare to find direct fossil evidence of mammals and dinosaurs interacting. Because like I've said, we usually talk about it the other way around, like dinosaurs with mammals in their gut contents. This new fossil, though, it was found in China in the Yixiang Formation from about 125 million years ago, and it shows a small mammal, Rhipinomammus, and a Psittacosaurus, quote, locked in mortal combat.
So there's a Protoceratops and a Velociraptor, and now we've got a Psittacosaurus and a Rhipinomammus locked together too.
So it's most likely that the mammal was trying to eat the Psittacosaurus and then they died by volcano debris flow and they were buried in ash and mud.
Yeah, don't mess with those beaky dinosaurs. They really bite back.
Well, in this case, I'll get to that in a little later, but it seemed like the mammal was winning.
Oh.
So Rhipinomammus was a possum to badger sized mammal. It looked kind of like a badger. This particular one weighed about 7.5 pounds, almost 3.5 kilograms. But it attacked a dinosaur about 3 times its size, because this Psittacosaurus weighed almost 23 pounds, or almost 10 kilograms.
Yeah, we were just talking about how dinosaurs are bigger than their weight makes them seem. Like compared to a mammal, like a 23-pound mammal and a 23-pound dinosaur, usually the dinosaur is a lot bigger and more ferocious. So then this is just like even more of a lopsided, why would you attack something that big?
It's a really cool fossil. The Psittacosaurus skeleton is complete. It's lying on its belly with its hind limbs folded on either side of its body. They think it's at least 6.5 years old, maybe closer to 10 years old when it died. And the Rhipinomammus is on top of the left side of the Psittacosaurus, and its skeleton is nearly complete. It's only missing part of the tail. Its left hand or paw is gripping the lower jaw of Psittacosaurus, but its left leg is trapped under the Psittacosaurus's folded left leg. But its foot is gripping the dinosaur's left shin.
They're very interlocked in battle.
Yes.
Sounds like.
It seems like the mammal died while biting into the dinosaur's ribs. The 2 ribs seem to be broken, but that's hard to tell if that's from the mammal or just the way that it was buried and fossilized.
Wow, so it could have been a very hard bite.
Yeah. And the mammal, they think, was probably a subadult. There was a whole section of the paper on why the skeleton is real and not forged, because some people are questioning if the find is real, or if it is, if it actually shows predation, or if it shows the mammal scavenging. I think we'll have to wait and see if there's future peer-reviewed papers on this. For now, the author said that the way the 2 skeletons are intertwined shows that they were probably buried where they died and that it happened quickly. They also said that the way the mammal is biting and clutching and on top of the Psittacosaurus shows it was, quote, clearly the aggressor. They said that it's not immediately obvious that the mammal is attacking, and it could look like it's scavenging. It would make it easier to bite the ribs if the dinosaur was already dead. But they also said there's 3 things that gave it away. 1, Psittacosaurus didn't have teeth marks on it, quote, commonly left by carnivorous mammals while scavenging, end quote. 2, it seems unlikely that they'd be so entangled if Psittacosaurus was already dead. And 3, the mammal could have just taken bites of the dinosaur while on the ground, but instead it was on top of the dinosaur. So instead, it seems the mammal was attacking Psittacosaurus and then they were suddenly entombed, and that helps explain why the mammal's left foot got stuck under the Psittacosaurus' left leg when it collapsed to the ground.
So it sounds like they're a little bit less intertwined than the fighting dinosaurs, because it's not like one has got a foot in and the other one's biting. The Psittacosaurus isn't really
fighting back.
Yeah.
No, they're saying that the mammal being on top looks like it's subduing its weakened prey.
Oh, jeez.
And some modern mammals are known to go after prey much larger than them, like wolverines apparently sometimes hunt moose, caribou, and sheep.
Oh, wow.
Weasels also sometimes attack animals much larger than themselves. It also makes sense for why the Psittacosaurus looks like it gave up. African wild dogs, spotted hyenas, and jackals sometimes have an initial struggle with prey, and then the prey, quote, may ultimately give up on self-defense, opting instead to passively lay down in a state of exhaustion and deep shock.
Oh,
quote.
That's kind of sad.
Yeah, it could have been the same for the Psittacosaurus.
That sounds like quite a battle.
Yes. I mean, what a way to end, but I guess on the bright side, the Psittacosaurus didn't suffer long because they got buried quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
I know we're all about the dinosaurs here, but also go mammals?
Yeah, rooting for the home team.
Yeah. And that wraps up this episode of I Know Dino. If you want to learn more about dinosaur feathers, then check out our episode 390, How Dinosaurs Evolved Flight. Garrett went down some Eryctodromaeus burrows for that one. And stay tuned for next week's episode. It's the 3rd and last in our mini-series, and we'll be talking about soft tissue for breathing and tendons. And I believe a little bit about cartilage. And if you like listening to I Know Dino, please share with a friend. That really helps us out. Thanks again, and until next time.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today, in our 459th episode, we've got the last episode of our Beyond Bones mini-season.
Yeah, it's about soft tissues that have to do with breathing and tendons.
Oh, that's specific. So I guess organs and ligaments and tendons,
Kinda, yeah.
to be general about it. And we also have dinosaur of the day, Titanosaurus.
Which is somewhat related. We don't have too much to talk about soft tissue wise, but we are talking a lot about sauropods in this episode.
So on topic with type of dinosaur, but not the soft tissue piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, I've got a fun fact. But before we get into all of that, we want to thank some of our patrons. And this week, we'd like to thank Keith, Hoxie, Saskisaurus, Kate, Michael, It's Devon Baby, Leo, T-Bear, Paul B., and Karen.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being part of our Dino-It-All community. We hope you enjoy all of the perks that come with it. And because of our patrons, we're able to do stuff like mini seasons on dinosaur soft tissues.
Yeah, it gives us a little more freedom because otherwise every title would need to be like T-Rex or Spinosaurus or whatever if we only relied on ad revenue and number of listeners.
But with our community behind us, we can experiment a little bit. So thank you. All right, we're at the end of our mini-series Beyond Bones on dinosaur soft tissue, and this episode we'll be talking a lot about some recent research from last year and this year. I want to say thank you to Tito, who's the lead author on a couple of the papers we'll be talking about, for sending us the papers that have to do with soft tissue, specifically related to respiratory systems. This first paper was published in the Anatomical Record. It's open access, so anyone can check it out, by Tito Aureliano, Aline Gilardi, and others. And it has to do with sauropods.
Oh, good.
Like I teased at the beginning of the episode. So sauropods, we know they could get so big because of their bird-like air sac system. But how did that system originate? The earliest dinosaurs didn't have skeletal pneumaticity in their bodies or air spaces in the bones. And these invasive air sacs evolved independently in theropods, sauropodomorphs, and pterosaurs. And we talked a little bit about that a paper that Aline and others published in 2022.
Yeah, so even if the invasiveness of the air sacs evolved independently, we think they may have had a common ancestor that had some type of air sac, which again is sort of an extension of the lung in a really fancy way. At least we think that was likely the case, because a lot of times when you have a bunch of animals that share something in common, you think, okay, maybe they had a common ancestor that also had that.
Yeah, makes sense to me. For this paper, they analyzed the sauropodomorph macrocolumn. It lived in the late Triassic in what's now southern Brazil. It's from about 225 million years ago.
That's an old one.
Yeah. What's cool is there's an almost complete, well-preserved, articulated skeleton that could be studied.
Yeah, it's pretty uncommon, especially for the Triassic.
Yeah. There's unfused parts of the bones for the skeleton, so it might be a subadult, but no histology has been done yet, so we don't know for sure. The team CT scanned vertebrae from the neck and back, and they found evidence of air sacs. In fact, it's the oldest known invasive air sac system in Sauropodomorpha. I always think it's funny that it's called invasive air sac system because it really helped out the sauropods.
Yeah, it sounds like something that's attacking it.
Yeah, like a parasitic air sac system.
But really it just means that the air sacs are in the bones a little bit,
Yeah.
rather than just in the other soft tissue of the body.
Yes, and they're in a lot of places. The pattern of the air sacs in the neck and back vertebrae is unique in non-sauropod sauropodomorphs, which could mean that this clade didn't have a consistent, extensive pattern of air sacs until the eusauropods in the Jurassic. The eusauropods are the ones that I think most people think of when they think of sauropods.
What was most of sauropod history was as eusauropods, I guess I would say. Maybe neosauropods. But yeah, the big ones.
Yeah, the most famous ones, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
In macrocolumn, they also found several fossae, which are shallow depressions, connected with internal pneumatic chambers, or air sacs, and the chambers are, quote, a new type of tissue with an intermediate texture, end quote. The authors proposed a new term, protocamerate chambers. Before there were only two chambers, camerae and camellae, And this new one, the proto-camera chambers, has properties of both. Just for reference, camerae are large air cavities separated by thick bony partition internally and laminae externally, a thin layer, and camerae are small air cavities separated by thin bony trabeculae, a group of partitions made by connective tissue. So camerae, more simply, has the large air cavities, camerae has the small ones. The new pneumatic tissue is evidence of delicate, thin tissue forming larger chambers and changes the previous hypothesis that the air sacs first evolved into camerae and then later into the more delicate camellae. As the paper put it, macrocolumn is an example of the gradual evolution of skeletal tissues responding to the fastly specializing respiratory system of saurischian dinosaurs.
So it's not just like they evolved these big air cavities in camerae, and then later the camellae came with a more complex small air cavity network, because we've got now something before the camerae that's already big but has a more delicate structure, just like the camellae does.
Yeah, I think so. And it just kind of shows how complex this whole system was. There were even more types of tissue than we knew before.
And it all happened really early,
Mm.
way back in the Triassic with the sauropodomorphs.
So the next paper is about soft tissue that correlates to the air sacs in dinosaur skeletons and their lungs. This one was published by Tito Aureliano, Aline Gilardi, and others, and it was published in the Zoological Journal of the Linnean Society. And for this study, the team analyzed 6 specimens, 3 titanosaurs, 2 theropods, and a pterosaur, all found in Brazil. It was more specifically, and not, this isn't terribly specific, but an indeterminate Spinosaurinae, an indeterminate Megaraptora, and the titanosaurs Ibirania, Arudatitan, and Uberabatitan.
So they figured out the titanosaurs, but the other ones are not sure about.
Yes.
The theropods they're not sure about, in other words.
Yes. Now, they did histology on these specimens to look for pneumosteal bone. Quote, pneumosteum is a peculiar type of secondary bone similar to tiny hair-like structures, which correlates with postcranial skeletal pneumaticity and thus to the lungs and their diverticula, end quote. So they're small air-filled bags that extend from the air sacs and lung. According to a 2017 paper by Marcus Lamberts and others, pneumosteum are densely packed fine fibers that were in contact with air sacs. So it's a type of bony tissue. And so that means finding these tiny hair-like structures correlates to the air sacs in dinosaur skeletons and their lungs.
So it's one of those, it indicates where the soft tissue is, but isn't itself a soft tissue.
That's a type of bony tissue.
Yeah. So a hard tissue, I guess, because it's a bone.
Now, it can be tricky distinguishing the pneumosteum from other bone tissue that connected to muscles and tendons, as opposed to air sacs. And this new study found the differences. The fibers or bony tissue are longer, thicker, and at different angles, depending on the type of bony tissue. And that's going to help a lot with future research on studying bone tissue and the evolving respiratory system of dinosaurs. So it's a good laying the groundwork for future research type of paper.
Yeah, and if you can figure out where all the air sacs were, that's really helpful in the future too, especially if you're worried about accidentally prepping away some soft tissue. It's good to know in the bone where the future air sacs might be found.
Look out for those tiny fibers.
Yeah.
We'll get into more soft tissues in a moment, but first, a quick break for our sponsors. Next up for our new soft tissue papers, there's a recent one about how soft tissue influenced how dinosaurs probably breathed, because it influenced their nasal passages. This one was published by Jason Burke and Lawrence Whitmer in Journal of Morphology, and it is open access. Now, nasal passages, they do a lot. Dinosaurs probably use them in similar ways to a lot of modern animals. The mucus in nasal passages protects against airborne pathogens. Nasal passages also help with regulating temperature and capturing odors, and they can act as resonators, which can be a form of communication.
Yeah, even with us, all our sinuses act as resonators. So when you're talking and you have a stuffed nose, you sound very different
That's
than
true.
if you don't.
I wasn't even thinking about that. Well, the way that things fossilize and preserve really limits what we know about dinosaur nasal passages because we pretty much only know the bony parts, not the soft tissue parts. And that makes it really hard to reconstruct them and know exactly what these nasal passages did and how they worked.
Yeah, because like if you look at our skull, it's hard to tell exactly how big our nasal passages are. You need to know the soft tissue around it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and it makes a really big difference.
Yes. Now, dinosaurs are diapsids, so understanding modern diapsid nasal passages can help when it comes to understanding dinosaur nasal passages. We talked about diapsids in our recent bonus episode on Dimetrodon for our patrons, but the short explanation is that diapsids had two openings in their skull, hence the di.
It's sort of the group that we call reptiles. Not quite, because
Yeah.
reptiles is a weird term, but yeah, basically reptiles, things that you think of today with scales scurrying around. Those are diapsids,
And for reference, Dimetrodon is not a diapsid.
even though it starts with di.
Yeah.
It's a synapsid like us.
So for this paper, they compared the nasal passages of an alligator, turkey, ostrich, iguana, and monitor lizard. They dissected the animals and then they CT scanned the heads and then 3D modeled them. That way, they were able to study the airflow dynamics of nasal passages. And they first simulated how air moves in nasal passages with soft tissue. And then they digitally took away the soft tissue so that they only had the bony parts, the way a fossil is. So it was a good way to compare what we might be missing by not knowing the soft tissues of dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
The fossilized versions were slower flowing than the ones with soft tissue.
Oh, really? That's weird.
Yeah.
You'd think there'd be less restrictions when you get rid of the soft tissue and it would move quicker.
Yeah.
Oh, although in fluid mechanics, if you're doing like a similar volume, the narrower the space is, the faster it moves. So if they're talking about the velocity and not the volume, those are different things.
Well, the biggest differences they found were that with soft tissue, the nasal vestibule was larger, the anterior or front part of the nasal cavity, and they saw the largest difference in the alligator.
Oh, so it's kind of like us. We need our nose out there. That gives us more of a vestibule, I guess.
There's also differences in the removal of conchae, which are structures of thin bone or cartilage in the sides of the nasal cavity. They found similar airflow patterns for all species while resting. All the species had airfield partitioning, but the birds had the most subdivided airfield. And all species had at least one air channel with air that went into the animal's olfactory region, where they could smell. For all but the turkey, it was slower moving air. They found that turkeys weren't as good at separating and distinguishing airborne particles compared to ostriches. So it sounds like ostriches might have a better sense of smell.
Yeah, not all birds could smell that well. They're mostly visual like us.
They wrote, our interpretation receives some support from field observations of wild turkeys, which readily eat shelled corn placed next to mothballs. Similarly,
Why that's a whole separate question. Why is shelled corn placed next to mothballs?
just to see if they would eat them? I don't know.
I wonder if it's like they just put mothballs to keep moths away from the corn or something. That's really weird.
They also wrote, similarly, domestic turkeys, unlike domestic fowl, show no preference for solid, high ammonia content or unsoiled substrates when given a choice, end quote. So they're not picky.
Yeah, because they can't smell very well.
Yeah.
So they just eat whatever.
If it looks good, I guess.
Yeah.
And some of the animals had sinuses, they also found. In the simulations with just the bones, the airflow was different. It was slower, it was not as divided, and there was more airway stagnation. Sometimes they showed, quote, similar, albeit cruder patterns to their soft tissue counterparts, end quote. In the turkey, iguana, and monitor lizard, the airflow made some spiral motions, so some aspects of the bones affect how the air moves, and the soft tissues, quote, act more to augment and refine these characteristics, end quote. But only reconstructing the bones likely underestimates nasal passages' capabilities. The authors wrote, quote, "The larger empty nasal passages typically reconstructed are not capable of achieving the natural flow patterns observed in the living animals, resulting in unrealistic aspects of nasal physiology such as weak heat transfer capacity and reduced olfaction in dinosaurs with well-developed olfactory lobes," end quote.
Hmm. Yeah, the heat transfer is a whole separate topic. I think we talked about it a little bit with Ankylosaurus, where it's got its brain and it's sort of completely covered in armor. And so, in order to keep its brain cool, because it couldn't just sort of radiate directly through the skull, I guess the way our brain does, I don't really know, but I presume so.
Mhm.
They had a bunch of blood vessels near it, and then they think in its nose, basically, that was the radiator for the brain. And for sure, you need a bunch of soft tissue to get all that blood close to the air.
Yeah, so I guess we're learning a little bit more about what we don't know. We can still learn from the bony airways. Like you can see some flow patterns, and when you compare them to animals with soft tissue, you can, quote, "identify regions of airflow that may have been real," end quote.
That may have been real.
I guess we'll never know for sure, or it's
Yeah.
really hard to know for sure. However, soft tissue nasal passages could compress the airway. They saw this in all the specimens. They saw this even in the ostrich, and it's been seen in previous studies with giraffes and oxen, which indicates that, quote, "even large animals should be expected to have extremely narrow nasal passages. Diversity of nasal passage shape becomes a byproduct of the different ways in which each species solves their common diffusion problem," end quote. So, this may mean that previous reconstructions of dinosaur nasal passages, quote, "grossly overestimate airway size," end quote. And this would affect what we think of how well dinosaurs could smell or keep themselves cool or even affect their metabolic rate. The authors wrote, quote, "reconstruction of soft tissues in dinosaur nasal passages, including the restoration of estimated mucosal thickness," which I'm sure is very hard to estimate.
The amount of mucus in the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can improve aspects of nasal passage physiology, such as promoting airflow into the olfactory region of pachycephalosaurs and increasing heat transfer efficiency in ankylosaur noses by up to 11%, end quote.
There you go. There's that heat transfer ankylosaur brain
Yep,
cooling.
exactly.
11% isn't a huge change, but it's something.
Oh, I was thinking that is kind of a big difference. They did say that the resolution of their CT scans varied, and that could affect things. And they also had a yearling alligator. It was young, 1 or 2 years old, that may have had different results compared to if they looked at an adult alligator. But I think it's really interesting just how much soft tissue can affect things and affect what we think we know about dinosaurs.
Yeah. Plus, we really don't know dinosaurs compared to birds and alligators, how much soft tissue they had.
Hmm.
That's like a constant debate of, like, did they have lips? Did they have this? Did they have that? Did they have big skin hanging off their neck?
Yeah.
Or was it more tight against the body? We can get some of that detail from skin impressions around the animals, but it's really hard to say. And comparing to alligators is tricky since they're like an aquatic animal. They have more reptilian,
Hmm.
to use an informal term, scales than something like birds do. But then birds are also different because they basically all have beaks and none of them have teeth, and they're totally covered in feathers. So they don't need the same type of soft tissue that animals without feathers need. So yeah, it's messy.
Yeah.
But I guess in terms of breathing, it might be kind of similar.
It just got me thinking a lot about human noses and how if you were to look at a skeleton of a human, you would have no idea what the shape of the nose is.
Yeah. Or even like an elephant,
Hmm.
missing the trunk entirely, where they thought it was like a cyclops at first when they first found him.
Yeah.
It's easier to just imagine like filling in a space than it is to think of a big fleshy thing hanging off the head.
Hmm. I do like the paleo art that shows the big fleshy things, though.
Hmm.
For now, I think it's a lot of speculation. But last but not least, there was a recent paper about soft tissues in dinosaur tendons. This was written by Dawood Cermak and others and published in the Zoological Journal of the Linnean Society and is also open access. A lot of good open access papers for this episode. They analyzed the structure of dinosaur fossilized tendons. And fossilized soft tissue hasn't been documented in ossified tendons before. It had been in bones and cartilage.
Oh, okay. So I was wondering when you said soft tissue in tendons, I was like, isn't a whole tendon soft tissue? But you're talking about soft tissues in ossified tendons,
Mm-hmm.
which are the ones that are like really stiff from like calcifying or whatever you want to call it. So they basically look like bone.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying there's still a little bit of nimbly bimbly flexible bit in the
Some
middle of it.
some soft tissue, yeah. In this study, they found tendons and blood vessels in late Cretaceous ornithischians from North America and Central East Asia. They studied the tendons specifically of Homalocephali, a pachycephalosaur, and Pinacosaurus, an ankylosaur from Central Mongolia, and Edmontosaurus, a hedrosaur from Alaska in the US. And they found, quote, for the first time, the presence of fibrous structures, end quote. Specifically, they had 3 specimens of Edmontosaurus from the Prince Creek Formation, 2 tail tendons from a juvenile Homalocephali from the Nemegt Formation, 2 samples of tail tendons from Pinacosaurus from the Jadokta Formation, and they also took tendons from the lower leg of a turkey, which came from a food breeding poultry farm that was bought in a local butcher shop.
I love it when one of their samples is just like, we went to the store and bought a chicken or a turkey.
Yeah. But it's helpful to have that bird comparison.
Yeah, I guess in this case they got a whole leg, so they had to go to a butcher shop so that they got the tendons and everything, because a lot of times that's already been removed.
Mm-hmm. They did histology, scans, x rays, and 3D imaging of their samples, and they also demineralized some fragments of the fossilized tendons to see if any soft parts were preserved. There was no fossilized soft tissue from Pinacosaurus, but they found vascular canals and brown and orange tubular structures in Homalocephali, and they found lots of rust to brown, dark to translucent structures in Edmontosaurus, which looked like blood vessels, and they found cell-like structures also in Edmontosaurus. And there were a lot of similarities with the turkey tendon. That's why you need your comparison.
So to recap, you've got nothing from Pinacosaurus, the ankylosaur,
Mm-hmm.
a little bit from Homalocephali, the pachycephalosaur, and a whole bunch from the hadrosaur,
Yes.
as we're used to with hadrosaur mummies always having the best soft tissue.
Good job, hadrosaurs. In terms of how old these specimens were, the Edmontosaurus is probably a relatively young individual. The Homalocephali was probably a juvenile, and the Pinacosaurus was probably an adult, which maybe that changed things in terms of how things were preserved. I don't know.
Yeah. Or that they were different species or entirely different groups.
Yeah. They were also buried in different types of environments.
Oh, yeah. So totally different chemistry, too.
Yeah. That definitely made a difference in preservation of soft tissue. The iron in the sediments especially made a difference. Iron is a big thing when it comes to preserving soft tissue. Like, that keeps coming up over and over in our episodes.
Mm-hmm.
The author said detailed studies on this is beyond the scope of the paper, though, and it'll be developed in the future. Pinacosaurus was buried in a semi-arid climate with sand dunes and heavy rainfall. Homalocephali was buried in sediments deposited by flowing water, and Edmontosaurus was buried in a coastal plain environment. Now, in all the tendon samples, they found some sort of fibrous structures. The shapes, sizes, striped patterns, and location of the fibers are consistent with collagen-like patterns, so they may have been made of collagen, which is protein found in skin and other connective tissues. It seems that tendon ossification is common for birds and dinosaurs, and the soft tissue is preserved from cross-linking from iron and glycation, and we talked about that in the first episode of this mini-series, how that works. As we've talked about with previous studies too, that shows that there's different ways that soft tissue gets preserved, and it all depends on how the animal is buried, at least its environment, when it comes to how well it preserves.
Yeah. And a little bit, some of the chemistry of the animal itself is an impact. You talked about too, if it had like more calcium, for example, in that part of its body or something.
Yeah. It's kind of a new field, or it's a fairly new field of study, and I expect we'll see a lot of cool things coming out of it because, yeah, there just seem to be more and more papers on related to soft tissue. We'll move on to our dinosaur of the day in a moment, but first, we'll take a quick break for our sponsors. And now on to our dinosaur of the day, Titanosaurus, which was a request from Tyrant King via our Patreon and Discord. So thanks.
It's a familiar sounding name.
Yes. Named after the mythological Titans, which are the pre Olympian gods in Greek mythology, and there were 12 of them.
Oh, I know. I couldn't name them, but I know there were a dozen of them.
Titanosaurus was a dubious titanosaur sauropod that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now India in the Lametta Formation.
It happens, I assume that titanosaurs are named for Titanosaurus.
Yes.
But you get that with ceratops and ceratopsians. It's just maybe troodon and troodontids, depending on who you ask.
Yeah.
Sort of a long history of the namesake of a group later becoming dubious.
Yes.
Because you tend to call the group based on early finds, and early finds often later turn out not to be as diagnostic or as specific to one individual dinosaur species as you think they are when you first find it. And you're like, oh, look at this amazing feature. And then it turns out later, like, oh, yeah, 20 different animals had that.
Yeah. And that's exactly what happened with Titanosaurus.
Sorry, spoiler alert.
But let's just say for now it wasn't dubious. In that case, being a sauropod, it would have walked on all fours and had a long neck and a small head, and its neck was thick and its tail was short.
Well, whatever this dinosaur was, it probably looked like that.
Yeah. It's unclear how large Titanosaurus was. Again, it's dubious, plus not many fossils were found to begin with. But anyway, the type species is Titanosaurus indicus. The genus name means Titanic lizard. It was described by Richard Lydecker in 1877, and it's the first dinosaur from India to be named and officially described. It was named based on a partial femur or leg bone and 2 incomplete tail vertebrae, and it was named for details in the tail vertebrae. There was a second species, Titanosaurus blandfordi, that was also named by Richard Lydecker in 1879, so 2 years later. And Titanosaurus blandfordi was named based on a tail vertebrae that was found sometime between 1860 and 1870 by William Blandford. Which makes sense then.
That it became Blandfordi.
Mm-hmm.
So many Williams in the 1800s involved in paleontology.
That's true. And 14 species of Titanosaurus have been named. And these species have been found in Argentina, Europe, Madagascar, India, and Laos. And if all 14 species were valid, then Titanosaurus would have spanned 60 million years.
That's a long time for a genus.
Yeah, and a lot of different places.
Yeah. That weren't connected necessarily.
Yeah. Later Titanosaurus species were named based on fossils found in Argentina and Madagascar by 1896, and that led to the idea that titanosaurs were Gondwanan. The holotype vertebrae was found in 1828 by Captain William Henry Sleeman of the East India Company Army.
Wow, that was way before it was named.
Mm-hmm. He found the fossils on Barasimla Hill near the gun carriage factory while looking for petrified wood. And Sleeman discovered the fossils just 4 years after Megalosaurus was named in 1824, and 14 years before Richard Owen coined the term Dinosauria in 1842.
So the second dinosaur named, or maybe third dinosaur named, could have been Titanosaurus?
It could have been, but it took a while.
Yeah.
It took over 50 years to get named. Sleeman wrote, quote, "I made the first discovery of fossil remains in the Nerbutta Valley. I went first to a hill within sight of my house in 1828 and searched exactly between the plateau of basalt that covered it and the stratum immediately below, and there I found several small trees with roots, trunks, and branches, all entire and beautifully petrified. They'd only been recently uncovered by the washing away of a part of the basaltic plateau. I soon after found some fossil bones of animals," end quote. So the reason it took so long to name Titanosaurus is Sleeman gave 2 pieces to G.G. Spilsbury, a surgeon, who also excavated a third bone, and then sent the fossils in 1832 to an antique dealer, James Prinsep, in Calcutta, who figured out that they were fossils and sent them back to Sleeman.
So he didn't realize they were fossils before?
I think he did, but I think there was just some confusion.
Oh, because he was an antique guy and he was like, I don't want this.
Yeah, I don't know the details because it's hard to figure out the details of an antique dealer from the 1830s.
Yeah. It does make you wonder, are fossils technically antiques? They kind of are, in a way. But I think to be an antique, it has to be a man-made object.
Well, by 1862, Hugh Falconer, superintendent of the Geological Survey of India, had the vertebrae, and he thought it was reptilian, so he took measurements and illustrated them. Then Medlicott found a fragmentary leg bone, a femur, in 1871 from the same area that the vertebrae were found. And after Falconer died, Lydekker finally described them as Titanosaurus indicus. Lydekker knew it was a dinosaur and said there were unique features in the tail vertebrae but not in the femur. He wrote, quote, "If the femur had been found alone, I should have referred it to the genus Ceteosaurus, but the vertebrae forbid this view," end quote.
They forbid it.
Yes. The femur and vertebrae came from the same place, but not from the same layer or stratigraphic level. And because of this, in 1933, Friedrich von Huene and Charles Matley referred the femur to Antarctosaurus, which is a titanosaur found in Argentina. Why were fossils in India referred to a dinosaur genus from South America? Well, at the time, the other fossils found in India couldn't be compared with Titanosaurus indicus because they had several things in common with Antarctosaurus. Also, Lydekker had set a precedent for linking dinosaurs across Gondwana when he identified Titanosaur species in Madagascar and South America. And von Huene thought that there was a land bridge in the Cretaceous between South America and southeastern Asia.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we think that anymore. You got to go through North America or a whole bunch of other continents.
Yeah, I think that's what we usually talk about now. So after von Huene and Matley in 1933, it took more than 50 years until the next discovery of late Cretaceous dinosaurs in India. There were abelosaurid and titanosaurid skeletons and eggs and nest sites found in 1981. In 2003, Jeffrey Wilson and Paul Upchurch reevaluated Titanosaurus and all 14 species.
Oh my God. That's so many species.
Yes. They had to look at a lot of details on the bones there. Titanosaurus was a wastebasket taxon for a while, the 14 species. Not as big of a wastebasket taxon as other species, I think.
That's pretty big, though.
Yeah.
I was thinking that when you said they added them from South America and India and Madagascar. Sounds like a wastebasket.
Yeah. But I think there are genera that had more than 14 species at one point. Anyway, they found Titanosaurus indicus, that's the type 1, to be invalid because, quote, "it is based on obsolescent characters, once diagnostic features that have gained a broader taxonomic distribution over time," end quote. And It's like what you were saying earlier. Yeah, these features that were thought to be unique to Titanosaurus, turns out they're found in other titanosaurs.
It's like naming Ceratops based on it's a dinosaur with big horns. Later on, you find out there are tons of dinosaurs with big horns, and if that's all you could tell about it, it's not super valid anymore.
You don't know exactly what type of dinosaur, yeah. They did find the group Titanosauria to be still valid, though. And that's good, because we often talk about the titanosaurs as a group.
It would be frustrating if that wasn't valid.
Yeah. Now, to his credit, when Lydekker named the two species of Titanosaurus in the 1800s, only 115 dinosaur species had been named by that point. So, yeah, it would be hard to have these diagnostic features when you don't have much to compare to.
Yeah, and you can't tell in the future what else is going to be found.
But since Titanosaurus, a lot of titanosaurs and non-titanosaurs have been found with the same features in the tail vertebrae that had defined Titanosaurus, and that includes Diplodocus and Mamenchisaurus.
Oh boy. This is not just even Titanosaurus in general, it's all like tons of sauropods.
Yes. Some of the features are unique to Titanosauria, though, and others are found in other sauropod lineages. So some former species include Rahioliensis. It was named based on teeth. Now it's thought to be an indeterminate neosauropod. Colberti, which is now Icysaurus. Australis, which is now Nucensaurus. Nanis, which is another nomen dubium. Robustus, which is also now Nucensaurus. Madagascariensis. Phalati, which is too fragmentary to know. Valdensis, which is now a nomen dubium. Lydekkeri, that one's just unclear, and Dacus, which is now Magyarosaurus. Wilson and Upchurch wrote that, quote, history has stripped Titanosaurus of its uniqueness through obsolescence of the characters originally used to define it, end quote. Mostly like that turn of phrase, history has stripped Titanosaurus.
Yeah.
Now, Charles Matley collected more sauropod bones between 1917 and 1919 in the same area where Titanosaurus indicus fossils were found, but in a different layer. They were found, quote, washed about and somewhat damaged and broken before fossilization, end quote. They also found fragmentary bones in 1920 in the type locality of Titanosaurus blandfordi. The fossils were assigned to Titanosaurus indicus, Titanosaurus blandfordi, and Antarctosaurus, it was questionable what species, as well as Laplatosaurus madagascariensis and an indeterminate sauropod. 4 brain cases once attributed to Titanosaurus indicus were found in different localities in India, and one was from Barasimla, where the first Titanosaurus fossils were found. Supposedly they're found with some skeletal fossils, but those weren't mapped or described. There were enough differences in the brain cases that there were probably 2 sauropod taxa within them, and they were informally referred to Antarctosaurus and Titanosaurus morphs. Those are both in quotes.
Don't love that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's no detailed field records, and fossils from Barasimla are not well preserved, which means the fossils found there are just confusing and controversial when it comes to which dinosaurs they belong to. In 1997, Jane and Bandyopadhyay said the quote-unquote Antarctosaurus septentrionalis was a junior synonym of Titanosaurus indicus because there weren't any big differences between the two. However, Wilson and Upchurch said that because the fossils came from Barasimla, which is, quote, a poor sample from which to determine variation, end quote, and that naming all fossils found at Barasimla as one species will, quote, not only create a potentially unnatural assemblage, it also forces future discoveries of presently unknown elements to be referred to it, end quote.
So in other words, don't just name everything the same species just because it comes from the same quarry.
Exactly.
Or even the same formation.
Yes. Wilson and Upchurch also found that Titanosaurus blandfordi was not valid because the features on its tail vertebrae that Leidecker described are features that may vary among sauropods. It's more like individual variation, so it can't be a diagnostic feature. I'm just going to get into a little more of the details of some of the other species. So Titanosaurus rahoviensis was named based on teeth. That's not enough. Then there were fossils found in Madagascar, including the first record of dermal armor in a sauropod, and those were referred to Titanosaurus madagascariensis.
Well, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, except the dermal armor is not part of the holotype.
But still, the first ever evidence of dermal armor or osteoderms in a sauropod is super cool. I had no idea that came with Titanosaurus, or the sauropod formerly known as Titanosaurus.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, Wilson and Upchurch found Titanosaurus madagascariensis to be nomum dubium until it's further studied. The fossils, they include tail vertebrae, part of an arm, and that dermal ossification, though Deperay, when he described the fossils in 1896, wrote, quote, I refer to the same animal, but without absolute certainty, a large dermal ossification, end quote. Though the fossils were found in different localities.
That doesn't sound as good anymore.
No.
Like maybe that's a big piece of armor from some other animal.
Yeah, I hope it's from a sauropod.
Yeah, it happens.
An earlier study found Titanosaurus madagascariensis to be Laplatosaurus, but Wilson and Upchurch said that the comparisons were just too limited. Titanosaurus leideckeri is only known from a tail vertebra, and they only know that that one belongs to a titanosaur, so that species is out. Oh, and Laplatosaurus was different from Titanosaurus because it was larger, but with more slender proportions. Titanosaurus colberti was named based on a partial skeleton, including part of the pelvis and forelimb, and they found Titanosaurus colberti to still be a valid species, but like I said, they gave it the new name, Ichnofossils.
Which you can see in Prehistoric Planet.
Yes.
2. At the volcanoes.
Exactly. So Wilson and Upchurch found that of the 14 Titanosaurus species, only 5 were valid, and only 4 of them were renamed. There was Nucensaurus, Magyarosaurus, Laplotosaurus, and Ichthyosaurus. But they also mentioned Titanosaurus, in quotes, SP. So even though the paper said Titanosaurus is a nomum dubium, they still consider one species sort of, because the SP means it's not identified on the species level or it's not related to other known species.
But the fact that it's in quotes means that they don't think that it's going to stay in Titanosaurus, because if the Titanosaurus type species isn't valid, then a lot of times the genus name just goes away
Yeah.
and everything else needs to be renamed.
That's true. It's such a good name, though.
It is. I mean, someone can always like appeal to the ICZN or whatever, make a stake a claim for why it should stay and give it a new species name.
Yeah, and maybe that'll happen. When it comes to the name Titanosaurus, it didn't help that the original Titanosaurus indicus and Blanfordi fossils also went missing for many years. It's unclear exactly when they went missing, but Janajay Mohabay found the fossils were only lost because there was no good inventory of the collections, so he started a study to find them, and then in 2012, he and Subasis Sengupta found the holotype vertebra of Titanosaurus indicus. It was in a batch of fossils that Lydecker had left behind in 1878, which is why it didn't have an official inventory number. And they also found the vertebrae of Titanosaurus blandfordi.
So it was so old that it had never been cataloged.
Yeah. Or just, it wasn't cataloged right when it was stored, and then, it just never was.
So it sat there for 144 years
Yep.
before someone cataloged it.
Well, at least they eventually found it. Now, titanosaurs, they were a very diverse group and have been found all over the world on all 7 continents. They lived until the end of the Cretaceous, and this group includes some of the largest land animals like Patagotitan, which is estimated to be about 121 feet or 37 meters long and weighs 76 tons. Though not all of them were large, like Magyarosaurus, that only weighed about 1 ton. Titanosaurs had wide chests and that wide-legged stance, and stocky forelimbs that were often longer than their hind limbs. Not many titanosaur skulls have been found, but based on the ones that have been found, they had small skulls. And some titanosaurs, like Saltosaurus, had osteoderms, so there are some armored sauropods out there.
Yeah, the saltosaurs are the best. Some of them even had little tail clubs.
Oh, yeah.
Or at least I think they did.
Titanosaur eggs have been found, and they include embryos and preserved skin. Oh, so there is some soft tissue in here. So we are talking a little bit about soft tissues in this dinosaur of the day. Earlier this year in 2023, a bunch of titanosaur eggs were found in India. We talked about that in episode 430. They're from about 70 million years ago. The nests are packed tightly together, so it's likely that titanosaurs didn't stick around to take care of their young, because if they had, they might have trampled the nests. A 2015 study found embryonic skin from titanosaur eggs that were found in Patagonia, Argentina, and they found scale patterns that were similar to the patterns of osteoderms on Saltosaurus.
That's so cool.
Yeah. And also, to connect to the soft tissues in this episode, titanosaurs had air sacs. Now, Titanosaurus the dinosaur is not to be confused with the kaiju Titanosaurus. Kaiju is a Japanese term, and it's a subgenre of science fiction about giant monsters like Godzilla. The kaiju Titanosaurus appeared in the 1975 film Terror of Mechagodzilla. In the movie, a mad scientist, Shinzo Mifune, hey, like the museum.
That's true. It's spelled differently.
Yeah. Discovers the Titanosaurus and says that he can control its mind, and people think he's insane and he loses all credibility. He does end up controlling the Titanosaurus, and he gets his revenge. Apparently, before he controls the Titanosaurus was peaceful, so it's just kind of minding its own business. Now, in the movie, Titanosaurus is 196 feet or 60 meters tall and weighs over 30,000 tons.
When you said 196 feet, I wasn't expecting you to say tall. I was expecting a long.
I think they say tall because in the images I saw, it's standing upright. Yeah, it stands on its 2 legs and it has a tail that drags. It's designed to look like a spinosaur, and it's aquatic. It has a crocodile-like snout, a sail-like fin, and it roars. Well, the roaring doesn't have to do with it being a spinosaur, but...
Why did they just call it Spinosaurus?
I think because it's so large.
Because it's a titan
Yeah, that could be it.
and they don't know anything about dinosaurs.
Well, it does have a long neck,
Oh, okay.
so that's something.
They didn't have Google back then, so I guess they couldn't Google Titanosaurus, see that it was already a thing. It's preoccupied. Come up with a new name.
Are you outraged?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, they gave it red, yellow, and black colors with a beige belly, and it could use its tail as a fan to create wind strong enough to destroy buildings or create whirlpools in water. It was a good swimmer, and it could also walk on land. And as spoiler, I mean, this whole thing has been kind of a spoiler, but it got defeated by Godzilla.
Doesn't everything lose to Godzilla in the Godzilla things?
I think so.
Because it's not like now the new kaiju movies have some other animal that's dominating everything.
Yeah. Always goes back to Godzilla.
It does. It's Godzilla versus the next thing.
So yeah, that was a fun one. And I did manage to get some soft tissue, not about Titanosaurus specifically, but Titanosaurs, we know a little bit about their soft tissues.
Yep, Titanosaurus's name lives on in the form of all the other titanosaurs.
And that's good. We talk about Titanosaurs a lot on this show.
Mm-hmm. And our fun fact of the day builds a little bit on the soft tissue theme, and it's that T-Rex likely covered its teeth in large lips, and it probably didn't have the muscles to bear its teeth.
Ooh, back to this debate.
Yeah. So this comes from a recent article published by Thomas M. Cullen and others in Science. And one reason for their conclusion is that theropods, and by theropods, just a quick recap, are most of the bipedal meat-eating dinosaurs. Those theropods have less wear on their teeth than expected for exposed teeth. So in other words, if their teeth were exposed all the time, they should be kind of worn out. But when you look at the actual fossilized teeth of theropods, they aren't that worn out. So it seems like maybe they weren't exposed all the time. Maybe they were protected by lips. For example, they compared them to modern crocodiles, which do have exposed teeth and get more worn out than it looks like theropod teeth did. But it isn't just the teeth quality that they were looking at. They looked into quite a few different aspects of dinosaur mouths and modern analogs to try to piece together whether or not they had skin or lips covering their teeth. Any sort of extra oral tissue, as they put it, sort of gets around like, is it a lip? Is it a muscle? You know, what is it exactly? They just call it extra oral tissue. You don't have to worry about it. It's just something covering the teeth is really what there's some good evidence for.
Some kind of soft tissue.
Yeah. So another piece of evidence is that there were small holes for nerves and blood vessels in theropod jaws, and the researchers found that theropods have holes more like a lipped lizard or tuatara than a crocodile, and lipped lizards and tuataras have fewer but larger holes closer to the mouth opening to support lips, while crocodiles have more smaller holes farther from the mouth for nerves rather than for lips. So they look more like lip holes than nerve holes.
Lip holes.
To put it another way. They also found that the huge teeth, even on a T-Rex, don't seem to be too big, like they're a limiting factor for being covered by lips. For example, the crocodile monitor, as it's commonly called, also known as Varanus salvadorii, has tooth crowns that are about 10% as long as its skull is long. So it's got 13.4 millimeter teeth in a 137 millimeter long skull, or a half-inch long teeth in a 5.5-inch long skull. So a pretty big tooth to head size ratio at around 10%. Being charitable, a T-Rex might approach 7% for a tooth crown to skull length ratio.
Oh, interesting.
So proportionally, its teeth are actually smaller than the crocodile monitor. So it's something I'd like to dig more into later.
Yeah. It's not that often something beats out a T-Rex.
No. Mark Whitten also pointed out in the conversation that the lips probably weren't muscled, so they wouldn't have been able to snarl or make expressions with their lips. They would have been more like lizard lips, where they basically open and close with the mouth, but there isn't really a whole lot of expression going on.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. And I think that's part of the reason why us mammals look at lizards as sort of like cold and unfeeling, is because their faces really don't have much expression compared to our faces.
We do a lot of nonverbal communication with our expressions.
Yeah, just with our cheeks and our mouths and everything. Additionally, if theropods had lizard-like lips, they may have had lizard-like gums that were much bigger and sort of puffier than we typically see depicted. For example, Komodo dragons have teeth that are almost as long as that Varanus salvadorii, although they have a bigger head, so the ratio isn't as impressive. But you can't see their teeth at all when they open their mouth because they're totally covered in gum, which is such a weird thing. And I've a few times tried to figure out like what is up with that. Why are their gums so huge? And I haven't found a satisfactory answer to that yet. So if anybody out there knows, is like an expert on Komodo dragons or otherwise why some lizards have such huge gums, let me know because I'm very interested in this question. But it just seems funny that maybe T-Rex also had like huge gums covering most of its teeth.
It's a very different depiction.
Yeah, and one that's hard to figure out because we haven't found much gum or lip soft tissue found in this fossil record to this point.
And on that curious note, that wraps up this episode of I Know Dino. Thank you so much for listening. Stay tuned. Next week, we have an interview with Maz Maddox, author of the dinosaur shifting series Relic. And if you enjoy listening to our podcast, please consider leaving a review. They really help us out. Thanks again, and until next time.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today, in our 475th episode, we're starting a special two-part series on ichnofossils.
Also known as trace fossils.
Yes, basically any fossil that isn't an actual physical part of an animal, or in our case, a dinosaur.
Yes, it's the things that the dinosaurs left behind.
It could be a fossilized track, it could be a coprolite, or a bromolite, or a gastrolith.
Things that they digested and then pooped or vomited out.
Yep, could be a burrow,
Mm-hmm.
all sorts of different things. And they tell you a lot about how dinosaurs behaved in ways that a lot of times just bones alone can't. And in addition to ichnofossils, we also have Dinosaur of the Day, Talon Ka'uen, and of course, a fun fact, which I believe is also about ichnofossils.
Yep.
But Sabrina's doing almost all of the talking, so I'm going to be surprised. You're really going to teach me about ichnofossils.
I learned a lot myself researching these episodes.
Mm-hmm. But before we get into all of that, as always, we want to thank some of our patrons. And this week, we'd like to thank Reggie, Lazy Dump Truck, Dino Mo, John, Devin, Linda, Geraldine, It's Devin Baby, Thieving Raptor Lorenzo, and a Matto Titan.
Thank you so much for being part of our Dino-It-All community. And this way we get to do fun stuff like two-parter episodes.
Yes, because generally speaking, if you have an episode titled Ichnofossils, it might not be the thing that a ton of non-dinosaur fans would click on, so we might have to go for a more clickbaity general audience topic. But thanks to our patrons, we don't have to worry as much about that because we know that you're into this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
and we don't have to make everything really sensationalistic.
Yes, though I don't know if the title of this episode will end up being Ichnofossils.
Yeah, we don't decide till the last second. But it's not going to be like, you won't believe this amazing hack of how to learn about dinosaurs.
I see.
Although maybe it should be.
Well, anyway, dinosaurs, as we were saying, they left behind more than their bones. Like, they literally left behind their marks because there are traces of them everywhere. Tracks, trails. Trails are like tracks, but they're more irregular. They're left by, say, snails or worms crawling, by jellyfish dragging tentacles, or markings left by crustaceans or sea urchins, for example. Because trace fossils are made by more than just dinosaurs. They're made by all sorts of organisms. But there's also burrows, nests, eggs, tooth marks, and even poop and vomit. So all of these things, they're known as ichnofossils or trace fossils, and they give us clues into how, in our case, we'll be talking about how dinosaurs lived and how they behaved. Scientists study these traces, and it's known as ichnology. And again, it's not just dinosaurs. It could be all kinds of organisms. Even trilobites, crabs, centipedes, millipedes, worms, and more can leave evidence.
Yeah, and sometimes they leave the evidence on dinosaur bones too,
Mm-hmm.
because ichnology includes traces left on bones. So there's some overlap between what the bones can tell us and what ichnology can tell us, because sometimes the ichnology is part of the bone.
Yes, yeah. Like there have been papers we've talked about of beetle borings in dinosaur bones.
Hmm. But in that case, it's usually telling us more about the beetles than it is about the dinosaurs.
I can tell you a little bit about where the dinosaur lived, too.
That's true, yeah.
So there are a lot of sources that I went through for this two-part episode. This was something I ended up researching over almost a couple months. I did not expect to dive this deep, go down this far an erected Romeus burrow, which we'll be talking about, incidentally.
And it's a trace fossil right there.
Yep. But there were a few especially good sources for getting started on ichnology if you wanted to also dive deep. There's the book Trace Fossils, Concepts, Problems, Prospects, edited by William Miller III. Also, the book Trace Fossils as Indicators of Sedimentary Environments, edited by Dirk Nost and Richard G. Bromley, which has a good intro and includes the history of the study of ichnofossils. There's the book Ichnology, Organism Substrate Interactions in Space and Time by Louis A. Boitois and M. Gabriella Mangano, which also has a good intro on what ichnology is. And there's the book Dinosaurs Without Bones by Anthony J. Martin, which talks about the traces dinosaurs specifically left behind, and was probably my first introduction to ichnology because I read that book when we first started this podcast, and we interviewed Anthony way back in episode 2, which maybe doesn't seem so far way back because we recently remastered that episode. We've also talked a lot about ichnology discoveries and scientific studies over the years, so we'll be revisiting and highlighting a few throughout these next couple episodes, but don't worry, we're also talking about some new papers too. As a quick note, ichnology includes neo-ichnology, which is the study of modern traces, and paleo-ichnology, which is the study of trace fossils. Unfortunately, it's hard to compare trace fossils with modern traces, because I know a lot of times we talk about when studying dinosaurs to figure out what happened with them or what was going on with them, you compare to modern animals, but you can't quite do that with trace fossils.
Is that because there were different animals leaving the thing? So a boar in a bone, like you were talking about with a beetle, might be a type of beetle that's now extinct or something?
It's because a lot of times you don't know what animal left behind that trace fossil.
Oh, I see. But with modern ichnology, you like watch the animal do it,
Mm-hmm.
and then you know exactly what made it. Gotcha.
So we will be focusing on paleo-ichnology, and of course, specifically dinosaurs. So what is ichnology? Again, animals leave traces, and they leave these telltale signs in the ground like tracks or burrows. These are known as bioturbation structures. They also leave traces with their droppings like coprolites. These are known as biodeposition structures. Makes sense. They're depositing.
Mm-hmm.
There's marks that they leave like borings or drill holes. Those are known as bioerosion structures. And then there's even structures that they create, and those are known as biostratification structures.
Ah.
One example of a biostratification structure are stromatolites. These are layered sedimentary formations created mainly by microorganisms like cyanobacteria, and they produced adhesive compounds that cemented materials to form these microbial mats. Sometimes they're towers, sometimes they look more flat, they come in all kinds of shapes and sizes.
I suppose another one would be a nest, right? That would also count as a biostratification structure because you're building a little thing.
Yeah.
Although if the nest is made out of twigs or if it's made out of compost, like a lot of dinosaurs, there's not going to be anything left. But maybe I have seen some fossils where they think kind of like a footprint, the shape of the dirt that's been smushed into the shape of a nest, and then with the eggs laying in it, they think that is the original nest shape in the rock.
Oh,
So
that's cool.
other than that, though, I don't think dinosaurs did a ton of building. Like they didn't make giant anthills.
Yeah.
They didn't really produce anything with their in colonies like bacteria do.
Right. They mostly, I think it's burrows.
Yeah.
Also teeth marks and, of course, the droppings.
Yep.
Now, ichnology is not all cut and dry. Like I said, it's very difficult to figure out which animal produced a trace fossil. because from the trace fossil, we only know the behavior of the animal that made it. We know nothing, well, we know very little about the animal itself.
Yeah, unless I've heard it described, the animal doesn't usually die at the end of a trackway.
Mhm.
Although there are rare occasions where there is like a dead animal with a foot around the right size that sort of matches.
Yeah. Or in the case of the Eryctodromaeus burrow, where they were literally 3 specimens found together in a burrow.
Yes. And then the trick is noticing that they're in the burrow.
Mhm.
Because usually if there's an animal there, that's the exciting thing you focus on, and you might miss the more subtle trace fossil that's right there
Yeah.
with it. I guess in the case of nests too, you sometimes know because I assume an eggshell would probably count as an ichnofossil.
It depends. If there's an embryo in the egg, then no.
Oh, interesting. So if you have a mixture of one with an embryo and those without embryos, then the one with the embryo, which isn't technically an ichnofossil, will tell you that the other ichnofossils were probably from that same species.
Yeah, so it can get complicated, although not impossible to figure out who made what. But what adds to this complexity is that the same animal may make more than one ichnotaxon, like different tracks and burrows, for example, or more than one animal can make the same ichnotaxon, like if they make similar looking tracks or burrows.
Mm-hmm. We should mention too, an ichnotaxon is like the name we give to a type of track.
Yes. It's just like how dinosaurs have names. Ichno or trace fossils have names, and there's ichnotaxons and ichnospecies.
Mm-hmm. Like one really famous one is Ubrontes. That's the track that you see along a lot of the northeastern U.S.
Mm-hmm.
and is the state fossil in a couple spots because it's that three-toed print, and a lot of theropod tracks basically get lumped into Ubrontes.
Mm-hmm. But we don't know which specific theropod made that track.
Yeah, we still don't. We've known about these tracks for well over 100 years, and we're still like, maybe it's something like a Dilophosaurus. I don't know.
The more simple a trace fossil is, the harder it is to figure out which animal made it. For example, multiple types of insects or spiders can make simple burrows. But if the trace fossil is more complex, it's a little easier to figure out what made it. And also keep in mind that multiple animals may work together to create a single structure, like a nest. Trace fossils must represent evidence of an animal or organism's behavior. That's what makes them a trace fossil. So, what ichnology is not? Well, pseudofossils are not trace fossils, and pseudofossils are objects, marks, or impressions that might look like fossils. One example are concretions, those hard, solid masses that come in many shapes, like lumpy, oval, disc, and more. Why is ichnology important? We can only learn so much from bones, and studying trace fossils helps give us more of the story. It brings together a mix of sciences, including paleontology, biology, sedimentology. Trace fossils, they represent an animal interacting with something, the ground, plants, even other animals. They can tell us how an animal moved. Did they walk? Did they crawl, run, swim? We can learn where they lived, details about breeding and nesting and maybe hibernating, how and what they fed on, if it was a predator, what was its pace when it was chasing something, or how did a prey animal, if it was a prey animal, act after an attack. So again, ichnofossils represent behaviors, and what the animal wants to do determines how it moves. Like, it moves differently if it's foraging for food versus migrating or reproducing or hunting or avoiding predators. For example, if it's foraging, the animal will likely try to conserve energy by not traveling too far for the food, or it'll go somewhere to eat to avoid competition or risk getting preyed upon. In addition to behaviors, though, trace fossils help show what the environment was like. Was there environmental stress? Were the animals in marine environments, for example? There are ichnofossils. These are assemblages of trace fossils that occur repeatedly in time and space, and by documenting and researching changes in them, scientists can interpret changes in the environment. Sometimes trace fossils can be used as index fossils and help date the rocks where they're found. One example is the Treptichnus trace fossil. It's a preserved burrow, and it's the earliest known complex trace fossil from about 542 million years ago, and it helps us define the beginning of the Cambrian.
That's a cool one.
Yeah. And if you see an increase in diversity of trace fossils, that helps show evolution and how things are changing. So there's a lot we can learn.
That's a good point, too, with the Cambrian, because at the beginning of the Cambrian, there weren't a lot of animals that fossilized because most of them were still soft until the Cambrian explosion. So,
But they still left marks.
exactly, like you were talking about worms leaving burrows, you can find those going way back, whereas finding an actual worm fossil is pretty difficult.
In terms of how trace fossils get preserved, they're almost always in situ in their original place. And again, trace fossils, they're not once living things, but they are subject to the same physical and chemical processes as body or bone fossils. And that means that they can also change over time depending on how they're preserved or fossilized. We see this in tracks a lot. Sometimes things get broken apart. Trace fossils have been recognized since prehistoric times. That makes sense because body fossils have also been recognized for a long time. There's some evidence that humans selectively collected mollusks with trace fossils and used them as decorations or jewelry. These bio-eroded Miocene mollusks have been found in the cultural layers of the Czech Republic. They're from about 29,000 to 24,000 years ago.
That's some early jewelry.
Then there's Marala, to name just one more example. I think this might be your favorite example, Garrett. It's the mythical being known as the lawgiver who created codes of conduct. This is of the Aboriginal Australian Dreamtime. And while moving through the song cycle from south to north and in and out of the sea, Marala left behind three-toed tracks, now known as Megalosauropus brumensis, the big lizard foot of Broome, which is found in Australia. And these are theropod tracks.
I've heard...
It's the emu man.
Yes, I was going to say, I've heard that called the emu man. I have never heard the actual proper noun name for Marala before. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that one. That people went out and they saw these huge tracks in the ground and they had three toes and they knew what emu tracks look like and they logically put together it must have been a huge emu-like foot that made this. And it's also cool that they were clever enough to think, well, just because its foot looked like an emu foot doesn't mean it was just a huge emu. And they came up with a different type of animal or a person on top and an emu on the bottom, basically. But, you know, now we know that they were from dinosaurs, but I really like that they were sort of going down that path already.
There's other people and naturalists in the 1500s and 1600s studied trace fossils. Interestingly, Leonardo da Vinci has been called the father of ichnology, but this is well before the term ichnology was coined. He studied many fossils, including mollusk shells and corals, and many had signs of borings, and then he compared modern organisms to fossils and showed a link between trace fossils and body fossils. He also used traces of worms as a tool to show the marine origin of sedimentary layers in the Apennine Mountains in Italy. Ichnology as we know it today has been studied for about 200 years. Vertebrate ichnology started first, which maybe isn't surprising. Invertebrate ichnology developed separately. Many invertebrate traces were first thought to be fossil algae. But in the vertebrate ichnology world, Henry Duncan discovered footprints in Scotland dating back to the Permian, and in 1828, William Buckland compared these Scottish fossil tracks with tracks that he made. He had a living pond turtle and land tortoise make tracks on soft mud, clay, and unbaked pie crust, and concluded the fossil track was made by a land tortoise. Tortoises, however, didn't evolve until much later, so most likely the tracks were actually made by a therapsid. But these are early days.
I love the idea of a tortoise walking on an unbaked pie crust as a scientific experiment. That's delightful.
William Jardine coined the term ichnology in 1851, and ichnology means study of tracks. Research around ichnology got way bigger in the 1960s, and it has been growing. We do talk a fair amount about ichnology papers on this show. When I was going through past episodes, I had more than I needed for these episodes.
Yeah. It makes sense that it took a while to be focused on, because if you're in the early days and you're starting to find these bones and you're like, what are these bones? Your first instinct is going to be to find more bones and try to see what the full animal looks like. And then once you find a lot of the full animals, then you want to learn stuff about how they behaved. But at first, if you're just collecting tracks or collecting marks on things, it's not as interesting if you don't have an idea about what the body of the animal looked like. And I think in a lot of cases, the bones are easier to identify too.
We'll get into the first dinosaur tracks in just a moment, but first, a quick break for our sponsors. The first dinosaur tracks were described fairly early on in 1836 by Edward Hitchcock. He described what he thought were giant bird tracks in the Connecticut River Valley. They were from the late Triassic. So he kind of linked birds and dinosaurs that way.
Hmm.
According to the book Trace Fossils, Concepts, Problems, Prospects, Hitchcock was, quote, a man for all seasons.
What does that mean?
It means he did a lot of things. He was a clergyman, he was a teacher, a scientist, an administrator, meaning a principal of a couple schools, plus an author.
Must be an alternative meaning of seasons. Unless it's like you do the science in the summer, the teaching in the winter, the administration in the fall, the clergy in the spring.
I had the same thought, but then I was thinking maybe he's a seasoned person.
Mm-hmm.
In his first description of the tracks, he described 7 species. The largest one was a natural cast of what he named Ornithicnides giganteus. Later, that track, though, was renamed to Eubrontes giganteus, which is the first dinosaur track to be formally described. It might be why that one comes up so often, too.
Yes. And being that it was the first one, and it's this 3-toed track, a lot of other 3-toed tracks were described later. Mm-hmm. And if you couldn't find a distinguishing feature from Eubrontes, it gets called Eubrontes.
So it's a bit of a wastebasket taxon.
A little bit, I think so.
Hitchcock collected many footprints and trackways, and the collection is now at the Pratt Museum, Amherst College. He worked there, so that makes sense. His contributions really helped develop ichnology as a science. Though he's not the first person to study tracks, he's known as the father of vertebrate ichnology. The same year that he described the tracks, Hitchcock also wrote a poem, The Sandstone Bird. It was published in the Knickerbocker magazine under the pseudonym Poetaster, meaning a mediocre writer of verse. The poem is about a sorceress who brings the great sandstone bird back to life, and it might be the first ichnological poem. If that name sounds familiar, the sandstone bird, it is featured on Paleo Poems, and we interviewed the people behind Paleo Poems in episode 420.
Okay, I was wondering if it was part of the Paleo Poems. It did sound vaguely familiar to me.
Mm-hmm. There's a little bit of a feud or controversy around these tracks from the Connecticut Valley. In the first paper on the tracks, Hitchcock credited James Dean as the one to bring the tracks to his attention, but the two of them had a dispute about who found the first tracks and realized just how important they were. Hitchcock tried to ease the tension with a story about Pliny Mooney, who Hitchcock said was probably the first person to discover the tracks, but by that he was implying someone can make a discovery without knowing at the time how important the find is scientifically. Moody was a farmer in Massachusetts, and in 1802 plowed up some dinosaur tracks on slabs in his fields. One slab he used as a doorstop to his home for years. When Moody left for school, the slab was purchased by a Dr. Elihu Dwight. This specimen was known as Noah's Raven, and now it's known to be Anemopus scambus. It's a dinosaur footprints of a small ornithischian. Dwight had this slab for nearly 30 years, and then after Dwight died, in 1839, Hitchcock purchased it for Amherst College. Hitchcock said that in 1834, a Mr. William Wilson bought flagging stones to repair a street from a quarry near Montague and noticed marks that he said were, quote, turkey tracks. He pointed out the marks to one of the gentlemen he was buying the stones from, James Dean, who was interested in them and let Edward Hitchcock know, and then Hitchcock bought them for Amherst College. These are the first tracks, the Connecticut Valley tracks. Dean, however, felt that he had looked at the tracks scientifically and studied them seriously first, and he did publish papers on them, but the first one wasn't published until 1843, and Hitchcock published his paper on them in 1836.
That's quite a gap there, 7 years.
Well, Dean did send casts and a description of the tracks to Benjamin Silliman in 1835. Silliman contacted Hitchcock and asked for his opinion, and Hitchcock asked Silliman to not publish Dean's description until after Hitchcock's paper was completed.
Oh, that's not great.
That's some of the controversy.
Yeah.
Dean felt that Hitchcock had implied that if Hitchcock hadn't published on the tracks wouldn't have been scientifically studied. So the two went back and forth for a while in their articles, and it sounded a little bit like the Bone Wars that way.
A little bit of bad blood. But yeah, scientifically, if you haven't published it, the scientific process goes by the hypothesis testing and then the publishing of your results and other people questioning it and trying alternative hypotheses. So until it's published, it's not really in the scientific record. Although in this case, if he was trying to publish it and they basically intentionally delayed his publication so someone else could get the glory.
It's a little unclear what happened there.
Yeah, I could see how he could have a claim for the first scientific discovery of it if people are going behind his back to delay his publication.
Yeah, but again, it seems very unclear at this point in time what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Another important find was by American Museum of Natural History collector Roland T. Byrd, who's a, quote, self-made man and one of the last of the specialized fossil collectors.
Mm-hmm.
And he found the first sauropod tracks in Glen Rose, Texas from the Cretaceous. He found them in 1939.
I didn't realize the Glen Rose track site was found that long ago.
I didn't either until I was researching this episode. These tracks helped paleontologists figure out more about sauropod behavior, including that sauropods walked on land and didn't need to live in the water or be buoyed by water, and that they didn't drag their tails.
So when you say the first sauropod tracks in Glen Rose, Texas, you're not saying the first sauropod tracks that were found in Glen Rose, Texas. You're saying the first sauropod tracks, period.
Yes.
And that happened to be in Glen Rose, Texas.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And they informed us a lot about how sauropods lived.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Byrd was an adventurer, just like the other fossil hunters from the AMNH, like Roy Chapman Andrews, Barnum Brown, Walter Granger, Bashford Dean.
Bashford Dean? I don't know that name. Maybe in a future episode.
Well, he specialized in medieval and modern armor.
Okay, that makes sense. Maybe not in an upcoming episode.
Byrd was eccentric and a hypochondriac. He was ill for most of his life. He often only ate one food at a time, like potatoes, chicken, fish patties, and he would eat that meal for weeks at a time.
Sounds like something I would do.
Should we call you an eccentric?
I think with my food preferences, I might be a little bit.
Now, Byrd looked frail, but he was great in the field, and he started fossil hunting for Barnum Brown after he discovered a fossilized skull of Stanocephalosaurus in 1932. That's a large amphibian. And then in the summer of 1934, he was one of the key people collecting sauropods from the late Jurassic in the Morrison Formation. One of his best finds was from the 1938 field season, the footprints at the track site on the Paluxy River near Glen Rose, Texas. So I guess it's technically 1938. They found carnosaur tracks and the sauropod tracks, and the tracks were in good enough shape to put on display at the AMNH, so he went back in 1940 to excavate. And they've got trails of a dozen sauropods and 4 carnivores. Those excavated slabs weighed more than 80,000 pounds. One slab had 2 sets of trackways, one set of tracks from a sauropod and the other from a theropod, and the theropod's tracks ran parallel to the sauropod's tracks, and at one point, quote, the meat-eater's tracks take a strange skipping stride or hop, leaving 2 consecutive right footprints in the mud, end quote. Byrd thought that the hop in the middle was when the theropod attacked the sauropod and identified it as the attack scenario. But not everyone agrees with this. There's no change of speed indicated in the tracks, no disruption by the landing of the hop, and the missing track after may be just how it was preserved.
Yeah, I mean, paleontology is certainly one of those places where just because you're missing something doesn't mean it was never there.
Mm-hmm.
So a missing track could be missing for a lot of reasons.
We don't know what we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Byrd also found other sauropod tracks, including a trackway he thought was from a swimming sauropod, and since then, other swimming sauropod trackways have been described. He also found 23 sauropod trackways heading in the same direction. in 1944 and said that they supported gregarious behavior, which was a revolutionary concept at the time. And Bird is recognized as one of the first people to hypothesize that sauropods were in herds.
Still debated to this day.
Yes, but not a novel idea anymore.
Yeah. Usually they're depicted as in groups and not solitary, I would say.
Mm-hmm. So vertebrate ichnology is big today, partly because of so many great finds in North America. In addition to the tracks in Connecticut and Texas, there's tracks in the Morrison Formation. Marsh described them in 1899, and ankylosaur tracks in the Peace River Valley of Alberta and British Columbia, which was reported by Sternberg in 1932.
Yeah, I'm surprised that in the Morrison Formation, because there are so many sauropods there, that Marsh didn't identify any sauropod tracks. Although sauropod tracks are pretty hard to identify since I always think they just look like a giant pothole.
Roland Bird is credited as the first one to find sauropod tracks.
Which would mean that Marsh didn't get credited with finding sauropod tracks, at least not in 1899.
Yes.
Or really ever, because he was dead by the time the Glen Rose tracks were described.
Yes. And then there were ankylosaur tracks in the Peace River Valley of Alberta and British Columbia reported by Sternberg in 1932. And like you said, with trace fossils, there's so much more than tracks, and we will get into that. But because there's so much cool stuff to talk about, this is a two-parter episode. So for the rest of this episode, we're just going to focus on tracks. Tracks are very useful. They can tell us about battles, herding behaviors, predators following prey. They can show if an animal had 4 legs, 2 legs, or if it dragged its tail when walking. For dinosaurs, there are no tail marks that have been found, so they didn't drag their tails. One example in terms of behaviors, there's a trackway made by 6 dromaeosaurs in what is now Shandong province in China from about 120 to 100 million years ago. They were all moving in the same direction. We don't know for sure if they were there together, but there are ripple marks that show that the trackways were covered shortly after they were made, so it seems likely that they were walking together, and maybe that's a sign of pack behavior.
The raptors hunting in packs hypothesis.
It's one of my favorites. We can also use footprint and trackway measurements to estimate limb length. For example, in 2021, Pablo Navarro Lorbes and others found 2 theropod trackways from the early Cretaceous in what is now Spain, and based on the size of the footprints, the first set of footprints were nearly 13 inches or 33 centimeters long, and almost 12 inches or about 30 centimeters wide, and the second set were 11.4 inches or almost 29 centimeters long and 10.6 inches or almost 27 centimeters wide.
So just like 10% smaller, basically.
Yeah. So they estimated that the dinosaurs, based on these footprints, were around 7 feet or 2 meters tall and around 13 to 16 feet or 4 to 5 meters long. They were also able to estimate their speed based on the dinosaurs' hip heights and stride lengths. And it turns out these are some of the fastest known theropod tracks. They moved up to 27.7 miles per hour or 44.6 kilometers per hour. They could also tell when their speeds accelerated or decelerated. And the second trackway shows abrupt speed changes, which suggest that this was a maneuvering dinosaur, as the authors put it.
Yeah, that's cool. I know one of the big things there is how far apart the tracks are. In terms of how fast they're going.
And from tracks, we can also tell if the land was dry or wet. For example, a study from 2020 found that during the early Jurassic mass extinction, about 183 million years ago, there were still some habitable areas at times based on tracks. At that time, the ocean waters were getting warmer, there were more wildfires and toxic gases in the air, and due to volcanic activity, there were a lot of lava flows. These tracks were found in the Karoo Basin, mostly in South Africa, and they show a 2-legged carnivorous dinosaur, a 4-legged herbivorous ornithischian dinosaur, and a small synapsid. That's the group of reptiles that mammals evolved from.
I don't know if I call synapsids reptiles, but yeah. Reptile-like animals.
Fair point. I was focused on the dinosaur tracks.
Hmm.
Now, the carnivore was trotting. The ornithischian was maybe trotting at first and then it broke into a run. But it wasn't being chased by the carnivore because the carnivore was going in the opposite direction. They also found ripple marks and some desiccation cracks in the sandstone, which means that moisture levels were fluctuating. So it seems that these dinosaurs or these animals were walking through a temporary stream that could have been from a flash flood or seasonal flow or just during a rainy period. Now, there's evidence of burning trees and lava, but in between eruptions, that area would have been habitable, though eventually where the animals walked was covered by more lava.
So there's like an eruption, some horrible stuff happens, the animals leave for a little bit, and then they come back.
Yep.
And repeat.
So they had some moments of peace, it seems. We can also use track sites to conduct census studies about how many animals were in the area, how diverse were they, their geographic ranges, and how things changed over time. As an example, in 2023, Dustin Stewart and others found what they called a coliseum of dinosaur tracks in Alaska from the late Cretaceous. There was a lot of tectonic activity since then, so everything is folded and tilted at a more than 70-degree angle.
Ugh.
The rock formation is multi-layered. It's about 217 feet or 66.3 meters tall. It's one of those walls of tracks.
Yeah, the cliff face of tracks.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's a track 200 feet up in the air on that 70-degree tilt, it's pretty hard to study.
It is. They use drones.
Okay, I was going to say, unless you use a quadcopter or something.
There's at least 1,700 tracks from this area. It's possible the tracks were made near a watering hole in a large floodplain. The most common tracks were from ornithopods, but there were also ceratopsian and theropod tracks, including from a medium-sized tyrannosaurid and birds. It's heavily trampled in some areas, so it's likely the hadrosaurs and ceratopsids traveled in herds.
I was thinking when you said that there was the carnivore and the ornithischian going in opposite directions, so we don't think the carnivore was following the ornithischian.
Mm-hmm.
I bet if they happened to be facing the same direction, but had gone at the same time periods, everyone would think that it was following it.
Yes.
Even though it still wasn't. It just, we can tell it wasn't because they're going opposite directions, but it's hard to not jump to that conclusion when they're facing the same direction.
Mm-hmm. It's just a plausible scenario.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about types of dinosaur tracks in a moment, but first, we're going to take a quick break for our sponsors. Although we can't tell exactly what animal made a specific track in most cases, you can tell what types of dinosaurs made tracks. So theropods, for example, have 3 toes, and you can tell a theropod left a 3-toed track, some sort of theropod.
Well, sometimes they get mixed up with ornithopods because they also have 3 toes.
That's true. But just, this is your starting point, gives you a hint of where to start.
Mm-hmm. And there's differences between the angles of the toes, and sometimes you can see bigger claws on the theropod tracks are another clue.
Mm-hmm. Ceratopsian tracks have 4 toes. Stegosaurs had 3 toes, and chylosaurs had 3 or 4. And chylosaurs had longer toes than ceratopsians and walked with their palms flat on the ground. Sauropods, of course, had the largest tracks. How did you describe them? As potholes?
Yeah. That's really what they look like. Whenever I've seen tracks sort of outlined in any peer review publication or in person, it's like, oh, I can see those 3-toed tracks. I can see these 4-toed tracks. I can see these 5-toed tracks. And then it's the sauropod, which technically has 4 or 5 toes, but you don't see it. It's just this big old pit.
I think sometimes you could tell there are 5 toes.
Someone can tell. I can't tell.
But yeah, these tracks are wide. They're circular. With the 5 toes, they also had claws on their hands, often only on the thumb. The feet usually had only 3 claws. Sometimes only sauropod hands are found, and that could be from the ground that they were walking on, or how their weight was distributed, or it could be signs of swimming. Just a quick note, it can be hard to tell if a dinosaur was swimming. In 2019, James Farlow and others studied a site with at least 52 sauropod tracks. These are the Glen Rose Formation in Texas. The tracks were in limestone in an aquatic environment. They think that it was a closed lagoon at the time based on algae and aquatic fossils also found. And it kind of looked like they were swimming. There was more weight that seemed to be on the front legs. They took a broken piece of the track to study, and they compared the pace of tracks to tracks with hind feet. But their conclusion was that most likely these dinosaurs were not swimming, but they did say they can't fully rule it out. And interestingly, either way, the dinosaur that made these tracks was front heavy with longer forelimbs. Maybe it was kicking off the bottom of the lagoon, or it was walking with more weight on the front legs. One of the track makers may even be a new type of dinosaur, which could explain its strange gait or strange tracks that it left.
Yeah, because that sounds more like a brachiosaur type situation where the front legs are getting more of the weight.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been really funny if the Glen Rose tracks, which you said were really good evidence that dinosaurs didn't have to swim and didn't have to live in aquatic environments,
Oh, yeah.
turned out to be like, but in that case, they were all aquatic tracks.
That would be funny. So, how can you tell if you found a track? Well, in 2022, Jens Lauensack and others came up with 4 criteria for verifying that what you're looking at is a track. One is the preservation of regular trackway morphology. This shows the difference in the feet and the hands and alternating foot placement. 2 is the preservation of track morphology. This corresponds with what we know about a dinosaur's anatomy, well, any animal's anatomy, also looking for consistency in multiple tracks. 3 is the deformation structure. Tracks are made by feet interacting with substrate, the ground, and the feet deform the substrate. That's how they've made their mark. And 4, temporal and environmental context. The tracks have to make sense for the time period and place based on the sediment and formation that they're in.
I think that's one of the keys to finding a sauropod track, because like, is this big, large circle impression in a place where there were sauropods? So if it's from the, Triassic or something, it's probably not a sauropod track. Maybe it's just a big hole in the ground.
Yes. Or how we know that William Buckland wasn't quite right with this tortoise tracks, because there were no tortoises around that time those tracks were made. In terms of how tracks are made, the gist is that an animal will push its hand or foot into the ground and leave a print. Often the animal has stepped in soft mud, and then that impression or print gets covered in loose sand that fills it in, and the tracks need to get baked by the sun. The sand consolidates into sandstone, and then eventually the rock splits open to reveal the footprint.
Yep, and sometimes depending on what is stepped into, you get either the actual print itself preserved, like in that case it would be like the mudstone, or the sandstone, which is the counter slab, or sometimes they call it the natural mold of the track, because it's the thing that filled the track and made a mold of it and then ended up fossilizing. And you can also get under tracks, which in that example would be like underneath the mud. If there was like a clay type soil or something that got pressed and deformed a little bit, but the foot didn't actually touch it, it just sort of like mushed down the under layer a little bit, that can fossilize. And sometimes the other layers get lost. So you're just left with sort of this faint impression of a track from beneath where the track actually was.
And that's why you have to be careful about whatever you find. And then sometimes the tracks are in unexpected places today. Like we mentioned, that Colosseum in Alaska, which is nearly vertical. There are also tracks in Bolivia that are on a wall. The Cal Orco fossil bed, which has 9 levels of dinosaur tracks in the El Molino Formation, and the main level of tracks is almost vertical. This site has over 12,000 tracks in 465 trackways. And 9 types of tracks have been found, from theropods, ornithopods, ankylosaurs, sauropods. The geology has changed and the ground has been pushed up, but when the tracks were made, it was a riverbed.
Yeah, that I think is the most impressive sounding track site we've ever heard of.
Yes.
There are a couple others that I think have reported over 10,000 tracks. I think there's one in Canada, but this one, I think being on that cliff face makes it even more impressive just because
Hmm.
it's almost like a monument to dinosaur tracks in a way. Although I know they have a problem with the cliff face sort of eroding off and pieces falling off. You have to wear hard hats if you go there.
Oh,
But the interesting thing is sometimes a piece falls off and then there's another track underneath it.
so it's kind of helpful almost.
Yeah. As long as you can keep documenting it and, get all that information. But it's sort of a difficult spot to get to. I think, though, if you're really into dinosaur tracks, it's one of those like bucket list
Oh,
spots
yeah.
to get to.
It's on our list. We've gone through a few examples of what tracks can tell us, and I've got a few more. Couldn't help myself. So in 2022, Jens Lauensack and others were able to tell that sauropods did not walk like giraffes based on footprints. They looked at the timing and spacing of footfalls of 3 trackways in Arkansas in the US. Now, past studies had found that sauropods had a gait. The way it walked was kind of like giraffes, where the right legs or the left legs moved at the same time. But for a sauropod, which has this wide gauge, there's a risk of falling over because they're so heavy, and if they fell, they would probably die.
Or at least get injured.
Yes. So it seems like they should have moved differently to stay more stable. The team found that sauropods walked like beavers and hedgehogs.
Hmm.
They moved the front right and back left legs at the same time, and then moved the front left and back right legs. This is called a diagonal couplet pattern, and it is different from giraffes, where giraffes move both the right legs or both the left legs at the same time. And it's also different from elephants, which move by lifting each foot one by one.
Yeah. And different than some sprinting animals that sort of do them in a circle. Like they go right front, right back, left front. So they're sort of going like clockwise or counterclockwise. I can't remember which direction it goes, but they go in a circle. In this case, it's diagonal at the same time. That's interesting.
Yeah. There's also evidence of dinosaurs in groups or herds. There's even evidence of tyrannosaurs walking alongside each other. A study in 2014 found 3 trackways in British Columbia, Canada, from tyrannosaurs walking in the same direction at a normal pace of about 5.2 miles per hour or 8.5 kilometers per hour. So it's possible that these tyrannosaurs happened to pass the same spot at different times over a short period of time, but the authors thought that that was unlikely. And then in 2019, Lita Shing and others found hundreds of sauropodomorph tracks that likely shows that the sauropodomorphs were social. There were at least 260 tracks. This is in Guizhou province, China. And the tracks were almost parallel to each other, so it seems like they were walking alongside each other.
There's also that picket wire track site in Colorado that shows a few sauropods that seem to be kind of parallel.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember there's one that looks more like a juvenile, much smaller tracks than
Oh,
the others.
yeah. Yeah, I like the studies that show that there was some kind of juvenile with the adults.
Mm-hmm.
Tracks can also tell us a little bit about predation. So in 2023, scientists found 2 new bird tracks that seem to show evidence of a raptorial bird preying on another animal. And this is possibly the first evidence of that via a trace fossil. The paper was published in Quaternary Science Reviews. The tracks were found in Portugal. They're from the late Pleistocene, from about 129,000 to 11,700 years ago.
So recent.
Very recent. Compared to what we normally talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Again, these are raptorial birds, so dinosaurs, but, avian ones.
Mm-hmm.
The first trackway is named Corvid Ichnis Odamirensis, and they attributed those tracks to the movement of a western jackdaw, also known as a Corvus mondua. The second trackway is named Buboichnis vicentinus, and They interpreted that as a predatory feeding trace of a Eurasian eagle owl, the bubo bubo.
That's a fun one to say.
That is. Multiple eagle owl tracks come together with two converging tracks of shorebirds, and that shows the eagle owl actively catching and going after prey.
Not something you think that you would see like tracks of, because I always think birds swoop down to catch their prey or snatch it off the ground or something like that, not run over to it.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you have to have a good eye to notice these kinds of activities within a track.
That's true. And even to notice the tracks, because like owls or eagle owls do not leave particularly large tracks.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like a sauropod. You could like hurt yourself on the thing.
Again, we'll talk about even more trace fossils in next week's episode, including burrows, eggs, tooth marks, and fossilized poop. So stay tuned. But now it's time for the dinosaur of the day. So now for our dinosaur of the day, Talenka'uen, which was a request from Tyrant King via our Patreon and Discord. Thanks. Talenka'uen was an iguanodont that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Santa Cruz Province, Argentina, in the Cerro Fortaleza Formation. It was similar to Dryosaurus, but slightly larger and with a proportionally longer neck. It had a long tail, shorter arms than legs, a small head, and it was small and it walked on two legs. It was estimated to be about 13 feet or 4 meters long, though Gregory Paul estimated it to be 15 feet or 4.7 meters long and to weigh 660 pounds or 300 kilograms. It had a relatively small head and a slender humerus or upper arm bone. The humerus had reduced areas for muscle attachment, like other ornithopods found in South America, such as Nodohypsilophodon and Ana bissetia. Talenka'uen had teeth at the tip of its beak, and it had a first toe, which is unlike later iguanodontians, that they only had the 3 middle toes.
Yeah, and the teeth in the beak. I feel like we're always talking about toothless beaks.
Yeah.
Or it almost always precedes beak, toothless beak.
But not in this case. Talenka'uen also had smooth egg-shaped plates on the side of the rib cage that were long. They were 7 inches or 180 millimeters, but thin. They were only 3 millimeters thick.
Oh, weird.
Mm-hmm. Other dinosaurs have similar plates like Hypsilophodon and Thescelosaurus. In this case, though, these plates were too thin to help with defense.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if it's one of those where they could have been used as like a calcium store kind of thing.
Oh, maybe. We're not really sure at this point. Talenka'uen, the fossils were found in 2000. The type species is Talenka'uen sanacrucensis. It was named from a relatively complete articulated skeleton that's missing just the back of the skull, the tail, and the hands. And it was described in 2004 by Fernando Novas and others. The genus name means small skull, and the species name refers to the province where it was found.
Do you know what language it means small skull in? The Talenka'uen?
It's from the Tehuelche language.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we've talked about some animals named after that. The native group that's down in like southern Chile and Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
And up in the Andes.
Yeah. There were also bone fragments and teeth found near the holotype, which are likely from a recently hatched Talenka'uen. So it was the first hatchling ornithopod discovered in the southern hemisphere. It had some wear on its teeth too, which means it had eaten and it had hatched. It wasn't an embryo. It was out in the world. It's possible that the adult took care of the baby, but it's unclear. Other dinosaurs that lived around the same time and place as Talenka'uen include the Titanosaur, Puertosaurus, and the theropod Orcoraptor. And our fun fact for this week is a recap of something we talked about in a previous episode. But don't worry, I have a little bonus information. And it's that figuring out what dinosaurs left specific tracks is incredibly difficult, but AI can help solve the mystery. In 2022, Jens Lauensack and others solved this big mystery of tracks in Queensland, Australia, in the Lark Quarry, the Dinosaur Stampede National Monument, and these tracks were made about 95 million years ago. They had three-toed tracks, and it was unclear if they were made by theropods or ornithischians, just like you were saying earlier, Garrett, how both of these types of dinosaurs had three toes, and sometimes it's hard to tell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I was saying specifically the ornithopod ornithischians often have really similar three-toed footprints, but
Yes. Now, in this case, depending on whether it was made, the tracks were made by theropods or ornithischians, that tells us a much different story of what happened at that site.
mm-hmm. Was it a stampede?
Yes.
Why were they stampeding?
Exactly. What makes it tricky is that ornithischian tracks tend to be wider and more symmetric and have blunt hoof marks instead of sharp claw marks, but these characters can be seen in both groups of tracks. So, to help figure out which track belonged to which group, the team trained this artificial neural network to categorize footprints as theropod or ornithischian. They used about 1,500 dinosaur footprints, where we knew that they were from ornithischian and theropods, to train the network. And then they tested to see how well it worked on a set of 36 tracks that was a mix of obvious and challenging tracks to figure out. 5 researchers also looked at the same tracks and were asked to identify them. And the AI did a better job at figuring out which tracks were which. There was a margin of error of about 11%. It classified 67% correctly, 22% ambiguous, and 11% incorrectly. But the 5 researchers averaged 57% correctly, 24% ambiguous, and 20% incorrectly.
I remember talking about this at the time and asking, how do we know what's correct versus incorrect? And I think it was like, there's a series of tracks, and then there's one that's like not so good.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one that they ask on.
Yes.
It's like, we can tell because, they're in a group, but let's give them the bad one and test the AI and the people.
Yeah, it's a good way to test.
It's interesting to me that it was more accurate both in classifying them, but also in not like false positives and false negatives were better, because it only got 11% of them wrong versus 20% for people, but then it got 67% of them right versus 57% by people. And it had less ambiguous ones as well.
Yeah, so it was definitely helpful.
Still not a slam dunk, though.
It's not, but it's a starting point.
Getting a 67% on a test isn't real great.
I think that's what you said the last time we talked about this, yeah.
Better than a 57%. We're grading on a curve here, so the AI came out ahead.
Well, okay, what the AI found was, so it's called Dinosaur Stampede National Monument, and there's these big tracks surrounded by a lot of small footprints. So in the past, it was thought that there's a predator that sparked a stampede. And maybe the predator was Australovenator.
That's what they went with for the Australian Age of Dinosaurs museum display. They have an Australovenator sort of chasing a bunch of little herbivorous dinosaurs.
Yes, I do really like that display.
Mm-hmm.
But the AI found that the tracks were made by an ornithischian, an herbivore. So there probably wasn't a stampede. It was something else going on here.
It could still be a stampede, though. Ornithischians, not all herbivores are friendly. True. It could be an herbivore that was unhappy with all these little baby dinosaurs in its space.
Get out of my way.
Maybe it was too close to its babies. Who knows what. But.
So maybe eventually we'll figure out what really happened, or get a better idea at least. As a bonus, though, it's not just AI that's helping figure out what animals made certain footprints. There's other technology like CT scanning and photogrammetry that really help. Tom Holtz talked about this at Virtual SVP in 2023, and how, for example, the Paluxy tracks in Texas and the US seem to match Acrocanthosaurus.
Cool.
The theropod ones.
Yeah, I hope in the future we can match more dinosaur tracks with the known dinosaurs, because it's always more interesting when you can look at a track. Everybody always asks that, right? Like, what made that track? And it's a little unsatisfying to say some kind of theropod, probably maybe an ornithischian.
Mm-hmm.
But if you could say Acrocanthosaurus, that's a lot more fun.
It is. And that wraps up this week's episode. If you enjoyed this episode or our other episodes, then please consider leaving us a review in Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen to your podcast. Stay tuned. Next week, we'll be going into part 2 of our Trace Fossils episode, which will include burrows, teeth marks, and of course that fossilized poop. Thanks again, and until next time.
Could tell from watching me walk, I'm a dinosaur. Don't give up.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today, in our 476th episode, we're continuing our 2-part series on ichnofossils,
Also known as trace fossils.
also known as footprints, coprolites, a bunch of other stuff the dinosaurs left behind.
Mm-hmm.
But in this episode, specifically, we're going into burrows, eggs, tooth marks, coprolites, and there is a fun fact, which I know nothing about.
But it's related. It's loosely related to coprolites. I'll give you that hint.
Okay. Is it some other kind of bromelite? Like a regurgitolite?
Kind of.
Okay. And we have dinosaur of the day, Bihariosaurus. But before we get into all of that, as always, we like to thank some of our patrons who help us create special content like this, where we don't have to worry about algorithms so much. And this week, we'd like to thank Tarkia Tamer, Eric, Trent Carbajal, Brooke, Adilosaurus, Ryan, Professor Herrerasaurus, and Kyla Salas, Darren and Miss Olive, and Sammysaurus.
Yes, thank you so much. It's so fun to work on these more in-depth episodes, and we learn a lot along the way. So we appreciate you and everybody in our Dino It All community. Jumping in to the ichnofossils, we're back to talk about all the traces that dinosaurs left behind. And in part 1 of this 2-part episode, we mostly focused on tracks. But it's not just about footprints, even though they do tell us a lot about dinosaur behavior and their lives in general. There's also, like Garrett mentioned at the beginning of the show, burrows, which tell us how they lived, if they lived alone or in groups, eggs that tell us how they reproduced, tooth marks that tell us how they ate, and of course the fossilized poop and vomit, which also tell us how and what they ate. Starting with burrows and nests can tell us a lot about whether an animal lived alone, in communities, and in some cases, if they had advanced levels of social orgs, known as eusocial behavior. It's hard to tell from a burrow alone what animal made it, but there's a few details that can help give us clues, like the size of the burrow, if there's claw marks on the burrow, maybe there's gnaw marks on some plants that are found nearby, and also just the shape of the burrow. The best thing, though, of course, is if there's a body fossil found in the burrow, like the case with Eryctodromaeus, the most well-known burrowing dinosaur. It's the first non-avian dinosaur that's known, that we know of, that burrowed or was published about. We talked about it back in episode 2. The full name, Eryctodromaeus cubicularis, means digging runner of the lair.
So the genus name Eryctodromaeus is digging runner, and then that species name
Is of the lair.
Okay.
It's very descriptive. It was named in 2007 by David Verricchio and others, and it was found in Montana in the U.S. in the Blackleaf Formation. It lived in the Cretaceous. They found an adult and 2 juveniles in a burrow, and the body fossils support that it was digging and running. It's a bit more specialized, the fossils, than animals today that do that, like rabbits and hyenas. It had a broad snout, which was good for digging. The adult was nearly 7 feet. It was 6.9 feet or 2.1 meters long, and weighed about 50 to 70 pounds or 22 to 32 kilograms. And the juveniles were about 4.3 feet or 1.3 meters long.
Oh, still pretty big.
Yes. Based on the large size of the juveniles, it probably took care of its young, and it probably took care of its young for a while.
Mm-hmm.
They were found in a burrow about 6.6 feet or 2 meters long and 2.3 feet or 70 centimeters wide. That burrow is similar in size to the adult Eryctodromaeus, which is another sign that it was probably the one that dug that burrow.
It makes sense. It'd be weird if one of the babies chucked the burrow, especially because a lot of animals dig burrows in order to lay eggs and then protect the young. So kind of needs to be the adult digging the burrow.
I think the thinking was that it wasn't another animal that dug the burrow.
Oh, that's true. But even if it was, a lot of times burrows are repurposed by other animals, and you could still consider them burrowing animals, even if they don't actually do the burrowing themselves. They still live underground in burrows. It's sort of semantics about whether or not.
That's true. But with Eryctodromaeus, we do think it could dig. This burrow was densely packed, so the three of them probably died in the burrow. And the burrow is similar to burrows that hyenas and puffins make. In 2019, L.J. Krummenacher and others described 2 new Eryctodromaeus burrows. These were found in the Wayan Formation. One burrow had an adult skeleton preserved with the forelimb, hind limb, and tail. And it seems that they might have gotten preserved in burrow fills. The burrow got filled in with material.
Seems like the optimal way to get preserved. Already underground, and then it just fills in on top of you so nothing can scavenge or anything like that. And burrows are a decent place in terms of water content too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it does seem like a likely situation to get fossilized in.
Plus, it tells us a little bit about the behavior. So it's like, thanks, Eryctodromaeus. That's very helpful.
Thanks for dying in your burrow.
Wow. Silver linings.
Yeah.
Eryctodromaeus isn't the only burrowing dinosaur. In 2020, Yu Qing Yang and others named a new burrowing dinosaur, Changmiania, that was found in the Liaoning province in China.
I think when I described that one, when it was a new dinosaur, I said Changmiania, just because of my Midwestern accent.
Oh, yes. Well, Changmiania or Changmiania lived in the early Cretaceous. The genus name means eternal sleep. They found 2 nearly complete articulated skeletons, and there were no signs of these skeletons being preyed on. One individual was curled up with its tail projecting out. The other was mostly straight, and as you described it, the first time in kind of a flattened leapfrog position. And based on the arms and skull, it was probably a facultative digger like Eryctodromaeus. Unfortunately, we don't have too much information about where exactly they were found because they were collected and prepared by local farmers, but we do think that the 2 individuals were resting in a burrow that collapsed and preserved them perfectly, possibly from a mudslide from a nearby volcano. That part is speculation, though. And I think you said this in the first time, finding a natural cast of a burrow would really help. So, almost as good as Eryctodromaeus.
Yeah.
There's another dinosaur that potentially burrowed, Thescelosaurus.
Or Thescelosaurus. We'll see which way I end up pronouncing most. This study was in 2023 by David Button and Lindsay Zano. Now, Thescelosaurus is a small Neo-Ornithischian dinosaur that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now North America. It was bipedal, so walked on 2 legs. We know it from several partial skeletons and skulls. It grew to between 8.2 to 13.1 feet, or 2.5 to 4 meters long on average. It had sturdy hind limbs, small wide hands, and a head with a long pointed snout, and it was an herbivore. For this study, they did a CT scan of the skull of Willow, a specimen at the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences, which makes sense, because Lindsay Zano was involved. Now, Willow is about 12 feet, or 3.6 meters long, and weighed about 750 pounds, or 340 kilograms. That sounds really big for something that burrows, until I was talking to someone, I can't remember if it was on the podcast or not, and they were saying, but bears burrow. And then when you think about that, you're like, okay, yeah, some pretty big things do burrow.
Also with dinosaurs, we often talk about a lot of their length is in their tail.
Yeah, so hopefully it's flexible enough that they can turn around, because otherwise they'd be a little awkward in a burrow. You have to reverse out, I guess.
So with the CT scan, they reconstructed soft tissues in the skull, like the brain and inner ear. And they found that the hearing range of Thescelosaurus was limited. It could hear about 15% of what we humans can detect, and 4 to 7% of what dogs and cats can hear. And it's bad at hearing high-pitched sounds. So it heard low frequencies best, and the range it could hear overlaps with Tyrannosaurus rex. They also found Thescelosaurus had a great sense of smell. It had these well-developed olfactory bulbs, which were relatively larger than other dinosaurs we know of so far, and similar to living alligators. So maybe it used its smell to find buried plants like roots and tubers. It also had very good balance, which is another trait found in burrowing animals, and it had powerful arms and legs. They made a 3D digital reconstruction of the brain. It had a relatively small brain. And there's trace fossils and skeletal evidence of earlier thescelosaurids that burrowed, though we don't have any fossilized tunnels or, quote, other corroborating ichnological evidence, end quote. This was published in scientific reports. So it's unclear just how much of a burrower Thescelosaurus was. Trace fossils would definitely help, and I know I said this is an episode about trace fossils, but how could I not include another potential burrowing dinosaur?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's the thing about trace fossils. They tell you about the behavior of the animals, and then it branches out into, well, what other types of animals might create these trace fossils. Then you know where to look for them and what you might expect from different animals.
Exactly.
I feel like Thescelosaurus is one that we almost never talk about. It's not like a household name, even though it is a pretty interesting group of dinosaurs, or the Thescelosaurids are a pretty interesting group from the latest Cretaceous, so they coexisted with a lot of the most popular dinosaurs. But maybe it's because they're a little bit smaller. Like you said, they only got up to about 13 feet long.
Well, as the authors put it, this is a neglected dinosaur.
Yeah. But they do look, I mean, in general, if you looked at one, you'd be forgiven for thinking it looked kind of like a hadrosaur because it's bipedal. It has decent arms on it, but is, you know, they're clearly short enough that it was bipedal. And presumably, I think it was a herbivore.
Yeah, it was.
And we've known about it for over 100 years. So
when it was first discovered, it was a big deal because its name means marvelous lizard. Maybe we'll be marveling at it again soon.
That's interesting. I didn't remember that that's what the name meant. It's pretty grandiose for a dinosaur that everybody forgets about.
We'll talk more about trace fossils starting with eggs in a moment, but first, a quick break for our sponsors. Moving on from burrows to eggs, they seemed like there was a natural transition.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes eggs are considered to be trace fossils unless they're embryos, because eggs provide direct evidence of reproductive behavior.
Yeah, it's interesting because I remember yesterday you were saying the trace fossil definition was basically something that wasn't part of the animal. And eggs are almost part of an animal, right? Because the mother dinosaur lays the egg. So it like is something that their body created. But I guess things that they create and leave behind are a gray area, because like a tooth isn't an ichnofossil. A shed tooth isn't an ichnofossil, I don't think.
But tooth marks are.
Yeah, tooth marks are, and then like egg shell fragments aren't as soon as they're disassociated with the animal.
I'm not sure what, because I know there's been a couple of cases of dinosaurs' body fossils found with eggs in them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how you would categorize that.
I think that would not count too, because that's sort of like a bromelite or regurgitolite or do they call it a gastrolite? I can't remember what it's called when the coprolite is still inside the body.
Oh, I see.
Oh, was that like colalite?
Colalite, yeah.
Yeah. So in that case, that would probably be an ichnofossil, because I think all of those are classified as ichnofossils. There's a lot of gray area though, obviously.
Mm-hmm. There's a quick note too, speaking of gray area, sometimes eggs are more than just eggs. For example, Qinghe and others named a new type of dinosaur egg in 2022 based partly on one that was found that was full of crystals. So it was partially broken and filled with clusters of calcite crystals, and it looks like a geode. It's very pretty.
Yeah. That can happen with bones too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and you've got those opalized fossils, and things can be multiple things.
Things can be multiple things.
Quote of the day. Anyway. Eggs can tell us about behaviors like brooding. For example, there was a study in 2023 by Mattia Tagliavento and others that found that Troodon could change its body temperature and likely brooded its eggs in nests shared with other female Troodon. We talked about this one in our Dinosauroid episode.
I don't remember talking about that.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was worth mentioning again, because the Dinosauroid, I think, stole the spotlight of that episode.
The like humanoid creature that hypothetically, on a very fringe hypothesis, could have evolved from Troodon if it hadn't gone extinct.
From Stenonychosaurus.
Is that a troodontid?
Yes, it is a troodontid, which is why we talked about it in that episode. So, dinosaurs evolving into birds meant that there were a lot of changes, including in body temperature and reproducing and nesting, and Troodon helped show some of these changes. The team studied bird eggs from chickens, sparrows, wrens, emus, kiwis, cassowaries, and ostriches, as well as reptile eggs from turtles, crocodiles, and alligators, and compared them to Troodon eggshells. And we know that they're Troodon eggshells because of embryos found with the eggs. So embryos are very helpful, having those body fossils.
Mhm.
And they're from the Oldman Formation. They used dual clumped isotope thermometry, which is a way to measure and reconstruct body temperatures of dinosaurs, and they compared eggshell mineralization processes. With most dinosaurs, we think they laid their eggs en masse and incubated them like reptiles by covering their nests. But there's some derived theropods, like oviraptorids, that seem to have brooded their eggs, though we don't know for sure if they used their body heat to incubate them. And we think that they were nests similar to birds, but they had 2 functional oviducts like reptiles, whereas birds only have 1. And it turns out Troodon had some reptile and bird-like characteristics.
I feel like we're going to get emails because sometimes people consider Troodon to be Stenonychosaurus, or that they're synonyms. So I guess this camp is in team Troodon is its own genus and is valid and is not just Stenonychosaurus.
Yes. I feel like we've been hearing teasers for a while that there's some paper or something out there that will show Troodon is valid.
I think we've kind of already seen it, and it's mostly just papers like this where they say it's Troodon. But yeah, I do occasionally hear people say, like, I don't really buy the whole Troodon being valid because the holotype is just teeth.
Well, we'll keep an eye out. But back to the brooding. So in birds, the team found that bird eggs mineralize much faster and more effectively than reptiles, and they can tell this by patterns in the eggshells. And again, birds only have 1 functioning ovary. In Troodon, the patterns in the eggshells show that the Troodon eggs mineralize more like reptiles, more slowly. So it seems that Troodon had 2 functional ovaries based on the eggshells being more like a reptile's. Knowing that the eggs mineralize more like reptiles makes it easier to estimate the number of eggs that an individual Troodon would lay. Based on previous studies, Troodon weighed about 50 kilograms or 110 pounds, and the egg was 50 to 60 grams or roughly 2 ounces of calcite. Based on that information, a single Troodon could have a clutch size of 4 to 6 eggs. This helps support the hypothesis that Troodon nests, which had up to 24 eggs, were communal. There were 4 to 6 females laying their eggs together. Modern birds like ostriches also have communal nests with 2 to 7 eggs per nest. But because the patterns of Troodon eggshells are similar to reptiles, that implies that their, quote, isotopic composition directly reflects eggshell formation temperature and thus body temperature, end quote. Which means you can tell the body temperature of Troodon based on the eggshell formation temperature. Now, of the 4 Troodon eggshells in this study, 3 were estimated to be about 42 degrees Celsius, which is about 107 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's similar to modern birds' body temperatures. Because Troodon was so warm, maybe it partly incubated the eggs with its own body heat, or brooded. The 4th eggshell was colder, at about 29 degrees Celsius, which is about 84 degrees Fahrenheit. The colder temperature was similar to temperatures in previous studies of oviraptorids, and that helps show that Troodon was heterothermic. The body temperature varied with the environment. It was, quote, capable of voluntarily reducing its metabolic rate like modern birds, end quote. So this may have been key to eventually leading to true endothermy, or being able to generate its own body heat. That's a lot that we learned from some eggshells.
So are you saying that this sort of paleothermometer technique of the isotopic composition of the eggs tells us about the brooding temperature of Troodon or the body temperature of Troodon when it laid the eggs?
The study is saying that the eggshell temperature relates or reflects the body temperature. So yes, the eggshell temperature, the same as the body temperature.
So it seems crazy that the body temperature would vary by over 30 degrees Fahrenheit. But I guess that's what they're saying.
I think what's happening here is torpor.
So in other words, they're lowering their body temperature to save energy, and maybe one of those eggs was made while it was in the low energy state.
I don't know the details, but hummingbirds can drop their body temperatures between 23 to 37 degrees Celsius.
That is a lot. That's even more than this.
Yes. Other birds can do it, not as extreme, but pigeons do like 3 to 10 degrees Celsius.
Does seem handy.
Mm-hmm.
While you're resting, drop the body temperature, save some energy.
Yeah. But anyway, like I was saying, the eggshells, they told us a little bit about the temperature of not just the eggs, but the dinosaurs that laid them, as well as how big these nests were, and gave us hints that these nests might have been communal.
Yeah, that part's really interesting, that they could estimate the total number of eggs that an individual might be able to lay and then say, like, there's no way just one troodon could lay all these eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Must be a community laying the eggs.
All from little fragments. Eggs can also tell us about a dinosaur's lifestyle. For example, a study in 2021 by Lea Stefano and others found that based on eggshells, titanosaurs probably lived a nomadic lifestyle. They studied the isotopes of eggshells, and they estimated a body temperature based on those of about 40 degrees Celsius or about 104 degrees Fahrenheit, and the eggshells came from 3 nesting sites in Argentina. And they said that titanosaurs, or at least the females, probably had stable, high body temperatures. The isotopes they found in their study were also consistent with other studies from around the world. And based on these studies, it means titanosaurs created and laid eggshells in similar conditions around the world, though they didn't always live there the whole year. But they did need specific conditions to reproduce. So having high body temperatures would mean that the titanosaurs would eat lots of food, and then likely they were nomadic. They would have had to move around to get all that food. The nests were dense in some sites, so they may have come back to the same sites every year to breed, and the nests were in an arid area. It's possible that the titanosaurs had to fast to reach their nests, and they would fast just long enough to get to the nesting site because they probably didn't stay with the eggs after laying them.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yes, we're getting lifestyle tips or lifestyle hints.
Yeah. I guess the main thing there is seeing that they were nesting in the same spot over and over and over again meant that they lived there some of the time, as in lived physically were there.
Mm-hmm.
But like you were saying, they needed to eat so much that there's no way they could just nest there all the time and eat there all the time. They would have had to spread out a little bit more for food.
Yeah. And then there are egg pathologies. Couldn't resist including some pathologies here that can tell us more about dinosaur reproductive behavior. As Harsha, Demon, and others found in their 2022 study, they found this pathologic egg, a titanosaur egg from the late Cretaceous found in India, and it was specifically an ovum in ovo.
Oh, yeah.
The one egg within another egg, so there's 2 yolks. You remember this story?
I remember ovum in ovo. I was thinking that was the one where there were multiple layers on one eggshell, but I think that is a different name because that's when it's like egg bound.
Yes. Ooh, I'm blanking on that name though. But this one's an egg within an egg. It's been found in birds, but not in non-avian dinosaurs until that study. And in the picture, you see the 2 eggshell layers, like one layer over the other with a gap in between.
Oh, there's a gap. Yeah.
Yeah.
The one I was thinking of doesn't have a gap.
They said that the gap between the eggshell layers may have had a yolk before fossilization. The way it's preserved, it looks different from turtle, gecko, dinosaur, and bird multi-shelled eggs found, which didn't have a gap between layers. In birds, ovum in ovo happens when an egg gets pushed back up the oviduct through muscle contractions, and it meets another unshelled egg. The 2 eggs then move down to the glands that produce the shell and get encased in a second shell layer.
That seems really painful, having an egg go back up the wrong way, like that far into the oviduct.
Yeah, and then kind of melds into another one.
Yeah, because that means it's getting extra big too.
Mm-hmm. If the next ovulation cycle already happened, that first egg that went back up the oviduct gets new layers of membrane and maybe yolk, depending on which part of the oviduct it goes back to. There's a lot of possibilities for why this happened. It could be due to sickness, overcrowding, so there was more competition for space and food, or if there wasn't enough food, could have been floods, droughts, environmental stress, or maybe a lack of suitable substances to build the nest, or climate change. However, since only one egg in the whole nest had a pathology, the author said it seemed likely that it was an individual problem, possibly could be, quote, attributed to an old or incapacitated individual following injury or sickness, or one that underwent significant stress due to jump scare caused by a nearby predator, end quote.
It got scared and it startled the egg back up into its oviduct.
Could be.
Oh, man.
Or it was sick, or it was injured.
It's nice to know that it actually laid it, because some of these cases we were talking about, it ended up being fatal for the dinosaur. So it was fossilized with that egg inside it. But at least in this case, we know that it got it out because it's in a nest with other normal looking eggs.
Yeah. So it makes me feel sorry for that dinosaur.
Yeah, the egg problems do sound rough.
You know what also sounds rough? Tooth marks.
I guess it depends what the tooth marks are on. If they're on like tree bark.
Yep, but we're not talking about tree bark. So marks in bone, they can be from claws, but also, of course, from teeth. There can be punctures, grooves, fractures, and they can tell us about both predators and prey. In 2023, Roberto Ley and others studied bite and tooth marks on sauropods from the Morrison Formation in the US. This was published in Peer J. The tooth traces look different depending on what the biting animal was doing, they found. You can see, for example, elongated traces from dragging teeth, or if there was a collapsing bone surface, that means that there was a strong bite. Sometimes you can tell how big the carnivore was based on tooth marks by looking at parallel traces left by a single bite.
Oh, yeah. So in other words, the traces of the serrations, I think, is a common one, or the spacing between the teeth themselves.
Yes. Though it's still really hard to figure out exactly which animal left those tooth marks.
Yeah, unless it's, I feel like the one case where it's pretty easy is with T-Rex, because it's like nothing else around their head of tooth that big.
True.
So if you see this hole that's like, you know, a golf ball sized hole we were talking about in a recent episode, then it's like, okay, that was probably a T-Rex.
Ouch. Well, tooth marks on bones help show the ecology. For example, if there's a lot of tooth marks on a particular herbivorous animal type, that could mean that that animal was a popular prey animal. It is hard to tell from tooth marks if an animal was hunted or scavenged.
Yes.
Sometimes you can tell if an animal was hunted because there are marks and also evidence of healing.
Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that. I had thought of it as, oh, you can tell that the animal survived this. So it was like an unsuccessful fight of some sort. But if you've got a predator biting onto an herbivorous animal, odds are it is a failed hunt in that situation.
Yeah.
And not just like they happen to stumble across each other and then, you know, get into a battle. That could happen.
It seems more unlikely, though.
Yeah, it seems like either, say you have a Triceratops and a T-Rex, either the T-Rex is going to flee when it sees the Triceratops, or it's going to try to eat it. It's not going to like just spar with it for a little while just because.
Yeah, I doubt any dinosaurs just fought for fun.
Yeah.
So again, the team studied tooth marks from bones from the Morrison Formation, which means sauropods, because Morrison's known for its large sauropods like Camarasaurus, Diplodocus, Apatosaurus, and Brachiosaurus. There were also a lot of large theropods in the Morrison too, like Allosaurus, Ceratosaurus, and Torvosaurus.
Large there is like, they're on a different scale.
Well, it is the Jurassic.
Yeah, those are some really big sauropods compared to those predators.
They could still do damage, though.
That's true. Oh, yeah, and the sauropods, of course, were juveniles at some point and would have been smaller than some of the predators.
Or some of them could have been sick. So the team studied bones from 40 sauropod individuals. There were 68 tooth-marked elements. The theropod teeth were worn down probably from eating sauropods.
Oh, jeez.
They found there was more tooth-on-bone contact than previously thought. But They think that theropods probably scavenged the large sauropods in most cases and then probably hunted and ate juvenile sauropods more often than adults. Some examples of the tooth type marks include drag, from the teeth dragging. There's the bite and drag, which has damaged bone cortex. There's a pit. There's no dragging, but the cortex is intact. And there's puncture marks. They found tooth marks on the pelvis, legs, arms, feet, spine, chest, and tail from Camarasaurus, Gallimiopus, and other sauropods. And on one bone alone had up to 48 tooth traces.
Ooh, that must have been a tasty one. Or a hungry dinosaur.
Or both. About 50% of the tooth marks were drags, and then 45% were bite and drags. And based on the drag marks, the carnivore probably moved its head backwards to eat the flesh, which a lot of large theropods did based on their neck movements. The teeth did contact bone. It wasn't that common, so it seems like it was an accidental thing rather than biting the bone on purpose like tyrannosaurs did. There's no evidence of bone gnawing. But this helps show that bite marks are not rare compared to areas with tyrannosaurs. It's still really hard to know which carnivorous dinosaurs made those tooth marks, though.
That could be partly why it's easier to tell the tyrannosaur bite marks, too, because they're more intentional. So there's a much larger contact area with the tooth that you could, like, model or, like, sculpt, whereas in this case, they're just, like, little incidental pokes here and there.
Or maybe more bone breakage. Though a few sauropod bones were bitten through or off. That means some of the theropods did have strong bites. They didn't find any evidence of healing in any of the bites either, which means the theropods either scavenged or successfully hunted these sauropods.
Yeah, I guess that's the biggest piece, right? If none of them healed, then that either means it's 100% success rate for hunting, which on a large sauropod seems like no way. So then, yeah, their hypothesis of they're probably scavenging makes a lot of sense.
It does. So the study's cool. It helps show that it's not just the bone-crushing tyrannosaurs that left tooth marks on bones, because now we also know there's the Morrison theropods, and they're from the late Jurassic, way earlier.
That's where most people's favorite sauropods are from, so.
Including mine.
I don't know if that's a good thing, if your favorite sauropod got chewed on, but it's interesting.
Circle of life. It was tough to be a dinosaur. We'll get into the next phase of life, I guess. We go from eating to pooping in a moment. But first, a quick break for our sponsors.
No, you called it the next phase of life, but maybe coprolites are the next phase of digestion.
Oh, yes. So we'll get into the next phase of digestion. We've gone from tooth marks and eating to, what happens to that food after. So the part that we've all been waiting for, maybe, is fossilized poop, also known as coprolites. William Buckland coined the term coprolite. The word means dung stone. He liked coprolites and what they could tell us about the past. He once compared them with animal feces to show the origin of bone cave deposits in Yorkshire. He fed a spotted hyena ox bones and then the next day compared the gnawed bones to the coprolites and found no difference between them except in their age.
Wow.
Buckland liked coprolites so much, he had a table made with inlaid coprolites. It's now at the Lyme Regis Philpott Museum in England, and it's called Buckland's Dinosaur Poo Table.
Buckland's Dinosaur Poo Table.
Yep, catchy. The coprolites look like beetles, so they've been called beetle stones.
Just like in their overall shape and size.
Yes. And they think he probably collected them from Edinburgh in 1834. Buckland's son Francis wrote in 1867 about this, quote, table in his drawing room that was made entirely with coprolites and which was often much admired by persons who had not the least idea of what they were looking at, end quote.
They're very pretty. They have all sorts of different colors depending on the chemistry of what the animal was eating and different patterns based on, how it got mixed around in the guts.
Yeah, we've heard of people making jewelry out of coprolites.
They're very popular pieces of rock for sure.
Now, talking about coprolites, especially dinosaur coprolites, we have to bring up Karen Chin because she is the expert on coprolites. We interviewed her back in episode 256, and she filled us in on a lot of interesting details, like most coprolites are found from carnivores because there's a higher concentration of phosphorus, which is a mineral found in bones. There's also calcium. Coprolite can also preserve fragile specimens like tiny teeth or maybe very small organisms like brine shrimp and animal bones. Sometimes you can tell if an animal was an herbivore because there's plant material or seeds found. The poop is partially decomposed plants, so it's kind of the beginning of a compost pile, I think is how you put it one time, Garrett.
Mm-hmm. And that also sort of means not as likely to fossilize because compost doesn't usually stick around very long.
True. In 2017, Harman Sankusar and others studied sauropod coprolites from India, and they found pollen, spores, algae, fungus, grass, diatoms, and amoebae in it. They think that the sauropods ate the soft parts of gymnosperms, like conifers, cycads, and ginkgos, and the soft parts of angiosperms, like flowers and fruits, and that the amoeba, algae, there was also some bits of sponge, and diatom remains came from drinking them in water.
Those are some really small. Diatoms are tiny, and also amoeba,
Mm-hmm.
very small. That's amazing that they could detect those.
Yes. And also that we can figure out what they ate and drank.
Mm-hmm.
Not all herbivorous dinosaurs were fully herbivorous. Not all herbivorous animals in general are fully herbivorous. We talked about that a lot.
Most aren't.
Yeah, and in 2017, Karen Chin and others found that some herbivorous dinosaurs ate crustaceans. They found shells in 10 coprolite samples from Utah from about 75 million years ago. They could have been from hadrosaurs or ceratopsians based on the size of the coprolites. Hadrosaurs were the most common fossils in that area, like Parasaurolophus and Gryposaurus. Hadrosaurs could also crush and shear effectively. But ankylosaurid, nodosaurid, pachycephalosaurid, hypsilophodontid, and ceratopsian fossils have been found there. So it could be ceratopsians based on the area and the chewing.
I remember that one at the time, and in my head it's lodged in as a hadrosaur coprolite, but it's a good reminder that we're not really sure that it is from a hadrosaur.
Yep, we actually covered it in 2 episodes. In the first one we were talking about it's probably a hadrosaur, and the second one we're like, wait, nope, could be ceratopsian. Either way, the dinosaur intentionally ate the crustaceans, and it seems like they were eating them in rotten wood. They were likely eating the wood to get at the crustaceans.
Yeah, I remember there was like wood pulp mixed in with the crustaceans. So they came up with this idea that there was like this rotting wood that had these crustaceans sort of eating the wood. And then the dinosaur was like, I need more calcium, and like chewing through the wood and grabbing the crustaceans at the same time.
Yeah, because exactly. They might have needed more calcium because it was mating season and they needed help making shells for their eggs.
Or they just spotted them and they were like, I could eat that. It's always a possibility.
That's true. Think about that next time you're feeling peckish.
Mm-hmm. It's also nice to have hands so that you don't have to eat a bunch of wood with your food.
True. So like we said, it's hard to know what animals laid what coprolites because often they're not found together. And also coprolites can be fragmentary.
I don't know if I've heard coprolites described as being laid before. That's pretty funny.
That's true.
In a dinosaur, it all comes out of the cloaca, so I guess the same verb applies.
Mm-hmm. Paleontologists, though, have found bone in Tyrannosaur coprolite.
Or likely Tyrannosaur coprolite, we should say, since we can't be sure.
Well, they think it was probably Tyrannosaurus rex, because this coprolite was found in Saskatchewan, Canada, and it was about 1.5 feet or 0.45 meters long. So based on the size and where it was found, seems likely.
And the fact that it had bone in it, I guess.
In 2007, Karen Chin and others reported on dinosaurs eating wood. So that wasn't the crustaceans in the wood, wasn't the first time of dinosaurs eating wood. In this case, they think that it came from Maiasaura, the good mother lizard. This coprolite was found in the Two Medicine Formation in Montana, and they said it ate the wood intentionally because there were no twigs found. Conifer wood accounted for 13 to 85% of each coprolite. This wood was also decaying. There's fungus, which possibly means that the fungus broke down the wood into something bioavailable, something that they could digest. Even hadrosaurs with their grinding teeth and massive stomachs couldn't get much nutritional value from wood, so the fungus helped. And at the time, they cited this as a potentially useful resource given the overall lack of grass and other angiosperms that modern herbivores prefer.
I might be mixing up those two studies. This one, where they were mostly eating wood, and the other one where they were eating crustaceans.
No, I think because we covered the one with crustaceans, our podcast was going at that point, but they cited the one about probably Maiasaura eating wood.
Gotcha.
So they're linked. Don't worry.
But the moral of the story is it could be more than just hadrosaurs doing it. It could have also included ceratopsians and maybe even other herbivores that went after these crustaceans.
Or wood.
Yeah.
There was one Baptornis, a flightless aquatic bird found with coprolites. The coprolites were about 0.4 inches or 1 centimeter in diameter, and they have the remains of a fish in them. So it ate fish. That was nice. The coprolite was right next to the Baptornis. That's how they knew.
At least probably knew.
Yeah, probably knew.
And it like you said, it makes sense because we think that Baptornis ate fish. It's sort of a Hesperornis looking thing, or penguin looking, maybe I should say.
Yes. Coprolites have also been found near some Silosaurus fossils, and in this case they had beetles in them and smaller invertebrates. There were so many that the animal that ate them was probably going after the beetles as prey. And the coprolites were relatively large, so they came from a medium-sized animal. The coprolites ranged from a little over 1 to a little over 2 inches, or 31 to almost 55 millimeters long. They think the coprolites could be from Silosaurus because Silosaurus also had a beak that it could have used to peck small insects off the ground, like some modern birds. So it seems likely, in terms of the size and the area and
Contents,
yes. What's interesting is that at first Silosaurus was thought to be herbivorous, but this coprolite changed all that.
Yeah, just like with the hadrosaurs and ceratopsians, like, oh, they're herbivores. And then you find a bunch of crustaceans that they might have eaten. You go, wait a second.
Yeah.
Guess it's not that simple.
Pescatarians?
Well, the crustaceans, I think, might have been land things, but I don't know what the term is for, I guess it'd be insectivorous, but we don't really apply that to humans.
Right. So that's all I've got on trace fossils for dinosaurs until our fun fact. But first, the dinosaur of the day. So now on to our dinosaur of the day, Bihariosaurus, which was a request from Tyrant King via our Patreon and Discord, so thanks. It was an ornithopod that lived in the early Cretaceous in what is now Romania. It was an iguanodont, similar to Camptosaurus. It looked like other ornithopods. It walked on 2 legs, had a bulky body, a long tail, and elongated head in paleoart, at least in the paleoart that I saw. It's unknown how big it was, and there's been no distinct features in its fossils found, and it looks like other ornithopods, so it's considered to be a Nomum nudum. The bone bed where it was found is mostly ornithopods. The type species is Bihariosaurus bauxiticus, and the genus name means Bihor lizard. Bihor County is in Romania. It was named in 1989 by Florian Marinescu, who didn't describe it at the time, but did excavate by hand over 500 bones from the area where it was found between 1978 to 1979.
That is a lot.
And named Bihariosaurus based on material studied by Petrulius and others. Florian was also part of that study. And in that study, they identified Hypsilophodon and Valdosaurus, Iguanodon, and Vectosaurus in the bone assemblage. The fossils of Bihariosaurus that were found included the long bones of the hand, the metapodials, vertebral centra, and phalanges. Those are bones in the hand or feet. So not a whole lot to go on.
Just the very end of a limb or two and the middle of some vertebrae.
Yes.
I can see why you were saying in the paleoart they make it look this way, because there's a lot of room for creative license with this dinosaur.
Yes. Well, depends if you think this dinosaur is valid or not.
It's true. But if it is an ornithopod, it was probably bulky with a long tail and a long head.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's pretty much how they looked.
And for our fun fact, I promised that it would be related to coprolites. Not only are there fossilized poop, coprolites, but there's also fossilized urine, known as urolites. Urolites come from liquid waste expulsion into softer sediments. They've been found in Colorado, probably from sauropods. They've also been found in southeastern Brazil, dating back to the Cretaceous. They look similar to what ostriches leave. In tests, it looks similar to something formed by a, quote, abundant falling stream of fluid. That's how the authors that described it wrote. This is Marcelo Fernandez and others. They described this in 2004. This liquid waste expulsion, it left a mark or a shape in the ground. And ornithopod and theropods have been found in that area, so probably came from one of those dinosaurs. I imagine urine is a lot harder to figure out what left that than feces.
Yeah. So there was in Colorado, they were from sauropods probably, and these are from Brazil, where they probably came from a theropod or ornithopod.
Yes. I don't even know how you notice that this is a fossil.
Yeah.
Anyway, as a bonus, there are even more trace fossils that came out of dinosaurs and other animals' bodies. They're known as bromelites, which you've referred to earlier, Garrett. Those are fossil food items that have been ingested or evacuated. They can include coprolites, gut contents or cololites, and vomit or regurgitolites. I suppose they could count urolites. I'm not exactly sure where it falls into that definition.
Yeah, that would definitely count. Usually, though, they don't even include the cololites and the regurgitolites. It's usually just like coprolites is what everybody's talking about.
I think regurgitolites, the vomit, is the next most talked about.
Yeah, especially because sometimes these animals are spitting out bones, sort of like an owl pellet.
Yes.
So there can be a lot of information in there, whereas like a urolite, not so much.
Yes.
And I think the cololites, like the actual fossilized gut contents, are kind of rare.
One thing, going back to coprolites real quick, you can see evidence of gas bubbles in them. So many details. With vomit, there's a similar texture to coprolites, but they have a larger area and they're thinner. And they have partially digested material and evidence of liquid and etching. Like you said, owl pellets are a type of regurgitolite.
I guess if they fossilize, otherwise they're just a regurgitate.
Oh, good point.
They don't have the light rock suffix if it hasn't been long enough.
That's true. A Silosaurus may have also regurgitated pellets. Also, Anchiornis. There are 6 gastric pellets attributed to Anchiornis with these lightly etched lizard bones or fish scales. And regurgitating would have helped Anchiornis more efficiently digest its food. There are also possible Troodon regurgitolites, which may mean Troodon went after small prey. I feel like I learned a lot researching these trace fossils.
And reviewing all our previous
Yes.
discussions of it.
So thank you again, listeners, for supporting us and allowing us to do stuff like this. That wraps up this episode of I Know Dino. If you want to help support us so we can do more episodes like this, then head over to our Dino It All community at patreon.com/iknowdino. Stay tuned. Next week, we'll get back into the swing of things with some regular dinosaur news. Thanks again, and until next time.
Could tell from